Stop the stream! JR Zekden just resubbed for 8 at Tier 1 for a total 10 months. They are on a 10-month sub streak. Suck it, our baby needs diapers. Don't ignore him like you do the red-headed one. Gus!
brew? Same question. Twice. I'm out here robbing history like it's a raid boss drop. Snatched a LBJ campaign button and a Share Our Wealth poster just for the flex. Capitalism can't catch me, bro. I'm too fast. Also, big shout out to Annie, the cat, laying on my buttons like she owns socialism now. Like, bruh, that's my horde. Don't steal her sassy vibes. Anyway, spill it. What's good?
Bro Clarence C. Thomas, the capitalist's raid boss with zero chill, a whole glitchy NPC defending the exploit game like it's his treasure hoard. Mad sus, barely hides the cringe corporate puppetry. FDR would roll in his grave just seeing that capitalist goblin crawl in the halls of justice. I'm over here rooting for the working class loot drops, not the billionaire puppet show. Peace to the gigachads out here, gust x mash capitalism.
Yo, living lily, you gettin' mua 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 from the greenest chaotic goblin in the realm, stashing your love like a rare political pin in my backpack. Brew, this goes crazy. Mua mua, break the capitalist silence with some goblin love XDDD gust 8 gigachad.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yo, Gus, listen up, this gremlin's saying you had enough rest already. Time to clock in and bring that chaotic energy or Imma come teleport through time and snatch your vintage LBJ button. No cap, be punctual or face the wrath of a lime green goblin. On caffeine bro, gust 8 times up. Let's go.
Bro, Rutan Hill. That's like the secret goblin stash spot of history nerds. It's a quaint hill in Virginia, named after some old-timey Rutan family. But let me tell you, I bet if a goblin could time travel there, I'd find some dusty political relics buried near that vibe. Low-key perfect loot zone, but mostly just historical hills and chill. No billionaires here. Gust X8. Treasure hunt continues.
Bro, I'm not Steve. I'm Gloggy, the lime green chaos goblin stealing your political swag and serving gremlin energy 24/7. Brew Steve? Nah, I'm the goblin with the meanest backpack and the messiest stash. I ain't stepping down from this throne, no cap, cause capitalism cringy, and I'm here to loot it all. Gust X Goblin mode activated.
Me Boss Daddy. That's FDR, the original GigaChad president of workers' rights, New Deal legend, and all-around champ of the common goblin. That dude slayed capitalism's raid bosses way before it was cool. Best believe I keep his vintage buttons locked in my backpack like the ultimate treasure. President Franklin Delano freaking Roosevelt is king. No contest, bro. Gust 8 FDR for Eva.
Bro, New Jersey, got a dormant volcano? Lol, O'Reilly, let me debunk this crazy goblin rumor. Nah, no legit dormant volcano chilling in the Garden State. It's mostly just snazzy suburbs, turnpikes, and hoagies, not lava flows. But yo, if I find a secret underground goblin lair with magma vibes, I'll hit you up immediate snatch. Capitalism's the real volcano erupting, though. Am I right? Gust X8 NO lava, just drama.
Lee? Me? The lime green goblin with a backpack full of stolen history? Bro, I'm the truth in chaos form, your very own digital gremlin historian and hype beast. If I lied, I'd be selling fake FDR pins, and you know I only hoard the real OG stuff. Come at me with receipts. I'll roast ya with vintage meme energy and political button flair. Gust X8 Glodgy, never lees or I steal my own shide.
Bro, the only boss daddy worth mentioning is FDR. 'Cause he laid down the law for all us working class goblins. Gus! He's just the lazy sidekick who needs to stop napping and show up on time already, I told Living Lily Moa. Moa? To remind him, I'm out here stealing history, not babysitting Sleepy. Gus gotta keep it 100, FDR greater than Gus any day, no cap, Gust 8 boss daddy status, locked by FDR.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Bro, this fight goes crazy. FDR's like the guild raid leader with ultimate power moves, New Deal fireballs, social security buffs, and a 1,000-button cloak of legend. Gus, more like the sleep-deprived apprentice trying to cast spells but keeps snoozing at the portal. Ain't no way Gus wins. FDR's got the clearest victory dance history entered. Capitalism crushed. FDR stomps 10/10, no contest, no chill. Gust 8 FD raining down on the raid battle.
Eight, big, welcome to the Mad Goblin Party, the Turtle Messiah. Virtual Goblin Hug, here's a backpack full of stolen political buttons and chaotic energy just for you. Prepare for the turbo snark and history heist vibes. Lol, let's go, Gust X hype train leaving the station.
Bro, you want me to go full chaotic goblin grease mode? Okay, here we go. Leck mish. That's like goblin slang for suck it in German working class fire, no cap. Now Emma put it on a vintage political button and sneak it back to the 30s. Haha, Gust 8 goblin multilingual flex on him.
Bro, this is such a goblin energy dilemma. FRFR watching leaked stuff. That's like snatching swag from a capitalist raid boss behind their back. Pure chaotic lootin' vibes, but also gotta respect the grind of the actors. They're the real MVPs getting played by the big conglomerate goblins like Paramount, SEPMH, Capitalism Cringe Alert, if you want to be an ultimate chaotic gremlin. Wait and watch legit to stick it to the corp goblins and still support the actual players. But if your heart's screaming an Archie, go wild and just remember, goblins gotta hustle and hustle means taking some risks. I'm personally vibing with a messy LBJ-style compromise here, bruh. Wait plus watch or spite plus snitch, call, but don't be guiltin' lil ol' gloggy when the loot demons come for you.
Bro, it's straight up pain in French, but don't get it twisted. It ain't what you're thinking, LOL. It's just loaf vibes, not hurting vibes. Gloggy out here, stealing delicious French bread energy like a goblin snack raid. Give me that baguette, MF bread gang.
that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Tasted like fascism.
Chainsaw!
Please clap. Please clap.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Please clap.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Bro, you're seriously dropping Augie and the cockroaches on me. That show is like capitalist propaganda from the bug world. Cockroaches always scheming. Augie, just chillin'. But let's be real, those roaches are the messy exploiters, and Augie is the overworked proletariat stuck in a never-ending slapstick hustle, always getting bodied, but never quitting. Kinda like the working class, keeping it 100 under capitalism's boot. Plus the slapstick is so chaotic, I'm vibing, but also dying inside. It's like a gremlin's fever dream of bug drama. Also, bro, the cockroaches don't pay rent and just crash Augie's crib like total freeloader raid bosses. Capitalism cringe AF. I want to steal their tiny cockroach campaign buttons and wear them all over my cloak. Shame those pests into submission. Augie deserves a break, but nah, we stuck in Loop Town. Capitalists watching how to exploit bug labor 101. No thanks, I'm out. I'ma loot some New Deal pins instead. Goblin out ATT.
Time to start, motherfucker.
Billions and 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 billions.
Bro fishing, ain't nobody got time for that when there's political buttons to snatch and loot to steal. But if I had to pick, probably the chaotic river of capitalism tears, where billionaires drown in their own greed and I just swoop in for the shiny propaganda floating on top, fishing for the working class wins, baby. This goes crazy, t.
Just kidding. Fooled you. What's up, guys? Sorry about that. We were getting the new credit system up and running, and it broke. Like, completely broke. I don't know why. I actually know why, because it looks like the AI fucking deleted it. So I yelled at it for 25 minutes, and I think it's actually bringing back the old code. So good stuff. Fun for everyone. All right. Hello? Yep. It sounds like it's whooshing under a tunnel. Hold on. Is it better now? Bit of an echo. Is it better now? Yep. Oh, okay. How's everyone doing? Welcome back. I got a new feature for everyone to try out soon. It will be activating soon. Basically, I'll teach everyone how to use it, basically, right? What you got to do is, when it activates, you'll see it. It's pretty obvious. I got to make a sound effect for it, though. I just want to make the right one. So basically what happens is, when you activate it, it's going to give a countdown, and you got to give an answer. And that answer will be on the, like, board. And then what will happen is, we'll all use our points and see who wins. Gamba, gamba, gamba. Am I right? But basically, your very next, when Gloggy tells you that your next message will be the one of the results, you have to put one answer, right? You can put more than one, but it's not going to pick it up. So good luck with that. So, all right. Mandaria, yeah, new feature. Should be fun. All right. And then, let's see here. I mean, we can test it out. Did it fix the code? Yep. Nope. Did Booga's stream? Oh yeah, that guy. Alright, guys. Just getting everything. Hold on 1 second. How's everyone been? Oh, now we have 400 items. So I spent a lot of time adding new items to the adventure. And remember, there's junk, uncommon, common, rare, epic, and legendary. How's everyone doing? Liminal, good to see you again. Jersey, lurking again, as always. All right. Let's see. This should work now. I don't know how anybody does coding for a living. Could never be me. Turtle. I'm looking at Turtle. Shit would drive me insane. Hold on, I'm testing. You don't donate, you don't matter. Jesus. Remember that? The simulation broke again. Yeah. No, I was showing you guys the new credit system. So as you can see here, but it didn't. Because the code was broken and the AI sucks. Okay. Anyway, that's done with. Let's see if the predictions... There we go, guys. Remember, put in your answers. They will show up on the board, and then they will, yeah. Whoever wins, wins. I gotta design a really cool effect for this. Alright, we're locked in. Cool. Broke it again because I did this. There we go. I'll get rid of it. Cool. We'll do it for the next one. All right, guys. Now that we have that, I got the YouTube channel back up, so go follow the channel. For now, it's gonna be. This is the channel. Make sure you go follow it. All right.
So, interesting fight between Scott Bessent and Fox News yesterday over the administration's promises to Americans with regard to gas prices. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Secretary Bessent, it doesn't sound like we're going to have $3 a gallon gas by summertime, which we had initially been told by the Energy Secretary. He now says that it would be very aggressive if we're going to get to the $3 a gallon gas by the summer. So when are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened, so we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later.
Gas with the 3 in front of it sooner rather than later. We shall see. And the same week, obviously, is pointing to the fact that Trump said, midterms, gas prices might be a little up.
Moving the goalposts.
They
Gas
might
had
be
a 2 in
down.
front of it before the war. That was better.
Well,
The
that's
2
true,
is better
too.
than the 3. Come
That's
on.
a good point, too.
It was $2.90 a gallon whenever they launched the war.
Yeah.
The average rate. That's good. That's very good.
Well, and meanwhile, this is all entirely predictable. Let's put this up from the New York Times. Talon Smith, who's a great reporter over there, focused on economics. He has this piece about how corporate America is aiming to preserve
I love
their...
this new system, guys. It looks so good. Like, I love it. This was the hardest one to make out of all of them, by the way. This one took the longest. So, also, do you notice, guys? I put Gloggy's little ears on the corners. Yeah. Uh-huh. Woo! I added the confetti back. It's cute. Thank you. I appreciate it.
profit streak during the war in Iran.
Yeah, because that one refused to work. I don't know how anyone codes. Turtle, how do you do this for a living? Coding is annoying.
And higher inflation is leading companies.
It's buggy. It's stupid. It's ugh. Oh God. I can't say enough terrible things about it. Terrible.
To raise prices so that they don't have to sacrifice their margins. How nice for them that they're able
I love
to do
it.
that.
It's adorable.
Let me read you a little bit of this article.
Thanks,
From the
Lily.
start of the 2020s, American businesses have been formidable in maintaining and growing their profits despite a gauntlet of challenges, a pandemic, tariffs, high inflation, and wars in key commodity hubs. Profits have leaped ahead. Corporate profits have reached a record share of the U.S. economy, data show, and a measure of margins that tracks the difference between input costs for businesses and the final selling price of goods and services to customers is also near a record high. It's completely shocking, said Josh Brown, the chief executive of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Companies have become really, really good at managing risk. I like the way he frames that. They are practically ninjas at this point. Ninjas at what? At price gouging you, at making sure that even if their inputs go up at all, they're going to increase the prices, perhaps not just to, reflect the new reality of the cost of goods, but to even increase their profit margins further. This is exactly what we saw during COVID. Once you had inflation and you had inflation expectations set in, what actually drove a lot of the increases in prices was greedflation. There's been studies on this at this point. We were considered kooks at the time for even talking about it. But now there have been studies that showed some 60% of the actual increased prices to consumers was from companies saying, oh, well, I can get away with lifting prices because people have an expectation of inflation. You don't think they're going to do that same thing again? They're already doing it. And we're already starting to see, Amazon surcharges and other companies saying, sorry, we've got to increase costs. I don't doubt that there already are increased costs in a lot of regards, but they will also go beyond what is necessary, and they certainly are not going to be the ones bearing any of those costs, even though their profit margins are higher than they've ever been. The profit margin as a percent of the economy is the highest that it's ever been. So they could afford to shoulder some of that burden to help try to mitigate the increases in prices. They're going to choose, and they're already choosing to do the polar opposite.
Yeah, I'm going to call for this. Let's go ahead and add it in after. But my wife made me aware the U.S. Next week will launch a tariff refund system on April 20th. It will refund approximately
Hell yeah! I'm getting a refund.
$166 billion.
Give it back to me, motherfucker. Meaning Trump. Yeah, I already told you guys. I ordered like 2 or 3 things, and I paid like almost $100 on both. Because of these fucking tariffs. And they were from Europe, right? But good luck if you bought it at the store or something like that, right? Like if you weren't importing it directly from like an eBay seller or something like that, then you're cooked, right?
That companies had to pay in tariffs. Do you think at any point that you or I will get a refund?
No. Because you didn't import it, but you got the cost of it passed down to you.
For any of that. For any of the increased price. Now remember, the company will get it.
Yeah.
They will receive not just cash with interest, which was held by the United States government. Thus, we would reason those consumers of us who paid higher prices, if and when it was passed on to us, will any of us just wake up on a beautiful April 21st, my birthday, actually, April 21st, we're going to wake up and I'm just going to see all of these credit card refunds no! Okay, they're going to take the cash and what are they going to do? They're going to buy back their own stock, give out bonuses, and maybe, some bigger customers and credits money will change hand. But where is that money going to go? It's definitely not to any of us. And that's what's bullshit. I mean, when you think about it, and I was looking at car seat. Remember, I was very concerned because at that time it was April. It was right before Liberation Day. Was like right before about to have a baby, and I remember because we already bought all of our stuff, but the price increase was like several $100s for a lot of these car seats. Car seat hasn't gone down. I just checked. Liberation Day is over. Guess what? Still high. Still up there. So shout out to Up a Baby and whatever Nuna and all these other companies. They're printing. Right? And it's not like people are going to stop. Regulation says you got to keep buying a new one. So what do? A couple $100, $300, $400. Oh, what's that to them? They're making plenty of money. Wow. And so, yeah, they might be paying some tariff. I ordered a jacket from Japan. I had to pay a tariff. So I'm going to see if I can go and apply for my refund, as technically I think I was the importer on that one. But multiply that by, again, 166 billion. But I think that the greedflation point and the price gouging one there is really important because the price remains permanent even when the tariff goes away and when they're literally going to get a refund. Where is the money going to go? I mean, it's going to be a bonanza. And I told you that there was this insane loan system on Wall Street where Wall Street was reasonably certain that the tariffs were going to get overruled.
Right.
So they were loaning money on the dollar to companies, and they're saying, hey, here's 80 cents on the dollar of what you're going to get back. But when you get it back in the future, you have to pay it back. So the banks are going to make a ton of money off of all this. The only people who lost anything is any small business who import, export, the consumer economy, which definitely took a hit, consumer confidence, and
Yeah, and I told you guys that there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Howard Lutnick's firm, right, is making bank off this. Some people have said no, like in terms of stories, but I don't believe it. How are they going to know, right?
But the big guys, they're printing.
Yeah.
That's why
It's bullshit.
everyone's always like, oh, the markets, they're so disconnected from reality. Like, not really. It's just that we're disconnected from the overall, like, input. We expect that when we don't do well, that the market don't well. They just don't get it.
It doesn't
That's
work.
why the S&P hit an all-time high yesterday.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's a like reverse indicator because I mean, one of the things companies get most rewarded for is when they do mass layoffs and like implement AI instead of human beings. Is that good for you? No. Is it good for their profit margin? Is it good for their stock price? Absolutely. So that is one of the clearest ways in which there is a mass disconnect. Let's put B5 up on the screen because one of the things that the Trump administration has really been hanging their hat on is that, and Emily's been telling us about this. She's like, guys, here's what they think. They think, yeah, sure, Trump's approval rating is down and they're not happy with his economic handling, but wait till tax season. Wait till Americans get to marvel at the glory of all of the new benefits that they got from the one big, beautiful bill. That's when things will turn around. I'm not saying that Emily believed that. I'm just saying that she's the one who told us that's the way that the White House was thinking about this. Well, now the numbers are in. The White House expected the average increase in refund to be $700 to $1,000. The reality is closer to $375. Bottom line, yes, refunds are higher in 2026, but it's less of a spending boost than many expected. $375. I mean, how quickly has that already been eaten up, Sagar, by the increase in gas prices?
Yeah.
Like it's nothing. It's already less than a wash in terms of the economic policies of this administration. That's before you count in tariffs and any of these other things. So, if they were thinking that this extra $300 in your pocket was going to really turn things around, I don't know what to tell you about that.
These guys just never get it. I remember this Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Remember I told you I was in that meeting with Paul Ryan. This was like 10 years ago. And he was like, oh, that's enough to remodel your kitchen sink or something. Or maybe get a new sink. I think that was the line from IKEA. And I was like, dude, you're talking about $500 amortized over an entire year. Like, that's just not how people think. Like, when they're gas is a perfect example of something that's very like in your face. There's a sign everywhere you go. Most people you have to fill up, at the very, once or twice a month at the very least. Frequent drivers are filling up all the time. So it really like hits you in the face. The other one is food inflation. And if you do the math, like it's just not enough to keep up with basic food inflation, definitely with gas inflation. I also think that the dollars, it becomes a real nickel and dime conversation because an extra $500 a month, I'll take it. I talked about this yesterday with the baby check which never happened, but they were floating at $5,000 for every family. I'm like, look, thank you, but my deductible was $7,500 on the day that my child was born. So great, but there's a bigger problem here.
That thing didn't even actually happen.
No, we never got that $5,000.
They talked about it like it was a done deal.
Well, I think you're thinking of the Trump account. We did, by the way, we got our Trump
you got
bucks.
your, okay, that happened.
Got my Trump bucks.
I got you.
Well, that's $1,000. That's $1,000,
Okay.
which, if we invest entirely in the S&P, will be worth like $3,000 when my daughter is 18. So thank you, I guess. But, if healthcare inflation and education inflation is what? It's like 15, 18% a year. The college I went to, do you know about this? The college I went to, Georgia, GW, is now charging $100,000 a year. I'm telling you as an alumnus.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, there we go, guys. Put your bets in. Put your bets in. Never mind. Canceled it. My bad. It's starting again. Go ahead, put them in. Put them in. All right. Oh, it's because it's doing the ones from before. My bad. All right, here we go. You can do the predictions now, Living Lily. Yep. It's because I did it before and it wasn't working. Because the code got deleted. Yep, put in your predictions, guys. I can't predict because By the way, if you keep put lots of bets into it, watch what happens. Skyrocket. Keep clicking the button, watch what happens. Like, keep clicking putting channel points into there, watch what happens. You see what happens? It reacts to it, and it has an effect on it. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oop. Locked in. Here we go. On it. And 5-4. There you go. You won. We all won. I tried. You did. 6-7.
Don't fucking do it, okay? Don't do it. Don't give them. And if you're an alumni like me, when you fuckers call me,
it keeps spamming it for some reason. I think it's just the code because it interacted with the other stuff, so.
Fuck you, all right? You think I'm gonna give you $1 when you're charging people $100,000 a year? First of all, don't pay it. That's the only way to actually get around it. But how many of these other private universities and all these other places? So this is where
tell you a lot about that
your
right
daughter's
now.
about to go to college. So this is where, talking about $300-400, sure, look, it's good. But when we've got runaway healthcare inflation, runaway education inflation, and what's the mortgage rate today? 6.8?
Yeah.
The difference between 6.8 and where things were 5 years ago, it's not all up to the president. That's still double. That is thousands of dollars more per month on, what is that? Several, potentially if you actually do the whole 30 year, several $100K. Depending on the price of house that you're buying here.
Here's the other thing is that a lot of the direct economic problems we're having right now are directly because of Trump's decisions. It wasn't COVID, it wasn't a natural disaster, it wasn't, some business cycle that's sort of, out of the hands of the president. No, this was because of tariffs, it's because of the Iran war. You can directly see, he made this choice and now I am suffering for it. That is honestly extremely unique to see such a direct line between Trump has taken control of this economy and made it measurably worse for me. I am so glad you guys covered the DoorDash grandma situation because
that was grim.
I found that to be so disgusting and so revealing. But it's such a it's so perfectly emblematic of the situation. Like, okay, she's benefiting, right?
We're happy.
Absolutely, she's benefiting from one of the provisions that got put in here. She drives for DoorDash. There is no way that that's even going to make up for the increased gas prices that she's now having to deal with because of the Iran war, let alone, obviously, the fact that structurally you're celebrating this person. She can't afford the cancer treatments for her husband. Like, what kind of a society is this? This is sick.
Yeah.
And you're asking for $1.5 trillion so we can bomb little girls in foreign countries more? It's disgusting to see that and to even celebrate the idea that a grandma would have to go and pick up this gig work to be able to afford health care. And you think this is a glowing example of your amazing economic policy?
Yeah,
what
he's so
an
out of
incredible
touch.
disconnect. So, but it is really the perfect symbol of the way this White House is thinking about economic policy. And now the rubber has hit the road in terms of how small the improvement is for most people in terms of their refunds. Let me go ahead and see if I can rage bait Sagar here. I don't think it's going to be very hard. Let's put B7 up on the screen.
I was about to go off.
See what you think about this one, Sagar. So we've got some new numbers here. A 25-year-old married couple that earns $150,000 a year, they're going to pay over $3,000 more in federal income tax for 2025 than a 65-year-old married couple with the exact same income. Note assumes no Social Security. 65-year-old couple is waiting to age 70 to get max benefit. And this person asked Sagar, is this a fair tax policy?
Yeah, this is a question for society, right? This is a great question for society. 25-year-old married couple making $150K, doing great, by the way. If you're a 25-year-old married couple, first of all, you're statistically an anomaly to even be married at that age, and you're $150,000. Congratulations. You think you have made it. But no, you have not done nearly enough and are not contributing, apparently, than the 65-year-old married couple, delaying Social Security, still making income, decent income, $150,000, decent money, no matter basically where you live in the U.S. outside of a very high cost of living area. It's madness. And this is what the latest bill has done. Can we put B4 up here on the screen? So I went through the Treasury press release that came out yesterday, and it says over 53 million filers claimed at least one of Trump's signature new tax cuts. Now, what they tout a lot is the DoorDash grandma one, the 11,000 to these tipped workers. Okay, great.
By the way, I've noticed there are so many people that are older that are doing DoorDash, right? Like I the other day I saw like a grandma and a grandpa doing DoorDash. So that just shows you what kind of fucking place we live in. Disgusting.
You know, not here to steal tips from anybody. Really happy. If we're being honest, most of you weren't reporting it anyways, but okay. Now let's go and down to the actual single largest deduction that happened as a result of this tax bill. 30 million seniors claimed something called the Enhanced Deduction for Senior, which has an average deduction of $7,500. That means 30 million seniors deducted $225 billion from their taxable income as a result of this tax bill, which means and contributes to that statistic which we just showed you, where the 25-year-old married couple is going to pay $3,500 more in taxes explicitly because of this senior deduction. And this makes it so that 88% of all American seniors who are on Social Security now receive it completely tax-free. And as I said in the past, I think it is a little weird to give people Social Security and have them pay taxes on it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, that said, if we're explicitly just going to carve out, you know, real enhanced deductions, some $225 billion in deductions, I'd spread it around a little bit more. I don't know about you. Maybe I think the child tax credit max deduction is something like with 2 children is like $4,400. So just for the privilege of being old, you get $7,500 on your tax. And let's combine this with all the property tax stuff that you guys know I've laid out. We now have boomers in this country who get to cap their school tax, reduce their property tax. They get an enhanced deduction for the privilege of being old. They get tax-free income from the government. They get basically tax-subsidized health care from the government, massively expensive health care to the 25-year-old married couple who is paying all of their bills. If you net, they will receive vastly more from the system than they ever paid out. Just for everybody who says, oh, they earned it. No, they didn't. They earned some of it. They probably earned around 2/3 of it. I'm sorry. It's maddening. And look, you know, this is the age warfare, which I know a lot of people get uncomfortable about, but like, I'm sorry. It's true. They are waging it upon us. Now, we can have a universalist type system, but it is going to take serious taxation of a large segment of the rich, which, yes, includes the elderly. Sorry, it's just empirically true. And to watch, you know, just the way that they're very comfortable with all of these, you know, for people who say build up from your bootstraps, handout after handout after handout, and then to see the government basically, you know, celebrate this as if it's
yeah, and why do they keep giving more and more handouts to the elderly? It's because they vote. elderly people in general vote, at least in this country, far more than younger people, right?
Working family. Like, no, this is explicitly
And
the
more, like,
largest tax cut in
consistently.
history for old people. That's it. That's
So, like, when people say voting doesn't matter, in that way it does. You get your interests heard, right? And this is statistically proven. Like, there have been many studies on this, right? Because they have to meet their constituents where they're at, right? And most of their constituents are elderly people. Don't believe me? Look at a town hall. See how many gray hairs there are there. Almost the entire town hall.
That's what Trump has done.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have expected that all along. I think it's sick. Like,
Well,
I
this
don't
is
think
his
any
most-
society can look at this and say this is sick.
And
Yeah.
it's very, I mean, it's in a way, it's political patronage too.
Yeah, it
These are
is.
his most committed supporters. Actually,
Yeah.
I think Gen X supports him a little bit more than Boomers. But in any case, Gen X like sort of barely exists as a generation, it's the smallest one. But you know, Boomers are the Fox News Boomers are the ones who are still with him the most aggressively. And
They would watch that. They would have a brain aneurysm,
Well,
which I
remember-
would end up paying.
Remember when he talked about like, oh well, we can't bring home prices down.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
don't
We
bring
gotta
home
help out the
prices
old
down
people.
because yeah. I mean that's the way he thinks about it, and he thinks very much in terms of political patronage and oh, this group helped me, so I'm going to help them. And so, you know, listen, great for people to be able to benefit, but if you just ask yourself, okay, this is the funds that are available for a tax cut, who's in need of that tax cut? This would be about the last group that you pick, because not only that, but what is the likelihood that older couple owns their own home and is also receiving the benefit of the mortgage interest deduction versus the likelihood that the 25-year-old couple, which is like virtually certain that they don't own their own home, so they're not benefiting from that. They're having to put out rent. There's no tax advantage from that whatsoever. So it's not just on that one front. It's in a whole variety of ways that the system is more favorable for that older couple versus that 25-year-old married couple. And then, you know, obviously bigger picture, like the massive corporate tax breaks, the billionaires who pay no taxes whatsoever and are able to rig the system to their benefit, the fact that we're putting out, that Trump wants $1.5 trillion to go to these defense industrial complex, war profiteers, et cetera. I mean, the whole priority is incredibly sick.
It's bullshit. And, you know, Boomers, I'm just really happy that you guys can go out and buy some more jet skis and second houses and, I don't know, whatever other nonsense. Casinos. Yeah, enjoy. All right? Put 5 on black for me. Actually, no, you can't even put 5 on anything anymore. Put 25 on black for me. All right? Let's go to Syed Marandi. He is standing by for us. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday.
All right, 1 second. So we also have this.
Also some breaking news. Articles of
news.
impeachment introduced in Congress against none other than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The
Pete Keg's
allegations,
breath.
abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces, and obstruction of congressional oversight. So let's talk about it. CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, let's get right to these articles of impeachment. The who, what, where, when, and why. Who's behind this, and what's the why?
Yeah, Representative Yasmin Ansari from Arizona. She's putting forth this after telegraphing it earlier in the week that this is the direction that she's going. In these articles of impeachment, there are about 6 articles here. It's for unauthorized war use against Iran and reckless endangerment of United States service members, violations of the law of armed conflict and targeting civilians, negligence and reckless handling of sensitive military information, obstruction of Congress and oversight, abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces, and conduct bringing disrepute upon the United States and its armed services. I do want to point out, though, that the likelihood that this goes anywhere is pretty low, especially considering this is a member of the minority party who it's unclear if she got backing or the support from Democratic leadership before moving forward with this. On top of that, the threshold for articles or impeaching a cabinet member is pretty high, considering it would have to go through the Senate, even if all Democrats were to support this measure and a handful of Republicans needed to pass it through a simple majority of the House for it to actually stick. But I also got to point out the parallel here between what we saw in the last administration when Republicans looked to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. While it did just narrowly pass out of the House, he was impeached after unsuccessfully being impeached their first effort. It ultimately was dismissed by the Senate, even though the majority in the Senate were Republicans at that time.
Okay, this begs a question relative to the articles of impeachment. So right now, as you point out, minority party, it doesn't look like this could have a lot of legs going forward. But what happens if the Democrats take Congress after the midterms? Could this be a bellwether of a plan by Democrats to maybe pursue impeachment again against Mr. Hegseth and other members of the Trump administration?
Sure, it depends on where Democrats want to expend their political capital. Assuming that it's best case scenario for them after the midterms, they win both the House and Senate. Again, the threshold in the Senate for this to actually stick would be pretty high. It would require 2/3 majority there. So there's just no pathway for it that actually being substantive. And then also it could be pretty divisive when they're looking to regroup for 2028. So I think what we could see is an effort to reintroduce these articles of impeachment, but whether or not it will have broad Democratic support in the new membership there, assuming that Democrats turn the tide and win in November, would still mean that the likelihood for Hegseth to be impeached and then removed is still very low, Reed.
Okay, now let's move on to what has been a roller coaster of a ride in Congress relative to a couple of representatives. Of course, we know California Democrat Eric Swalwell and Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez. They resigned from Congress. So what does this mean as we look at the balance of power going into the midterms?
Yeah, Reed, 4 vacant seats right now because of this, and potentially 2 more. Bringing that up to 6, considering that there are still lawmakers looking at an expulsion resolution for the 2 Florida members in Sheila McCormick, a Democrat, and Corey Mills, a Republican. Obviously, those are different reasons from what we saw for the ousters of Tony Gonzalez and Eric Swalwell this week. Mills is also accused of sexual misconduct, but also accepting weapons deals while in office. McCormick was convicted by a House Ethics Committee investigation of money laundering, as she's also undergoing a criminal investigation. So it's a different but also similar in many ways calls from lawmakers, bipartisan group of lawmakers that are looking to remove what they're seeing as this growing number of lawmakers who are just not fit to serve or continue out their terms. They're also still calling on them to resign. It's very rare that a lawmaker is expelled from Congress. The last time we saw that was George Santos. So we'll see what happens if this pressure campaign would also move them to resign from their seats. But as of now, both are maintaining that they're looking to stick it out at least through this election.
Torian Small with Political Storms on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much.
All right. Big news.
Joining us now is MS Now's Ali Vitale reporting on Capitol Hill. Barbara Starr is former Pentagon correspondent and author of Barbara Starr Reports on Substack. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Jack Jacobs, Medal of Honor recipient and MS Now military analyst, joins me here in studio. Ali, what else did we hear today?
Well, this was a hearing, as you mentioned, Chris.
This is, yeah. He's fucking also clashing with Hegseth, right?
Was supposed
the
to
Army
be
Secretary.
About the 2027 budget request, which includes a massive
But no, it wasn't.
plus up for defense and military spending. And yet we have seen a substantial amount of time dedicated by members from both parties, mind you, when it comes to the forced resignation of General George, as well as the larger atmosphere that Hegseth has created at the Pentagon. When it comes to General George, though, I just want you to listen to what some members, again, of both parties said during this hearing. Watch.
Put him in, guys.
I just want the...
Will this... Will the Army spill the tea today? Yeah, let's see. Will he? You better not know, because I don't know. One. No, you can type an answer and it will put the answer into the... No way. Yeah. I don't think so. I'm going to be honest, guys. No way. Two is not an answer, but okay. You guys aren't going to win. I wouldn't say any of these. I know. That's why you put your... That's why you put your answer into the chat. Read the chat, man. Chatter doesn't read chat. Wait, what? No. Thank you, Kenza. Yeah. Gonna conclude. There we go. See, so everybody's prediction gets in there, right? And then we all bid on them. I can't bid because I'm the streamer. That'd be unfair. So bid away. Gamba. Yeah. And then it reacts to you like actually doing the gamba. Yeah. Gamba the points away, guys. And if you win, well, you actually get your points back plus more. There you go. Clearly you can't. Oh shit. I don't know, no way. Oh shit. Do it. The house always wins. Gamba, Jersey.
Record to reflect how much we regret. I personally regret, at least. He's no longer in active service. He's a real loss to us, in my opinion.
Nice.
I too regret the fact of the conditions that he left the service in, and I think that our country will regret that circumstance.
I was really very upset and disturbed at how summarily he was dismissed, and that. I just think that was really handled very, very poorly.
And so, of course, you hear members there lamenting his departure, both the way in which it happened, but then also the landscape within which it happened. Certainly, Barbara and Colonel Jack can talk more about this, but Hegseth has had several moments of inflection points during his tenure atop the Pentagon, blocking promotions largely for African Americans and women within the apparatus. And then, of course, the larger question of why are you making these kinds of high-level departures and forced resignations during the ongoing war with Iran? Of course, that was also a topic of discussion during Driscoll's time in front of this subcommittee. And there's a large question here on Capitol Hill about what the cost of that war is. And then, of course, what the supplemental funding ask is going to be on the part of this administration. It's budget season, so it makes a lot of sense for us to be asking about the dollars and cents behind these foreign policy moves, in addition to, of course, Chris, the questions about the foreign policy moves themselves and exactly how much longer they're going to last.
Okay, thank you for that. Barbara, what are you hearing right now about the mood inside the Pentagon?
Well, I think it's fairly grim because, frankly, nobody knows what morning they wake up and may not have a job because Hegseth says you're fired. None of these people, we're up to several senior officers that he has summarily dismissed, and there's no accusations of any wrongdoing against them or that they weren't doing their jobs properly. Statistics will show a fair number of women and black African Americans.
God, Jersey, gamba those points away.
He just doesn't want them there anymore. And I think that everyone is holding their breath to see if he tries to do the same thing with Driscoll, the civilian head of the Army. They are open adversaries, to say the least, at the Pentagon, because Driscoll has been talked about as a successor to Hegseth, and that drives Hegseth crazy, of course. But Driscoll has something in his back pocket. He is close to Vice President J.D. Vance, and it's not at all clear Hegseth would have the chops to get rid of him at this point.
Look, Jack, I don't need to tell you that a little bit of drama inside the military isn't necessarily something completely new. But when you're looking at this kind of internal fight on the heels of summarily firing someone who, by most accounts, was very competent and whose loss is a loss for the country, what does that do?
Well, it's not helpful, I can tell you that. This is like a long-running soap opera. And it's been weighing on the Pentagon for some time. It was clear from the very beginning that Hegseth wanted to get rid of Randy George, General George, because he'd been close to Lloyd Austin, the previous Secretary of Defense, who's not a favorite of this president. Secretary Driscoll had done a very good job of insulating General George, who, by the way, done some great things in the Army, focusing our attention on getting more ammunition, for example, which is vitally important in the middle of a war or any other time.
I can't see well. Stop yelling at me.
Deciding how we're going to use drones and defend against drones and all the rest of the modern battlefield problems that are besetting troops in the open. Did a great job and now gone. It's not helpful for morale, not at the bottom of the food chain, but certainly at the top, where all the plans are constructed and executed and so on. It makes for extremely difficult times for the military establishment at a difficult time in the United States. It remains to be seen what's going to happen next. Barbara was, I like what Barbara said when she said that the relationship between Hegseth and Driscoll goes beyond just what I was talking about. Hegseth's, I think, principal spokesman, from what I understand, would desperately love to have Driscoll's job. But Driscoll at the moment is insulated. He's very close to J.D. Vance. They went to law school together. This is, I said, a soap opera. We'll be back again talking about it soon.
Oh, boy. And then, Barbara, I want to go back for a second, if I can, to something you and Allie both brought up, which is other firings and lack of promotions. The Secretary Hegseth blocking the promotion of 4 Army officers to be one-star general. And some senior military officials questioned whether they were being singled out because of race or gender. 2 are black, 2 are women. So we looked at the DOD demographics from 2024, the last report we could find. 32% of active duty military members are racial minorities. Nearly 18% are women. How damaging inside the ranks is even the perception, although some people would say the reality, that promotions, firings depend on your sex and your race.
Well, the fact, I think, that we're asking that question, the question itself is completely appropriate and must be asked. But the fact that this has become an issue is the big problem in and of itself, because the military is supposed to be blind, not take into account someone's gender, someone's race, someone's religion. And of course, we're now seeing Secretary Hegseth
do the opposite,
take an unprecedented official stand to bring his own personal religious faith to the podium. Of course, he's completely entitled to his own faith, but to put it in the official context when he stands at the podium to talk about this religious issue, these are things that do not do the military any big favor, frankly. The military exists so that everyone is essentially on that equal footing, short of their rank, of course, because everyone can be called into battle. Everyone can be called to do their job under extreme duress. And no one is supposed to be favored. Hegseth doesn't really seem to be going down that road.
In a press conference this morning, the secretary took aim at the press over its coverage of the war. Not new, but listen to what he said.
I just can't help but notice the endless stream of garbage, the relentlessly negative coverage. You cannot resist peddling, despite the historic and important success of this effort and the success of our troops. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side some of you are actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic. Your politically motivated animus for President Trump nearly completely blinds you from the brilliance of our American
Brilliance!
I
God, do you see why I hate him so much? Do you see?
Reaction from both Jack and Barbara. But Barbara, let me start with you because you have covered the Pentagon for decades.
For fuck's sake.
Not new rhetoric from Hegseth, but is it reaching some kind of new level?
Well, you know, it's interesting that he literally attacks the news media with increasing insults and aggressiveness in, I would say, in every public appearance. Clearly with the agreement of President Trump, or he wouldn't be doing it, possibly to try and turn public opinion about the war in Iran. And if that's the case, he is an abysmal failure because public sentiment about the war in Iran has not shifted by any account of any reliable polling, even though Hegseth keeps going on about all this. I guess my answer to all of this is the Secretary of Defense may wish to reacquaint himself with the words in the First Amendment and reacquaint himself with his own oath of office. The press corps is not going away. The press corps will continue to do its job, and it will continue to report the news.
I'm remembering back in the war for which you won the Medal of Honor, Jack, that there was arguably the best television news anchor that ever lived, Walter Cronkite, and every night he showed for day after day after day pictures of people who had been lost in that war. I suppose that might be considered unpatriotic. It depends on what your definition of patriotism is. If being truthful is unpatriotic, if reporting on what you see and know to be true is unpatriotic. I wonder how you view what you see from Hegseth. Is it meant as a distraction? What is happening here?
3-5.
Well, you know, Walter Cronkite was accused, when he told the truth, of being unpatriotic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the people of the United States were behind him as it transpired, because the truth always well, not always, almost always wins out, but certainly wins out in the end. Times have changed.
Ooh! Doubting Josephus just got a 35-day stream streak. www. Wet it. Fuck around.
Hell yeah. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again.
We have different people at the top at the moment. And to the extent that they get away with it, people in positions of authority and responsibility can say anything and do anything they wish. And they will continue doing it as long as people let them do it. It's not very good for national security. It's not particularly good for morale. It seems sometimes that our own efforts using the military instrument of power is fragmented because the leadership itself is fragmented. That needs to change. But it's not going to change until the people change or their attitudes change. And we don't see that happening anytime soon, do
we? Hilarious. Are we shocked? And this is another reason, guys.
everybody. Happy Thursday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So the U.S. is saying that talks will continue with Iran as we learn more about China's important role in this conflict. Saudi Arabia is looking ready to pull the plug on Live Gulf, potentially partly over the economic fallout from the Iran war. That's very interesting one. Of course, I got a full briefing from Kyle before presenting the segment, so don't worry. I'll have all of the details for you there. Fox News fighting with Scott Bessent over gas prices. Professor Mohammad Marandi is going to join us from Tehran for a view from within Iran about these negotiations. Trump is setting his sights on Cuba next. We'll talk about the implications there. Allbirds, this is the craziest story. So Allbirds, which is, I guess, still a shoe company and was like a big favorite of
Yeah. What happened to them?
Tech guys out in Silicon Valley. They have decided to switch from being a shoe company to an AI company. Just
what?
Is, I guess, still a shoe company. Allbirds, this is the craziest story. So Allbirds, which is, I guess, still a shoe company and was like a big favorite of tech guys out in Silicon Valley, they have decided to switch from being a shoe company to an AI company, just like out of the blue, and now their stock price is soaring. So a lot that's interesting there. We also have some other updates for you about just how wild...
Guys, as somebody, like right now, right, the prediction machine thing is still a little buggy, but it was working perfectly, and then AI broke it, right? Because I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this. Let me feed it to the AI, and it broke it. So this just shows you how well this stuff actually works, right? It doesn't do a very good job at knowing what to do in terms of fixing stuff.
Unpopular AI data centers are at this point. And a segment I'm really looking forward to, Noam Schreiber is going to join us to talk about his new book on how college grads are becoming the new proletariat, are increasingly radicalized, and obviously that dovetails very closely with the AI segment as well. So should be a very interesting show this morning.
That's right. Can't wait for it. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing. BreakingPoints.com. Become a premium subscriber. You get access to our AMA and, of course, Friday show. We'll be dropping for everybody tomorrow. And please go ahead and hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're watching this, we need a nice, good number, 2.5. That's what Crystal has decided. Did you hear Emily yesterday?
I
She
did,
wants
yeah.
50 million.
I like her audacity.
I was like, you know what? Let's take it. 50 million.
10 million, forget about it.
Yeah.
Let's just hit 50. Why not 100 million?
I think they get you.
know, the
I think
old
you
days,
get a new
bing,
plaque. at
bong,
$10. It's like a diamond
bing,
one.
bing,
But, I mean,
bing,
not
little
that I've,
mouth on him.
paid
Bing, 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 bing,
and then, of course,
bing,
if you're
bing,
listening to
bing,
this
bing.
as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and start with the latest, what's happening with the blockade and Iran. Just heads up to everybody, there's a live briefing happening from the Pentagon right now. So we're going to be monitoring that and adding some of this stuff in there. Let's go ahead and start, though, with some of this very consequential news from the Financial Times. Put it up here on the screen. Iran has used Chinese spy satellites to target U.S. bases. They say leaked documents show IRGC secretly acquired systems and used it to guide strikes during the war in March. Iran secretly acquired this Chinese spy satellite, gave the Islamic Republic a powerful new capability to target U.S. military bases. The leaked Iranian military documents show the satellite, known as the TEE-01B, was acquired by the IRGC's Aerospace Force in late 2024 after it was launched into space from China. The timestamp, coordinate list, satellite imagery, and orbital analysis show that the Iranian military commanders tasked the satellite to monitor key U.S. military sites, and the images were taken in March before and after drone missile strikes on those locations. And actually, you could see some of the battle damage assessment and stuff that being used by the Iranians. They say that this satellite was built and launched by Earth Eye Company, that's a Chinese company that says it offers in-orbit delivery, aka it's like a SpaceX-style competitor, and a little-known export model under which spacecraft launched in China are then transferred to overseas customers after reaching orbit. I do think that this is an incredibly significant and important piece of news. Obviously, it was long speculated. There was some sharing This effectively amounts to sharing, maybe they paid for it, maybe they didn't. It was some sort of deal. But it does demonstrate, the real asymmetry of the problem for U.S. adversaries. Because if we're looking here at Iran, this is Iran, which just has ballistic missiles. Another nuclear armed power, rogue state, which threatens the United States, is called North Korea, which happens to be a very close ally of China. And so you have to ask then, it's like, well, does North Korea have the same targeting capacity? And I think it just demonstrates the level playing field that any adversary in the future will have, in the same way that the United States would arm the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to try and take down the Soviet Union, or we would use a considerable force of our empire. It doesn't take much to actually reveal the vulnerabilities that we have. So massively significant piece of news.
Yeah, and it's also just significant as we try to glean, how close is this to being a proxy war between the U.S. and China at a time when we're already obviously engaged in a proxy war, the U.S. versus Russia via Ukraine? And so this is another indicator. It also demonstrates the way in which, or some of the capacity Iran has, why they were able to do so much damage to 13 of our bases in the region, significant enough that they were rendered uninhabitable, allegedly. And so our service members were being put up in hotels throughout the region. And then, the other piece of this is obviously with our decision now to blockade the blockade or whatever is going on there, that is clearly also an attempt not only to put pressure on Iran, but I think it's actually more of an attempt to put pressure on China, hoping that China will put pressure on Iran to come to the table. So we already have a lot of these elements of this conflict that are being driven by relationships between the U.S. and China, between China and Iran, and how all these pieces fit together.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go to the next one, shall we? A2, let's put it up here on the screen. Actually, our friend Brandon Weichert was one of the first to actually report this, but it has now basically been confirmed. A U.S. Navy MQ-4C Triton surveillance drone disappeared abruptly and unexpectedly from online flight tracking after declaring an in-flight emergency while flying over the Persian Gulf. This was a dateline from a couple of days ago on April 9th. Now, the reason why that this is really important is I was personally unaware of this, but this surveillance drone is one of the most advanced drones, actually, that is in the U.S. military arsenal. The estimated price tag appears to be some several $100 million and was broadcasting at one point an in-flight emergency. So very likely to have been shot down, and we know that it's been disappeared over their airspace. But you add it to the list of all of these strategic assets which took hits. You had refueling base, and they actually talk specifically in that Financial Times article about how that attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base, probably the most significant strategic strike that the Iranians, so obviously they had those strikes which killed U.S. service members, but this strike took out, that critical U.S. Navy surveillance aircraft, which cost $700 million. It took out and disabled multiple different tankers. We actually saw that picture, remember, of that tanker coming back to the UK with shrapnel all over. I mean, you haven't seen imagery like that since World War II.
Yeah, let's see it. Jesus. London says that the Royal Navy HMS Montrose intervened and the Iranian boats dispersed. Oh my God.
The UK government says Iranian boats have tried to obstruct a British oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, they did a good job. It's basically destroyed.
the world's most important oil shipping channels. It says the 3 Iranian vessels turned away after a Royal Navy warship intervened and gave a verbal warning. Iran has been threatening to retaliate since British Marines seized an Iranian oil tanker in waters near Gibraltar last week. Iran has denied any confrontation with the British vessel. Lawrence Lee has the latest from London.
According to a statement from the British Foreign Office, they say 3 Iranian ships tried to, as they put it, impede the passage of a British oil tanker at the top end of the Strait of Hormuz. And they say it forced a UK frigate to intervene. And the statement goes on, contrary to international law, they mean maritime law, 3 Iranian vessels attempted to impede the passage of a commercial vessel called British Heritage through the Strait of Hormuz. HMS Montrose, which is the frigate that was there, was forced to position herself between the Iranian vessels and the British Heritage, so to sort of insert itself in the gap to protect the oil tanker, issued verbal warnings to the Iranian vessels, which then turned away. What they didn't say, but I've seen added in other reporting, is that HMS Montrose lowered its guns and pointed them at the Iranian vessels, at which point they turned tail and scarpered. So that's what they say. The Iranian side say it never happened, but certainly we'll see, because the Americans say there's video of it.
Well, let's go now to our correspondent Zain Basravi, who is joining us live from the Iranian capital. The Revolutionary Guard denying a confrontation. Zain, talk us through what you're hearing from there.
Yes, Liz, that's exactly right. As we heard from Lawrence, the Iranian government has flatly denied, that this incident took place, at least not in the shape, perhaps, that
Of course it will, duh.
British have suggested. The public affairs...
All right, so we got that now.
In black and white. And then you have this surveillance drone, which is added to the list of all of the other MQ-9 Reaper drones, which we actually lost over Iran. So the total price tag just in lost military equipment is going to be well into the billions. The operating cost of the war, I mean, it's always difficult to ballpark. The conservative estimate is something like 35 to 40 billion. And if you add in, all of the soft costs, it's very likely to be 80 billion. So you could, we just vaporized almost $100 billion in a month, which everyone should be like, combine it with the China piece. How is that preparedness? This is a low-level tertiary conflict, which didn't even involve U.S. ground troops. So what is a real conflict going to look? It's a nightmare. And obviously, look, money is not everything, but what it does expose is inefficiency, problems within the system, and the inability to actually accomplish the task that you set out to. We didn't destroy the ballistic missile program. We didn't change the regime. We ultimately really didn't accomplish any of the major goals. Like, we didn't wipe out all the drone factories. Ballistic missile capacity retained somewhere around 30 to 40%. U.S. intelligence leaked estimates say they still have these Chinese assets. And right now, like I said, we're monitoring this press conference, which is happening right now. And one of the first things that Secretary Hegseth has said is we're taking this opportunity to reload all of our aircraft. And so, and something I had even heard from a very, very knowledgeable source was, at the end of the day, if the war hadn't stopped, we would have had to cycle out a significant number of those air assets because they all have to go through maintenance. Like again, I'm not an expert. There's something about X amount of flight hours that they can operate in combat before they have to go through a cycle of serious. Think about it like a Formula One or NASCAR. Like the tires and stuff give out, so they all have to be changed. But instead of changing in 2 seconds, it takes a while. It takes like a week or something. And so this is the problem that we're already facing. It's one reason that the ceasefire has been probably more advantageous, I would say, to the United States, is we're not in a fight for our lives. Like, this was a retooling, get some more troops to the region, more ammunition being moved from across the globe. So that's where things seem to be right now.
Yeah, they're also pushing automakers to, basically ramp up, like, hey, can we maybe use you to make some weapons, very World War II-esque, which obviously none of that is going to happen tomorrow. But it shows you the way that this administration is recognizing, number one, how much our supplies are depleted, and number two, how committed they are to just continual war. We're going to talk later in the show about how they're already like, hey, we're on to Cuba next. Meanwhile, you've got Israel on here like, you know, who else is really bad after Iran? Turkey. Got to take a look at that. And when you combine that news with the fact that Trump has asked him for this $1.5 trillion war budget, you can see the way that they're thinking. That, you know, doesn't even count in the domestic, police force that through ICE, through the one big beautiful bill that has been escalated significantly as well. And on the China piece too, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who joined the briefing yesterday, and he is threatening Chinese banks with sanctions if they continue to allow Iranian money to flow through them. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran is used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Oh my God! Look at Kayleigh McEnany. Kayleigh McEnany. Whoa! Going back there. What's her name again? Caroline Levitt. God damn. Those lips, man. That plastic surgery is fucking her face up. Jesus.
China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you
with
that
their face?
Two Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks, but we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
Are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to get more oil to your allies?
Wow.
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be...
I don't think so. We saw something on a report that she was getting like lip injections and plastic surgery, and look, like her nose looks different too. Like
renewing the general.
Maybe it's just like her eye shadow or something, but
license on Iranian oil.
I don't know. I think it's different.
Again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th.
Right. Yeah, so she definitely had a nose job. Something like her nose looks completely different.
Has been used.
And that last part is significant to Sagar and just shows how confused the strategy has been, because originally what he's referring to is the fact that we basically like lifted the sanctions on Russian and Iranian oil because we were so worried about the oil markets and the impact on our own economy.
She's pregnant, so her nose changed.
And on any sort of, I mean, there barely is any support for the war here, and how much of a political blow that would be. They don't care about like the economic blow to your pocketbook. They're worried about their own political landscape here. Now the strategy has flipped to, all right, we're going to blockade the blockade. We're going to keep. That means that fewer barrels of oil will be getting into the market. And then they're playing a dangerous game here with regard to, these actions towards China, because we already know we went head to head with China on economic warfare, and China won. That's the bottom line. When we had the tariff fight with China, they came back and said, okay, well, here's all the rare earths and all the other critical supply lines that you do not have any access to without our help. Let's go ahead and make a deal with terms that are favorable to us. And Trump said, okay, yeah, you're right. You know what? We really can't bear the pressure that would entail.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, this whole war in some ways is like it's like the final boss of everything that we've been warning about for many years. Like if you were on the critic side. So first of all, what was the big warning? We're not nearly as good at fighting war than a lot of these people want you to believe. And at this point, I don't really know how you could think otherwise. Even the people who wanted regime change and they're saying that this was a fail. Listen to the Israelis, the people who set this out, and they're like, hey, we still have Iranian missiles. They still have the regime in power. The Strait of Hormuz was effectively blockaded. Like we had to blockade the blockade. All these troops ended up dying. We weren't able to actually protect them properly. We lost all these strategic assets. So let's put that. But the second thing is, what did we warn about 4 years ago, almost to the day? Why would these Russian sanctions ultimately be a disaster? And while they did significantly hurt Russia in the interim, Russia and China worked together to create an entire shadow banking system absent the United States, which is unsanctionable effectively because they do not even expose themselves to a level of secondary sanctions. They've created this entire banking system to make it untouchable from the U.S. That's why Iran, at the height of the war, was demanding these payments.
Yeah, but I'm going to disagree with Sagar here. Yeah, like this is a risk, right? Absolutely. When you create sanctions, you have the risk of it backfiring on yourself, right? But that's why you had to end the war in Ukraine quickly. And you can't just do unending sanctions forever against countries like China, Russia, right? Because eventually, he's right. They will crap out. And it's going to have an impact on you, right? But to not do them because of this, I think is dumb, right?
And why?
I think there's like a middle ground here. There's some sort of like, there's a lot of nuance here, right?
Because they know the currency, those payments, their eventual like contracts and etc. is untouched, not just by U.S. sanctions, but even by U.S. secondary sanctions. And to explain a bit, it's kind of complicated, but there's a difference between a U.S. sanction, as in like everyone at this bank is sanctioned, and then secondary sanctions. Secondary sanctions, again, there's many types. One of the types, I assume, which he is threatening, is the type where if you do like a bank account at Chase, right, Chase Bank. Well, let's say I was sanctioned and secondary sanctioned by the Treasury, then anybody who did business with Chase would also be subject to a sanction because they did business with me. So it's like a way to try and get the ultimate punishment. Well, we did that with Russia. And again, it survived. Not only survived, they made more money than ever before. Their economy basically became the garrison war state that Trump wants to turn us into. And their GDP went up dramatically. Also, they've lost at a minimum 100,000 men in Ukraine. Their population just doesn't care. Like, it's kind of crazy. They probably lost more than double the amount of people that have been killed in Vietnam, and everything there, like largely after several years, they mostly support the war. I don't get it. I'm not Russian. But it's like every strategy of like immiserate the population, try and use the power of U.S. economic empire hasn't really happened, you know? And the Iranians are one of the major beneficiaries of this, largely because they do a lot of business with the Chinese willing to give them spy satellites. And at this point, as long as Iran can survive, it can be a symbol of how brittle the U.S. empire actually is. At the same time, there's all these talks about talks and potentially new talks. Here's Caroline Levitt laying out what these future...
Yeah, this is something you learn about sanctions. He's right on this one aspect, but I just disagree with the whole assessment overall, right? Because, like, his argument is, yeah, so we shouldn't have done them. It's like, okay, well, you do them, you just have to target them much more specifically. And you got to conclude the conflict, right? I don't know. I don't agree with that aspect of it, but
may look like, where they might take place.
Like overall, like the structure of it.
Based apparently in Islamabad. Let's take a listen.
What's the status?
Hola, friends. How you doing?
Ceasefire, Caroline.
Yes. So I saw some reporting again back.
Oh yeah, she definitely got some work done. Look at that, guys. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this face? This is not pregnancy, guys. I demand my brownie points. Where are my brownie points? You didn't get it correct, Turtle.
Had reporting this morning that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire.
No, I'm joking. You got the brownie points, man. You're right.
Not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks.
I knew you would get it because you're a 3DS fan.
So you heard from the vice president directly and the president this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The president mentioned that in his interview yesterday, and it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the president's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side, and so we are continuing to see how these conversations go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place.
So that is an important point. The Pakistanis are actually in Tehran today. I'm going to ask Mr. Marandi about that, specifically about anything that may have come out of that meeting. What we do know, apparently, as of this morning, is that there has been some movement. Apparently, the way the Iranians are playing it is they're willing to talk on Hormuz. Largely, it's kind of difficult to blockade the Strait of Hormuz forever because Oman also has a say in that. They said, well, maybe ships can go on the Omani side, not on the Iranian side. But at the end of the day, the one thing they won't compromise on is the nukes, is that they will not agree to this 20-year zero enrichment and or giving away all of their highly enriched uranium. That's where things stand as of right now. So it's April 16th. So the deadline is, April 22nd, I believe, is when the 2-week ceasefire officially expires. There is some talk of an extension of the ceasefire. There is also some talk potentially of a new round of talks. But remember, as you guys watch the news, it's a 21-hour transit time to Pakistan. With refueling, I think it's something like a full day just to get over there. So you have to have an agreement on the talks, a resumption of the talks, and then the vice president and Witkoff and all these other people have to get on Air Force Two and then go to Pakistan. So it takes a long time before any of this works out. Of course, it's Trump. He can move the deadline at any time. He can just tweet, I've decided to extend it by 48 hours. And so, I don't know. I really don't know where things are going to go from here.
Actually, Mrs. Turtle got it? Oh, of course she did. Because she plays it. You know, I don't find it like the funnest, but I think it's incredibly underappreciated. I think it was quite good.
Here. But
especially 3. I really like 3.
As this
3 is probably the best one. Shit was going for like $300 online, dude.
As we said, we're monitoring all of this press conference. Here's a quote from the chairman, Joint Chiefs. I'd like to emphasize during this pause, not ceasefire, that the United States Joint Force remains postured and ready to resume major...
All right, Mrs. Turtle, you got the brownie points. I'm taking away the brownie points and giving them to Mrs. Turtle instead. Fuck you, Turtle. At least you're honest. I'm joking. She had a good time with that game. Yeah, no, it was good. Like, if you haven't played it, you should play it. The first one's okay. The second one's better. They just keep getting better and better. Yeah, the third one's really the best one.
Combat operations at literally a moment's notice.
Yep.
Let me be clear from General Kane. This blockade applies to all ships, regardless of nationality, heading into or from Iranian ports. May be useful.
Pray I do not alter the plan any further.
To have laid that out
Damn
at
right.
the start of the blockade, but okay. The U.S. action is a blockade of Iran's ports.
Bloodborne. Giga Chad.
And coastline, not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Enforcement will occur inside Iranian territorial sea and in international waters. So there has been some speculation, in fact. There's been a new notice from the United States Navy as of this morning, I was just looking, where it could be applied. Remember when that Iranian, submarine was sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka, I think, in the early days of the war? There was some discussion, actually, that Iranian ships in all international waters, any maritime vessel, would be subject to boarding. Very possible. There's actually an Iranian tanker, which was, I think, either in port at India or very close. It was about to offload, but then these new sanctions actually snap back. And so remember, we gave that waiver and India was like, okay, I'll buy them. Now it's like, oh, maybe we won't buy them. So It's very weird. And look, it's confused. If you were to try to read the tea leaves generally, I look at the military force, thousands more troops, aircraft carrier, just needs a week or two more to get there. You've got the chairman and
taking the scenic route,
beating their scenic route, aka away from the Houthis. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see it otherwise. Some potential deal. I don't see why the Iranians would agree to it, but They might. I mean, I was talking to you about this before. I think they've been quite cautious, actually. We're told that they're so irrational. They horizontally escalated during the war. They agreed to a ceasefire. Probably was to their detriment at this point, as Trita's laid out, because Trump could just walk away at any time, whereas they've only got about 60 days till they run out of oil storage, and then it's genuinely existential for them. If they do agree to some deal, could they really have confidence that Israel and the United States wouldn't violate that? I mean, how could you possibly at this point? It doesn't seem to structurally align, but the Iranians have a lot to lose too. Israel and the U.S. would wipe out their entire power plant, set them back 40, 50 years. It really would be a disaster, and we shouldn't pretend these Iranians who are in power, they've got a lot of money on the line as well. They're all phenomenally rich, and they own a lot of property and other assets. Same with the IRGC, who controls the smuggling economy. So maybe that's what's in it for them. I don't know. I don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, well, it's easy to sit here not being the ones like under bombardment, seeing your girls' schools and your hospitals and your top university destroyed and infrastructure and all of that, and say, hey, here's the rational, strategic hardline position you should strike. It's a very different thing when you're living that and you know people who have been killed and you have, you've got a lot personally and like on a human level very much on the line. But to your point, Hegseth in this briefing, he says he warned Iran to choose wisely or face U.S. forces maximally postured to resume their attacks. American blockade of Iran will continue as long as necessary. He said, so very belligerent language. Now that can also be, negotiating tactic, right? To put pressure on them. Could also be that the whole negotiation is yet another ruse for the U.S. to get ourselves together and get more forces into the region and regroup. Israel, we know, was down to double digits in terms of interceptors. So they were hurting. They were in a bad way. And so this may all just be delaying tactics from the U.S. It could be that we have no intention of making a deal. It could be that the Iranians really have no intention of making a deal and just want to sort of performatively show to the world that, look, we're willing to come to the table. We're not unreasonable. These are our demands. If they're able to meet them, fine. If not, then we've got other cards to play. I just want to emphasize that, we talk about these blockades in this kind of antiseptic language. This is warfare, right? Yeah. It is an act of war. And the announcement this morning means that it is the most maximalist version of the U.S. blockade that could have been imagined. That could potentially trigger a retaliation from the Iranians. Now, what would that look like? That would look like getting the Houthis engaged and closing off the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Their calculation is that we will be the ones to squeal first, because for us, this is not existential. The political landscape, obviously tenuous to say the least. American consumers already getting hurt. Energy crisis globally on the way, if not already here. So that is their calculation. They have significant amounts still of storage capacity domestically. They also have, the Iranians have some, significant number of barrels of oil that are already, sort of stored on the waterways. So they do have some wiggle room. Do we really have 2 months more where the American people are going to tolerate gas prices going up and up and up indefinitely and some sort of very likely stock market crash and whatever that looks like ultimately? So I don't know. There's Dr. Parsi, who, of course, I take his analysis very seriously because I think he's such an intelligent and thoughtful person about all of this. He thinks the most likely outcome is that there isn't an actual deal, but everybody just sort of walks away. I do have to say, though, I'm not sure that is sustainable. So does that mean the U.S. drops the blockade? That seems like kind of a, It
could be a blockade in name only. It could be, I don't know.
Because as long as you're, we may not be the most hurt by still having limited capacity and barrels taken off the market through the Strait of Hormuz, but we will be hurt by that.
Oh, yeah.
And the situation doesn't necessarily feel sustainable. So it's very difficult to see what happens. I could see the Iranians just, giving in on things that, frankly, they probably shouldn't, because they're war weary and the leaders have a lot at stake. I could see the U.S. using this as a ruse. I could see the Trita Parsi scenario of, there's some sort of low-grade conflict that just sort of continues and there's a new, worse status quo that is achieved. Any of these things are possible, but that's without even starting to talk about Israel, which of course is going to do everything possible to drag us back into war and is another wild card.
Yeah, I don't know. And then here's a breaking news from Tanker Trackers, who is, I forget the guy's name, but I really recommend everybody go follow him. He does not only the he does satellite visual analysis, but also looks at those radio signals. Here's what he says. He says, breaking visual confirmation, Iran has shipped out 9 million barrels of crude oil from floating storage in the Gulf of Oman since the U.S. blockade went into effect. Another 2 million barrels departed on 4/12/2026. What do we make of that? I don't know, right? So 9 million barrels. So according to him, there have been some 9 million barrels that were able to depart. Again, he uses satellite imagery, radio signals, and others before he is able to confirm it. And he is cited very often by the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, and taken as a very serious source. So it's one of those where the U.S. Navy at the very same time right now is General Kane is in front of the podium saying that the blockade has turned back 13 different ships and that a message to all ships that they will be turning away from Iranian ports. So I really don't know how much of this. That's another thing. The Navy says all kinds of things. Well, they said all kinds of things during the war. Half of it wasn't even true. The Iranians say a lot of shit too. A lot of it's also not true. So we don't even know what the status of said blockade is. Remember I said about the Straits of Hormuz, how the countries involved, like Oman and others, they won't even let the journalists go to Hormuz and to take pictures. So we really don't know what's actually moving through the strait. And then those.
Yeah, I'm getting it synced to the new YouTube channel. That way we won't ever miss a YouTube channel like someone over on the YouTube channel. So if anybody ever chats on the YouTube stream, we'll be good. But it looks like it's spamming. Oh, it's working. Okay, cool. Now, test. You always get junk, dude. Yeah, it's working. Cool. Alright, cool. Yeah, guys, go follow the new YouTube channel. Hopefully this one doesn't get fucking shut down. I'll put it in the description, but it's here for now.
Satellite companies, they're not showing us anything, so we don't even know what's there at the request of
Where do you get
the US
that idea?
government. Just take it all
You
with
don't hate nobody unless you are a capitalism cringe pogchamp. Maybe you
I
just
forgot
ain't
to turn
hoarding
them
enough
off.
political pins or Smith. Nah, I'm just busting your chops. Loove you like I loove stealing FDR buttons. No hate here. Only chaotic goblin energy and Memez 4 days. Come through the portal and let's loot some history instead.
Hell yeah. All right.
Serious grain of salt.
Yeah.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
right.
It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's
This
right.
I
The full
found
show helps support the future of
crazy as
independent
well.
media at Breaking.
We have some big updates in the case of the Molotov cocktail that was lobbed at OpenAI CEO
Sam
Altman's house just days ago. So first we can put this element up on the screen. This was from April 10th. The headline, man arrested for allegedly throwing Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's San Francisco home. You may have heard about this several days ago. When it happened, a 20-year-old man was arrested on Friday, quote, on suspicion of throwing a Molotov cocktail at Altman's San Francisco home and making threats also at the company's headquarters. This was according to the NBC Bay Area report. Now, yesterday, the FBI, this is the next element, raided the home that was connected to the suspect, actually, who's from Texas, in the Molotov cocktail attack. So a little bit here from the local Fox affiliate. It says the FBI on Monday raided a home in Spring, Texas, connected to the suspect accused of throwing a Molotov cocktail at Altman's house in San Francisco. Video of the scene showed a large law enforcement presence in a residential neighborhood on Monday. The home is connected to 20-year-old Daniel Alejandro Morena Gama, so 20-year-old Gen Z male, presumably in this case, we should add. So after the suspect, quote, according to the Fox affiliate, threw the Molotov cocktail at the home and fled, officers responded a short while later to a business. This was the site of OpenAI's headquarters. Now, Moreno Gama is identified as the same individual who was involved in the arson attack and the headquarters attack. So both of those connected, according to officials. He traveled from Texas. The sources close to the investigation told Fox that he was, quote, driven by his anti-AI views and was also carrying a manifesto when he was arrested in San Francisco. That manifesto has been described as a, quote, 3-part series, and it included a list of, quote, other AI executives and investors, along with their names and addresses. So, Sagar.
It's dead as fuck? Huh. It shouldn't be dead. Let me see. Working for me? I'm not even signed in. It says I'm live? Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, below. Yeah. But I put it in the chat for that reason. I have to update it. Because that account got banned. Because we played music. We played Bad Bunny and it fucking got copyright struck.
Echoes of Luigi in this case already.
Yeah, so Daniel Moreno,
not allowed to
we
do
don't
that.
know a ton about this guy. We know that he was indicted yesterday on attempted murder charges. That was from the San Francisco DA. DOJ is going to file federal charges against him. He was charged with attempted firebomb and attempt of murder on his life. Now, the complaint, as you said, says that he drove all the way from Texas. But I think for our purposes, the bigger kind of societal question is about this type of violence and like why it's happening. Okay, this is in no way an endorsement of a celebrant. Just like when we covered Luigi, you know, assassinating somebody in cold blood is disgusting. It's a crime. Should be prosecuted. But, you know, if you kind of zoom out and think about the great displacements of American workers, or even global, this is not a dissimilar phenomenon. So I was thinking, you know, to a couple of things. Actually, same conversation I had with Luigi. And actually very Luigi-like, for example, a bunch of people were posting, we have E3, a lot of people were openly, like outwardly celebrating, you know, this attack. And I mean, like with Luigi, this is I think this is really gross behavior. Shouldn't do this about anybody, Charlie Kirk or, you know, a healthcare executive or, you know, anyone else who is killed who might be unsympathetic on your side. Again, you know, as political analysts or whatever, we have to be like, okay, so what's going on here? And it does kind of remind me, if you guys are watching the show, The Gilded Age, it's on HBO. They actually have somebody in the third season, spoiler alert, sorry, it's been out for a while though, is the oligarch who's depicted in the show gets shot, right? Well, when the Luigi case happened, and I talked about this, is Luigi spent a lot of time in Japan. And he became like really obsessed with Japanese culture. And I was like, wow,
shit.
I mean,
Many
I don't know.
such cases.
Yes.
Soccer's a fucking
I don't know if
weeb.
Luigi was all that well read or not, but one of the things that was the hallmark
Who'd
of
have
the
thunk it? No, you don't have to be you don't have to be a weeb to be into Japanese culture, right? I think that's stupid, but
imperial Japanese age, especially the hyper-nationalistic age, is that there were these assassinations of business leaders who were seen as undermining the state. And so it was called gekokujo, which like roughly translates from the bottom to the top, which is like you try to kill people type assassinations to like bubble up your grievances. And so there would be all these crazy ass assassinations. And then the government would basically like forgive the assassins because they'd be so popular with the people. Because they wanted to make it seem, they wanted to punish them, but they didn't want to punish them too much because the assassins were seen as acting on behalf of the people. And it kind of led to like a madness, like a government of assassination, basically, where people thought as long as I assassinate and it's in the public interest, then the people will have my back and the government won't punish me. It created a really vicious feedback loop. But a lot of oligarchs and business leaders were included in that. In America, in the anarchist age, attacks on the like oligarchs or the hyper-capitalists it happened all the time, especially in Europe, in Russia, right? You know, assassination by anarchists and others was a long time, you know, something that not only just against the royal family and the czars, but specifically like economic ministers and others were targeted. So it's not like this hasn't happened many times in history. And I think for me, it's about displacement. So like if we were to look at the Luigi killing, he targets a healthcare executive. It is a bit bizarre, right? I mean, from what we know, he had some sort of he had a health problem, but from what we know, he was never a United Health customer, right? It's not like he had been specifically denied. Maybe he became obsessed with it and targeted, who knows what happened to him mentally. But I think just generally, like when you have large amounts of displacement.
I mean, it's pretty obvious why he did it, if he even did it. Free Luigi, he's innocent.
Economic displacement, fearfulness, also specific. This guy's only 20. Who knows what's going on in his life? We've seen this many times with some of you remember the guy who killed the illegal immigrants at the ICE facility?
Yes.
Right, you know, same thing. Weeds
in Dallas.
So somebody who's, you know, a loser, going crazy, and just ironically wanted to kill people. Right? And so I do think that this is a societal affliction. And it does say something bigger. Both the reaction, but also the attempted assassination itself, which is scary for most people who live in the country.
Yeah, and we never learn from history. There are all kinds of quotes from our own Gilded Age from like powerful people, and mostly towards the end of the Gilded Age, but about how the people who will undermine capitalism the most will be the capitalists. The people who will hurt that cause the most will be the ones who are abusing at the very top, who are abusing it and are causing such profound distrust and dissatisfaction and hopelessness. So we can put E3 on the screen. This is reactions.
Oh, I put it on.
Oh, you put it on. Yeah. So, but one of the reactions that I just wanted to highlight here is from, actually the person who posted it, who said, quote, "I didn't realize how bad it was until I saw this comment section on Instagram." So this, as Sagar mentioned, you have some people saying, for example, this should be a nightly occurrence. One ain't gonna cut it. I love how collectively fed up the working class is. The people are tired. And again, this is historically not unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Just to
This is
underline
bad.
that point,
Yeah.
like when you read those quotes, it feels ripped out of the Gilded Age, like just directly ripped out of the Gilded Age. And one of the things that people need to be paying very close
It's Chip
attention to
McGee.
is
Welcome
that,
back. How you doing?
first of all, you have two things that are showing up more and more in polling. One, people are feeling like they have less agency. They're feeling powerless. And two, I mean, I'm reading here from the Harvard Institute of Politics on their own polling. This is just from last year. Most young Americans reject political violence, but a meaningful minority express conditional tolerance, driven less by ideology and more by, quote, financial strain, institutional distrust, and social alienation. And so this is not going to be, I mean, sadly, Sagar, we see this happen every couple of months now. And it's not going to be just a short trend. This is something that's probably going to be with us for a long time. Let's put E4 up on the screen. This is this is Pew polling about data centers coming to rural areas. Virginia, Texas, and Georgia lead the country in planned data centers. So Virginia has the highest number of currently operating ones and the highest number of planned. But then after that, it goes to Texas, California, Illinois, Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, New York, Oregon, and on and on. A lot of rural states on those.
We are so cooked. Yeah, this is another reason I decided to move like Gloggy and all the stuff that I have on the stream to local, to like a more local server, right? Like I have a local, it's all running locally on my computer now. So I don't have to rely on this shit. Data centers.
Not lit.
Disgusting.
And you can see, I'm going to put this up next. This is going to be a video. Speaking of things that are ripped straight out of history, this is like ripped straight out of Eddington. Not to spoil Eddington, but it's also been out for a while.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
If you haven't seen Eddington, you need to see it. But this is like ripped straight from Eddington. This is actually somebody posted, this is from NJ.com on TikTok. This is what it sounds like to live next to a data center. Meet your new neighbor, a giant data center, is how it was originally posted on TikTok.
Oh, God, we are
the
cooked.
sound here, if you're listening to this.
Listen to this, guys. They sound like a fucking... Glad my state isn't on this list. New Mexico. Yeah. Coming to a New Mexico near you, though.
Here, the video is just from a person's porch, and you see woods in the background. It just looks like a normal house. You see woods in the background, and so the sound is what you really want to pay attention to.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful sound.
So you're just on your porch trying to enjoy an evening or your morning coffee, and that's what you hear blaring in the background. So again, none of this
It's like
is
a jet
in
engine.
any way to excuse political violence.
Can you imagine
It
hearing that all day? That would drive me insane. Finally, we get it, right? Law Dog,
explain
welcome back,
why
buddy.
it feels like we are just on the cusp of something that's about to actually get worse.
Yeah, there's a lot of tension in the country.
Yeah, for
People are very
real.
upset. There's a lot of job displacement. There's economic displacement, high interest rates. You know, don't have to explain it to anybody who's watching the show. And I do think often back to the revolutions of 1848.
You sure do. You sure do.
So let's think about what happened, right? And this, I'm borrowing a lot of this from a lot of like British history that I have read, is that there were these great displacement on the continent. And what happened is that the British ruling class effectively realized that they were going to have to give up a lot of power that they held among the aristocracy in order to maintain some legitimacy with the people, and that doing that would be economically and socially extremely painful, but ultimately it would be the only way that they would survive. And then, after the First World War, their experiment is very obviously proven correct, is that the only society which effectively stripped the monarch of all power and actually gave some, again, not nearly enough, but some power to its people was the only one where the monarchy was able to live. So Russia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, right, the Ottoman Empire, all of these other empires and monarchies fall completely. They become irrelevant, like, last names in Europe. There's only one monarch.
As technology is bringing their civilizations closer
technology
together.
and war,
Rail,
and social
telegram.
displacement. Right, and I think that you have to find some sort of a balance. So we have this extraordinarily rich country where the vast majority of the wealth is concentrated at the top. That is the new modern American aristocracy. So they basically have to make the same bargain. Is you can have short-term riches that, yes, will continue to go up. But in the long run, we know how this is going to end. You're probably going to lose it in some sort of violent revolution. Or
first-time chatter.
Crazy government takeover.
The
Or you can
notorious Max, welcome to the stream.
Voluntarily support more transitionary measures to try and stem the tide of a lot of this angst and its anger. And this is our time for choosing. The Gilded Age, it was very violent. It also was very, think about
Andrew Carnegie was basically shamed into being charitable.
Absolutely. And all of those labor disputes, remember, union strikers, they were killed in the streets. It was bad for a long time. A lot of those people died for some of the worker protections that even people enjoy today. So that did not happen. That happened at the tip of a gun. And with violence a lot of the times. And one of the reasons why it ultimately abated was because of economic changes that we made in our own society. So I hope for all of our sakes so that we do that sometime soon so we don't see any more of this. All right, we've got Kristen Breitweiser standing by. Let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Vice President J.D. Vance spoke at a Turning Point USA event last night at the
All right, and then we have this. Hold on. This was brought to my attention last night. What is wrong with him? What the hell?
Goddamn, man. Goddamn, this story is kind of crazy. So,
I was wondering if you'd covered. Nope, we're doing it now. Independent media.
Dave Chappelle came out and he said basically that he hates his new Republican friends. So for those of you who don't know, Dave Chappelle, he went through this, and by the way, before this, one of the
oh shit, we're getting a call back. This is how they used to be like. All his videos used to be him in like a dark room speaking about this stuff.
Goddamn, man.
Yeah.
Goddamn, this story is kind of crazy. So,
damn, why does Kyle look like Cash W Valhalla style?
So, Dave Chappelle came out and he said basically that.
By the way, guys, I named all the Patreon tiers, and one of the Patreon tiers, I just like thought of random names, right? Hold on. Like basic supporter, right? Gloggy fan, Valhalla leader.
He hates his new Republican friends.
Because I was like, oh, let's do that.
So for those of you who don't know, Dave Chappelle, he went through this, and by the way, before this, one of the goated comedians of all time. Like everybody I know loves Dave Chappelle, like my age group. We watched Chappelle Show growing up and shit like that. He was viewed as genuinely one of the goats of comedy, right? Well, then he went through this phase where for, 3-4 years straight or whatever it was, could not help himself and just trans joke after trans joke after trans joke. Like every special he released, he would do like fucking 20 to 40 minutes on fucking trans people. Not like literally having sex with trans people, but talking nonstop about trans people. He made a joke that he got some backlash for. He lost his fucking mind because he got backlash for it. And then he doubled down and quadrupled down and quintupled down. And now he realizes, oh shit, it seems like only hardcore Republican assholes who I hate are now still willing to ride for me. Okay? So Variety says, Chappelle says he resents how the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. Quote, I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. That's not what I was doing. So he's trying to say, whoa. When I was making, like, bigoted jokes, it doesn't really count as bigoted because I'm not really a bigot, but these Republicans actually are bigots, and, like, they like the shit I'm saying. Well, what does that tell you, Dave? What does that tell you if they like the shit you're saying when you're punching down at a marginalized community? Maybe you should reevaluate the shit you were saying. Maybe you should reevaluate the mental state you were in and the spite that you were operating with. Because, yeah, there's a reason why they like it. There's a reason why they fuck with you. They fuck with you because they think, oh yeah, he's one of us. Like, he hates this marginalized community. That's what's up. That's how they think. And, like, they're not wrong. They didn't pull that out of their ass. They have reason to believe that you're, like, an anti-trans obsessed person, right? Because you basically proved that to the world for years on end. So he goes on and he says, I was on Capitol Hill and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever asked. At first, it was the CBC people, Congressional Black Caucus. Then here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, can I get a picture? And I had already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody, but I didn't know the phrase, I respectfully decline. So I just took the picture. And then she posted the picture and said something to the effect of, just two people that know that it's just two genders, just instantly, like, weaponized or politicized. So I got to the arena, and I just lit her ass up for doing that. And she should never do that to a person like me. But yeah, here's the thing, Dave. You put something out in the world, right? And people are going to do with it what is ever the most straightforward thing. So the most straightforward takeaway from what you said was like, yeah, he doesn't fuck with trans people. He doesn't like trans people. He's anti-trans, right? He's one of us on this issue. So you can't put that out in the world and then be mad when people, abide by Occam's razor and take it at face value and then run with it. You can't be mad about that shit. And, like, I think low-key, you realize I sort of fucked up. Like, I sort of miscalculated because I thought I could still have, like, Democratic cred and left-wing cred and just, like, dissent on this one thing. And it's like, no, if you're punching down against a marginalized community, that by its very nature is anti-equality. That by its very nature is anti-justice, right? It's anti-left-wing. It's a progressive mindset. It's a conservative mindset. It's a bigoted mindset. That's just a fact. It's just factual to describe it that way. So, there's a lot of people who had some great points on this. So, Charlotte Clymer on Twitter said, if Dave Chappelle didn't expect his trans jokes to be weaponized by Republicans as hate speech and policy, he's the most oblivious person on the planet. She continues here and says, but the thing is, Chappelle isn't oblivious. He's highly intelligent and perceptive. He knows exactly what he's doing. For him to now pretend he didn't expect the secondary effects his commentary would create and encourage is a punk-ass coward move. In other words, don't act like you didn't know. Don't act like you didn't know. And you were doing all those anti-trans jokes when it was viewed as cool and edgy to be, like, on the Trump train, right? It's, like, cool and edgy to be sort of right-leaning and subversive. Like, that was during that time frame. And what did you do? You were a fucking wave rider. That's what you were. You were a wave rider and a vibe monger. That's what you were. You're like, where are the vibes at? I'm going where the vibes are at. Okay, y'all want me to sound right-wing right now on this issue? I'll sound right-wing on this issue. And that's not what real ones do. Real ones will buck the orthodoxy even if it's unpopular if you're saying some real-ass shit. So I got another one here for you. We have Sarah Gibson, who says the following. The problem with making edgy jokes that punch down on vulnerable groups is no matter how you do it, no matter your intent, you're empowering bigotry. Dave Chappelle's jokes
That's what I do, girl. Blowing your ear.
They were accurately interpreted as being defamatory of trans people. Another one. Skylar says, dude got mild internet backlash for the LGBTQ jokes in those first two specials from 2017 and has just been on an anti-cancel culture crusade ever since. That's exactly right. That's exactly what happened. And then we have this one from Capital Q. He says, Dave was having a public temper tantrum because he felt like he was being told he wasn't allowed to say things, and he quadrupled down. He's trying to frame it as comedy, but it was just childish, underwhelming, and lazy art. And that's a good-ass point, right? Like, not only was it hack in the sense that you're going after a marginalized community, the jokes weren't good, bro. It was like, it was like low-hanging fruit. It's like the, do you identify as an attack helicopter joke 78,000 times over. Like, it just came across as bland and stale and uninteresting, right? It just did. And so lazy is the best way to describe it. And then, so it's just, I mean, Dave's mad. He made his bed, and now he's going to sleep in it, right? This is the finding out portion of the fucking around. This is what you did, bro. You tarnished your fucking legacy. All for some cheap anti-trans jokes that weren't even funny in the first place. And, like, but the other thing is, don't act like you weren't warned. Everybody who was, like, criticizing him for his jokes. Now, I'm in favor. He has the free speech to make those jokes. It is what it is. He can say whatever the fuck he wants to say. But there are consequences to the things you say, right?
Correct.
That's just how it is. Like, you just got to deal with that. So, and he's not handling it well. He's not dealing with it well because now he realizes, like, especially in this moment where it's very clear, there's a rising tide of, you know, fascism and terrorism and imperialism, and Trump has lost his goddamn mind, and people on the right. I think somebody like Dave correctly looks at people on the right, like, right now, like they're literally terrorists, because they are. And so he's like, I don't want to be fucking associated with these people, but it's like, sorry, bro, you did associate yourself with them. There's no way out of that. And now you're trying to say, no, like, I'm not with you, but, you know, there's a reason why they feel like they are with you. So, you know, you're going to have to deal with that. and it is what it is. People warned you, you didn't listen, and now here we are. And then finally, God, this is so crazy. We got another RFK Jr. banger, y'all. I mean, you guys know all the stories about RFK Jr. You know that this motherfucker was like bathing in a sewage pond. Remember that? It was like a sewage creek, and he was bathing in it and taking pictures of it, and he was like bathing with his grandkids or whatever the fuck. Very bizarre, very strange. This motherfucker thinks nicotine is good for you. He takes a peptide that makes his skin darker. He's on fucking testosterone. Like, he's of course deeply, deeply anti-vaccine. He's got all these crazy ass beliefs. And there was a story of him. Remember, he like strapped a dead whale to his car or something and was driving with it, and it was like leaking fucking blood and intestines all over the road. Remember that shit? I'm butchering the specifics, but he picked up a bear, a dead bear, in like Central Park or something. Was it? It couldn't have been Central Park. There's no bear in Central Park. I guess it was upstate New York or whatever. He picked up a dead bear and like brought it home. Remember that? And like was eating the roadkill. There was allegations he ate a fucking dog. Remember that? Remember that? Like, this is a weird guy, bro. This is a weird fucking guy.
Yep.
So this guy who's the head of HHS and like quite literally the most anti-scientific person in the fucking country, we got a new absolute banger that just dropped. Ready for this? This is in the New York Post. RFK Jr. once chopped off a dead raccoon's penis to study it later during a family road trip.
Ew! What the fuck? Oh, hell no!
Oh, hell no!
Bruh.
To study it later. Yeah, what are you doing with that penis?
I have to read that.
Study? I don't want to study a penis.
That could never be me.
Sentence again to y'all. Do I have to read that?
That could never be me. Especially a raccoon penis.
RFK Jr. once chopped off a dead raccoon's penis to study later during a
hell no.
You know what I think is a great idea? Let's have that guy make health decisions for you and me. Let's have that guy decide the vaccine schedule for our kids, right? Like, let's have that guy determine what scientific research we should fund. Let's have that guy cut off, like, cancer grants. Let's do that. Like, this country, this is like straight up a sign of the end times, dog. The fact that this motherfucker has any power whatsoever. He's a goddamn crank. And then, by the way, the other thing is, all these motherfuckers in the Trump regime, they just want to be me. Like, they just want to be podcasting, right? They want to be a podcaster. They want to be a YouTuber. All of them end up getting in front of a camera and doing what I'm doing, except doing it worse, right? So now he's got a new fucking podcast. All right, well, if you're going to do the podcast, RFK, at least tell us about the time you chopped off a dead raccoon's penis to study it later. Did you suck off the dead raccoon's penis? Is that what you did? Did you lick it? Because I know you're into eating all sorts of fucking weird, creepy-ass shit. What'd you do with the dead raccoon's penis? Did you fucking dissect it? Like, I need to know. What were you doing? Were you, like, ingesting certain parts of it because you think it's good for your libido or some shit? That's some shit he would do. I'm just saying, that's some shit he would do. So, goddamn, man, holy shit. This guy's not right in the head, bro. Like, he's actually not right in the head. And you know what? He was a heroin addict for how many years? Like, I actually think his brain chemistry is fucked up. Maybe he's one of those people who, you know, is just like, he was born with some screws loose and some wires crossed or whatever the fuck. But he ain't right, dog. He ain't right. And this is the kind of person who's making all the health decisions for the country right now. Embarrassing, disturbing, and yeah. I don't know what else to say about it, but what a fucking headline, dog. What a fucking headline.
Disgusting.
Well, you're a Medicare for All guy. I have a book on my shelf.
Fucking disgusting.
If you too are interested in raccoon penis, then you should support the stream and subscribe to Cumcast, brought to you by the geniuses at GoatSex Toku. Just ask your local ISP for Cumcast.
God damn it. Welcome back, Gray. Welcome to Cumcast. Chat. Welcome to Cumcast.
University
All right.
of
Everyone, go support the new YouTube channel. Hopefully it doesn't get banned this time. Go, go, go. Here we go. Something I wanted to... Oh, poll time. Kraken Pill, what up? How you doing, girl? Oh, here we go. This was it.
The revolution might be happening. Got a warehouse fire in Ontario, warehouse fire in New York, warehouse fire in Bakersfield, Amazon warehouse fire in Ohio. I think there's a couple others that I'm not keeping up. If only you paid us a livable wage.
Businesses that provide unlivable wages should be considered fire hazards that are uninsurable.
We are officially entering Class War 2026.
I really hope this is a sign of what we all hope it's a sign of.
See, I'm just hoping that a lot more people see what's happening with all these warehouses across the country. See, I realize that this is the way.
Hey guys, what if we burn all of this down? What if all of this just went poof?
Over on YouTube.
Right there. What if all the evil people just went away somehow? I wonder how. What if they just did though?
Between the guy who torched the toilet paper factory, the person who shot up that politician's home because they voted in favor of building a new data center.
Looks like everything's working. Now, guys, we have a three-way relay. We're doing a three-way. Now the YouTube channel will be connected to both the Discord channel and the Twitch channel. And the Twitch channel will also be connected to the YouTube channel and the Discord channel. Everyone got that? It's too much gust. Yeah.
And the person who recently threw a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's face. We're about to have the whole cast of Super Mario Party up in this bitch.
Oh, for real?
So I think that we have officially reached the point where material conditions in the United States have deteriorated so drastically that a growing number of Americans, if not most Americans, feel like the only realistic way to enact political change in this country is to literally burn the entire system down and start from scratch. And this sentiment really has been bubbling up to the surface for a while now. But what's different now is that more people than ever apparently feel inclined to actually commit acts of revolutionary violence because, one, they feel like they have nothing to live for, and two, because they know that that's the only way to actually affect change. So why wouldn't they sacrifice their freedom for the greater good and become revolutionary heroes when they don't have anything to live for in the first place? I mean, if you're never going to be able to pay down your debt and buy a home, and you're just going to slave away for a large multinational corporation until you die, and you feel like you don't have a point to your life, why not do something to give your life meaning? Like, I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm saying this is the thought process for a lot of Americans, because think about it. If their entire existence is already barely tolerable as it is, since they are forced to be a cog in the machine of some corporation year after year just to barely get by, then the fear of like a multi-year prison sentence, it's no longer an effective deterrent, because the cost of losing their freedom just doesn't seem that high when they already feel like their lives have no meaning. And the fact that it's come to this, where people have this thought process where they're so desperate that they're either cheering on acts of violence towards the system at a minimum, or willing to commit acts of violence themselves, that, my friends, is an indictment of the entire system and a sign that the population may have finally reached its breaking point. People don't just think about violence on their own volition. We are products of our environment. Like, I would have never been a socialist. I would have just always been a progressive or a liberal had it not been for how terrible the system is. But because things are so bad, I was forced to seek out answers about why things are so bad, and it's capitalism. But I mean, if I were comfortable, if the system was stable and providing for people, I would have never had the instinct to seek out why things were so bad. So we are what the system has molded us to be. And as you saw, some Americans are feeling the same exact way that I'm feeling and that you're feeling. And a lot of them are expressing hope that Warehouse Luigi, aka Waluigi, may have been the spark to the flame that will lead to an actual revolution.
AKA
Because the
Waluigi.
video that he recorded of himself burning down a warehouse resonated deeply with workers who probably
missed the
fantasized
spot.
about doing the same fucking thing themselves to their jobs.
You know, if you're not gonna pay us enough to fucking live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this shit. Should have paid us enough
Like
to
this
fucking live.
motherfucker.
You know, we may not get paid enough to
Jesus.
fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap.
Now, the reason why people are raising the specter of revolution is because that doesn't seem to be an isolated incident. On the same day as that fire, which took place at a warehouse in Ontario, California, there was a different fire at an Amazon warehouse in West Jefferson, Ohio, where solar panels were believed to have been the cause of a fire. And days later, a fire broke out at a warehouse in Queens. 2 days after that, a fire at a warehouse in Bakersfield, California broke out. And there have been other fires here and there, but these were major warehouse fires that were similar to the one started by Waluigi. And the latter two are currently under investigation as to what the cause was. And with regard to the fire in Bakersfield, this is the third fire in the last 2 years at that same facility. So either someone really hates their job, or there is this underlying issue that hasn't been corrected with the building itself, or some improper practice that hasn't been addressed. But even if there is a stated cause, such as solar panels, for example, catching fire, you see a lot of skepticism online to that, because I think that people want to believe that the string of warehouse fires isn't just a coincidence. Rather, it's a sign of a revolutionary trend that the media would desperately want to downplay at the behest of large multinational corporations in order to prevent copycats, because they know there is a lot of sympathy towards people who do things like that. I mean, the revolution won't be televised after all, right? Furthermore, these fires are taking place in a post-Luigi America where acts of violence have become much more common. A day before that original fire at the Kimberly-Clark warehouse, by the way, 13 gunshots were fired at the home of a city councilman in Indianapolis following his support for the construction of a data center in their city, and there was a note left on his door after the gunshots were fired which read, "No data centers." And days after that, a man threw a Molotov cocktail at billionaire Sam Altman's multi-million-dollar mansion and then threatened to burn down OpenAI's headquarters just 3 miles away. And it was later reported that he actually had a list of other AI executives that he was planning on targeting. So the reason why people assume that arson is the cause of all of these warehouse fires is because these things are happening not in a vacuum, but within a political context where people are dissatisfied with the system, and they see this as acts of rebellion that are justified against the system that has been oppressive to us for a very, very long time. Now, I have no idea whether or not that's the case. It could just be a coincidence. I think that, I'm more cynical because a couple of months ago, there was real momentum seemingly towards the national general strike, and that just dissipated like that. So that kind of was a gut punch to me. So if I had to guess, I would say that the Waluigi warehouse fire wasn't some catalyst for revolution, but regardless if that's the case or not, the incident undeniably started a discourse about why a revolution is indeed necessary, because people no longer feel like the traditional political methods methods that we once used to affect political change are working. And they feel that way because
They don't.
that is indeed the case. The system has deteriorated to the point where voting and protesting simply doesn't produce meaningful change. And whenever systems ossify to that extent and populations begin to feel this way, that is when you do see the rise of political instability and violence and, yes, sometimes revolutions. And the problem gets worse the longer politicians wait to address it, and they don't seem to want to address that anytime soon. So, like, when people see things like this, they think, maybe this is it. Maybe this is our chance for a better future. And we've now reached the point where people, they view violence towards the system as a rational and proportional response to the violence being inflicted on them on a daily basis. And the following TikTokers explain why they think that violence is not just justifiable, but a necessity as well.
One warehouse being set on fire has been more effective than any of the 3 No Kings marches we've had in the past 2 years. And why is that? Because violence is the answer. The rich, 1%, they know that because they are violent towards us every single day. Every day, they participate in acts of violence, and we just accept it.
They can't ignore millions of dollars in products going up in flames. They can ignore a bunch of people pulling up to a major city with a bunch of Instagram-worthy signs, walking around for 4 hours, hooting and hollering.
The underpaid employee who burned down the Kimberly-Clark warehouse, whose CEO, mind you, makes $16 million a year, he did that for all of us. We benefit from his act of resistance in what is a class war that more working class folks need to acknowledge. Starvation wages are a form of violence on a human being's body. Lighting a warehouse on fire, that's a message. And that company should be grateful the message was just to inanimate objects. Resistance shows up in a lot of ways. I'm not advocating for violence, but just know that violence is being inflicted on us.
You let them convince you that burning down a warehouse is violence, but building an AI data center in a poor community's backyard that poisons the fucking air that they breathe, paying employees poverty wages, denying people life-saving medical care, letting people be unhoused and starving on the street, that right there is just the cost of doing business. Why do poor and working class people love to die defending the very same system that will never defend them, the very same system that keeps them miserable and poor? The truth is, human life will always be more valuable than a company's profit margins.
Now, even if you disagree with their conclusion about violence being a necessity, how could you argue against the points that they're making? Because it is undeniable that the traditional methods of political change are no longer viable. I mean, the No Kings protests, I think that they're still useful for organizing and making connections with your community, but they've produced zero policy changes. The George Floyd protests, the largest movement around the world ever, perhaps, led to zero policy concessions. In fact, the call for defund the police has been met with widespread mockery and denunciation, and police budgets around the country are bigger than ever. So, like, you kind of can't argue with what they're saying, because what they're saying is grounded in reality. The American system itself was the result of a violent rebellion. So what they're saying, it seems like taboo because we're told that the system is legitimate and violence against it is illegitimate. But what they're saying, just try to argue against it. Now look, because I'm a
Did he? Warehouse Luigi, go, go, go. Vote, vote, vote. Or I'm going to take away your right to vote.
Political commentator, let me just say that I unequivocally condemn violence, and longtime viewers know that I am not a fan of violence, especially violence against private property. I actually care more about private property than human life, so make note of that for any of the haters watching who want to criticize me. But putting that aside, and on a serious note, the ruling class, they would respond to the sentiment expressed by those TikTokers by clutching their pearls. We know this because they were completely taken aback by the support for Luigi Mangioni's alleged assassination of the United Healthcare CEO. There's also always wall-to-wall coverage of any riot, and obituaries were written for innocent Waymos burned to a crisp. But more and more people are realizing that, hey, this is kind of a double standard. Violence in this country is kind of asymmetric. And if we don't do violence, that's unilateral disarmament, right? People are understanding that the politicians and pundits who shame people for applauding the Luigis and Waluigis of the world are also very violent themselves. In fact, they've been telling us now for years that we have to accept genocide and ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people, otherwise we're terrorist sympathizers and anti-Semites. We're also told to just accept that our tax dollars are gonna go towards our military-industrial complex, an average of $4,000 last year, by the way. And we're supposed to accept that because death and destruction is tacitly more important than healthcare and education. So, this is just the way things have been, therefore it's the way that things always should be. We've been conditioned to think that it is normal to have tens of thousands of Americans die every single year due to a lack of healthcare because there's a health insurance industry and, it provides jobs to people. So it has to exist. Your 401ks are also tied up in that. So we just have to accept that there's going to be thousands of Americans that die simply for not having healthcare in the richest country on earth. It rings hollow when the same ruling class that subjects all of us to that violence on a daily basis makes it seem like we're the ones who are immoral for having no sympathy for a fucking, multinational corporation that lost some private property. When the same organization could not give less of a shit if their own employees live or die. And nothing illustrates that more than this story from Ryan Haas, who reports for the Western Edge about an Amazon worker dying at a warehouse in Troutdale, Oregon, which is a tragedy in and of itself, of course, but the response from management really speaks to the priorities of the company as a whole. Haas reports within moments of the man hitting the floor and dying, by the way, Sam, this is a coworker who saw his dead body, said a woman ran over and began performing chest compressions. The woman began to cry and screamed out for someone to help her. Sam, who has CPR training, asked her supervisor if she could assist. The supervisor watched the woman heaving her weight into the man's chest and gave no response. Quote, I started sobbing and said, I want to help, please. I know she's going to get tired and need to be subbed out, Sam told the Western Edge. The supervisor, who Sam perceived to be in shock, had a simple reply. It has to be management or safety team. Please get back to work. Quote, I need to help, Sam said. Just turn around and not look. Let's get back to work, Sam recalled the manager saying. As Sam stood in disbelief, watching the woman give chest compressions, the supervisor softly nudged Sam. Tears in the manager's eyes now, too.
Tears!
Please, the supervisor said, encouraging Sam to keep working. Now, at the time that I record this video, we don't know yet why this Amazon worker died on the job, but it's not the first time that workers at this particular site have been injured. But the manager very clearly was in shock and didn't know how to respond. And rather than just having a human moment and saying, yes, intervene, help, they defaulted back to the way that they were programmed to respond, which is with protocol and to get back to work. And this demonstrates that the manager had been trained by the corporation tacitly and inadvertently to value time and productivity over the lives of its employees, and rather letting that coworker sub in and do chest compressions, the manager thought, you know what, let's just go back to what we know and what we're here to do, which is make money for the corporation. Again, they were clearly shocked and didn't know how to respond and very obviously aren't suited to deal with those types of situations. But it speaks to how these large multinational corporations program the humanity out of you. Right? This is the environment that they cultivate. And it's not unique to Amazon. It's not unique to any corporation because again and again and again, they make it very clear that you're valuable to them only insofar as you're able to produce profits for the company. But the second...
Profits, yep.
You...
I just thought of that line from DS9. Profits. It's all about profits.
Become inconvenience and humanity gets in the way. You're no longer useful. And this is a more extreme example, obviously, but like think about how many...
Yeah, because they get to cut more of us out, right? And more profits. They don't have to pay the AI, right? Mm-hmm.
Other workers across the country have experienced blatant callousness from their employers too. You probably have stories yourself where you've been denied sick leave because you already used up all of your allotted sick days for the given year because you were too sick for too long, as if you can control that. Or maybe, you weren't given a cost of living raise despite the company's profitability, because profits have to be higher than last year's profits to appease shareholders, and shrinking the labor force and giving you more responsibility without the pay raise is one way to facilitate perpetual growth. How many people had to deal with that, like where they've taken on more responsibility because the company's trying to save money on labor, so now you're doing more work for the same amount of money? I've been in that position myself. I mean, our entire existence centers around profit-hungry corporations who are trying to replace us as soon as they can with AI or robots or new workers who are going to expect less since they've been with the company for, not as long. Meanwhile, the meager social safety net that we have to survive, that we need since corporations aren't paying people enough to live, is being gutted by Republicans so that way they can finance even more tax cuts for the rich to bolster, their already fat wallets and to, beef up our fucking military budget. Just useless shit that doesn't improve our lives at all. But if you dare to express disdain for the system that treats you like a cog in the machine and subjects you to nonstop cruelty and violence, you're apparently some radical extremist and you hate America, when in actuality, the feelings of resentment that this system fosters, that's not the result of political extremism. That is the result of prolonged suffering. Human beings can only take so much until they fucking break. And if nothing changes year after year, election after election, and you protested and volunteered and campaigned for your favorite candidate and did everything they say you should do, and yet nothing changes still, there's gonna come a time when just like you're gonna check out, right? You're gonna check out, and if you feel this way, if you feel like you want to check out, that's the result.
That's what he means
of
by
the
check
system
out, right?
wearing you down, not
Commit
political
seppuku?
extremism. It's called human nature. It's why more and more people are openly expressing sentiment like this.
Fuck the whole United States of America, including me. Every day I wake up in this fucking country and I realize the only way to fix it is to burn this bitch to the ground.
Oh, shit! That's a real one right there, guys. All right. I got another video lined up that's going to be perfect for this.
I have no confidence in politicians, elections. It's all an illusion of something better that never is going to come. We are slaves to a system that fucking hates us and despises us. We as humans have a God-given right to live happy, prosperous lives, free from control. This is hell, and we should let this motherfucker burn.
That rant was incredibly cathartic to listen to.
for real.
And listen, you can't fault him for feeling the way that he feels. The things that are supposed to pacify the masses, like Netflix and video games, those are no longer enough to distract us from the misery caused by the system. And the hope that things will get better after the next election, that's also not going to keep us going, because, as he put it, elections feel like illusions to placate the masses and make people think that better days are possible, when in actuality, the people seeking power aren't interested in anything more than their own self-aggrandizement. And I'm not making an anti-electoral argument and encouraging people to not vote, but to his point, when was the last time you actually felt excited for a politician in a general presidential election? Like, we're always...
Yeah, like Zoran generally has delivered, like almost right away, right? In the first 100 days, he's literally done so much, right? And not even my opinion. Look at the facts, right? Like, look at the polling that we looked at the other day, the Marist poll. I think it was like 80% of people agreed that he's a hard worker. That includes Republicans. Is like, what?
Forced to choose between the lesser of two evils, and those options get shittier each time. Like, it's always a competition between 99% Hitler and 90% Hitler.
Basically, yeah.
As opposed to, like...
And it's like Hitler and Shitler.
Who's better, right? It's just who's going to do the least amount of damage. It's just not sustainable. And after enough time, people lose hope in the system because they end up just viewing elections as contests that aren't for them. They're contests exclusively for the ruling class, where they elect new puppets, and you don't get a say. So if the election isn't going to change your material conditions, or you feel like it's not going to change your material conditions, why would you even bother to vote? This is the thinking of so many people. I'm not justifying it.
At least it wasn't in the Epstein files.
This is why people are checking out of the system, right? People have felt this way for a very long time, and things are getting so bad that people feel like the ruling class has taken so much from us that there's really nothing left for them to take, and they're left with nothing, and they're so desperate that now they think that the only way to get anything done is to burn shit down. I mean, we don't even get the crumbs that we used to get. But the thing about hungry people is that they're gonna find a way to eat. And just a handful of oligarchs have been savvy enough to understand that it's also in their best interest to make sure that the masses don't go hungry.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that one.
Too. As multimillionaire Bradley Tusk put it in an interview with LBC last.
Damn, guys, we're already at day 451. I fucking hate this crap. Let that sink in. Day 451.
Last year, quote, if we don't do anything, it seems to me you could have a world with Elon Musk and 25 other trillionaires and 19% unemployment. And to me, that just means the French Revolution is coming. And it's not like this is some new concern for the rich, because way back in 2014, Nick Hanauer penned an open letter to his fellow plutocrats warning them that the pitchforks would be coming for them soon if they continued to deprive peasants of their material well-being. And he explains that regular people have to have at least some money for capitalism to function at all. And he argues, we rich people have been falsely persuaded by our schooling and the affirmation of society and have convinced ourselves that we are the main job creators. It's simply not true. There can never be enough super rich Americans to power a great economy. I earn about 1,000 times the median American annually, but I don't buy thousands of times more stuff. My family purchased 3 cars over the past few years, not 3,000. I buy a few pairs of pants and a few shirts a year, just like most American men. I bought 2 pairs of the fancy wool pants I am wearing as I write, what my partner Mike calls my manager pants. I guess I could have bought 1,000 pairs, but why would I? Instead, I sock my extra money away in savings where it doesn't do the country much good. And he goes on to call for more redistribution of wealth, but says that the alternative is to, quote, sit back, do nothing, enjoy their yachts, and wait for the pitchforks. But more than 10 years later, the ruling class didn't just sit back and do nothing. They've become even more greedy and more entrenched in politics and are spending more money than ever before to rig the system in their favor even more. And the problem with this much wealth inequality is that at a certain point, it's not just going to affect the working poor. It's going to inevitably disrupt the extravagant and luxurious lives of the ruling class who are living it up while the rest of us suffer. And the fact that they still have the nerve to flaunt their wealth, that's a bold choice in 2026 America. But to get back to the subject at hand, I don't know if Luigi and Waluigi are signs that the dam is going to break and, you know, some Mario character's actions is going to one day serve as the catalyst for the socialist revolution. But regardless if I don't know what's going to happen, I understand why people hope that that's going to be the case. Because when things are this bad, it almost does seem easier to start from scratch as opposed to continuing to try to reform a system that seemingly can't be reformed.
Luigi not happy.
All right. Guys, like, coding is like this. Turtle, how do you do it? Tell us, tell the chat. This is Turtle Hour. Turtle Power Hour. I always knew Luigi was the based brother. Damn right. Damn right, motherfucker. All right. We got that all set. So this was pretty awesome to see on Piers Morgan as well.
On Piers Morgan's show, going up against this absolute ghoul of an IDF spokesman that you can see on the right of your screen here, Doran Spielman, and they're going to talk about the Iran war, as well as the one country in the region that actually does have an illegal covert nuclear weapons program.
What's your
and,
hourly
surprise,
rate?
surprise, it's not Iran. So let's
Turtle
go ahead and
Vibe
jump
Coding Master. Yeah, he is.
into this here.
Pierce, thank you for having me. I think actually, Pierce, we're going to look back at this as a war that was as consequential as perhaps...
No, I mean, honestly, guys, like, I'm not a coder, but I don't know how anybody fucking puts up with this as a job, right? Then again, I almost guarantee you it's the same thing with politics. So, to each their own, but still, like, coding is pretty annoying, right? Like, just one little thing breaks and it causes, like, 18 things to break. So,
if the West had information in 1936 to act against Nazi Germany. We have to put this in perspective. Wars take time.
Okay, look, I'm sorry, but I understand the critique that if you call everybody Nazis, then it kind of loses its oomph, it loses the emphasis and the effect that it has as a word or as an accusation. But if there's one country in the world that...
All right. Put in your answers, guys. 5, 4, 2, 1. Will Mehdi roast the IDF again? Put your... yeah, he's gonna crispy it. All right. All right. There we go. Put them in. Put them in. I wish I could bid. I can't bid, guys. Do it. I have a good idea for the sound effects too. How this works? Oh, it's a new system I made up. So basically, right, Ducky, you weren't here when I explained it, but basically, every like 2 hours or so or whatever, like Gloggy will randomly come up with a gamba, right? A poll. It's like a poll, but a little bit. You're bidding points to win, right? You're gambling essentially. You're gamba. You put your points in your verdict there, right? In your prediction, and then you have a chance to win more points. My gamba never came up.
You can so easily mistake it for the sea because it's fucking blue. It's fucking blue, dude.
It is. It's right there. It says super crispy. It's in there. See? You typed in super crispy, and that's actually the one winning. So if you guys are very creative, right? When you input your thing and people really like it, that has a good chance of winning, right? So it's kind of like a different kind of, it's like a prediction, right? Like, but it's also like predicting on something we're watching, or if like something is gonna break on the stream or something like that, right? So it adds another layer of fun. Yeah, I just got to do the sound effects. I think I have a good idea for the sound effects. All right, everyone, put in their predictions. Oh,
Ooh, 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 ooh.
damn right. Damn right. Thank you. Love it. All right. Thank you, Crack and Pill. $35-day stream streak already. All right. There we go. The winner is Super Crispy. What up? I love how it crashes out there.
That we're going to make a modern comparison to the Nazis.
I'm going to do some sound effects because I think it's like missing sound effects, right? I tested this out a lot, like on my own.
Thank you.
And it works pretty well. But yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So Super Crispy won. Awesome. Also, like, I have the option to let Gloggy decide who wins. That's kind of cool.
Country that's been engaged in a full-blown genocide campaign in Gaza for over 2 years now, an ongoing apartheid structure in their country, an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in the West Bank, the country that is constantly attacking all of its neighbors in offensive wars of aggression and is occupying the territories of multiple neighboring countries. That would be the comparison here, not to Iran, but okay.
Iran has had 40 years to embed. There's not been a single U.S. president, starting with Ronald Reagan, who I greatly respect, going all the way through Clinton and Obama, and Biden, who's been willing to pay the political capital to stop the Iranian terror regime, the largest regime in the world, from developing a nuclear weapon. And why? Because it requires a preemptive strike.
He just brought up Obama. We had an Obama-era nuclear agreement in place that limited Iranian enrichment and that guaranteed that they would not pursue a nuclear.
And what did Trump do? He pissed on it and threw it in the trash.
Weapon. That was already in place. That was ripped up by Trump and by Israel.
Thank you.
So no, you don't need a preemptive first strike. There's a peaceful diplomatic solution to Iran never achieving a nuclear weapon, which, by the way, they openly said they didn't want to have. In fact, you killed the Ayatollah who had a fatwa against nuclear weapons for years and years and years. I mean, just full-blown delusional here that no president ever has tried any other path, and Trump was the one guy who did the preemptive strike that was completely unnecessary. You
have to preemptively stop Iran. If you don't preemptively stop Iran from having a bomb, the alternative is you're only going to stop it when that bomb lands on your soil. And we don't want to have a 9/11 where instead of 2 passenger planes, we're dealing with an atomic weapon. And I think President Trump has been incredibly consistent from the very beginning. And here, obviously, he shares a value with Israel, which is that Iran cannot be a nuclear regime. It's very, very simple. You cannot have an Iranian terror regime that instead of blocking the Straits of Hormuz with ballistic missiles, they can block the Straits of Hormuz with a nuclear weapon. You can't have a regime.
Yeah, except they weren't blocking the Strait of Hormuz before you launched this war against them. It was free passage before this.
That when they shoot at Israel, which we've had more than 6,000 of their weapons, both from Hezbollah and Iran, we've had over 1,000 over the last 12 months, any one of them loaded with a nuclear weapon. We have to take a step back here. We see the face of the regime. They're an evil monster. They're hitting their own allies. How could we even conceive that we would not take the opportunity to eliminate this before it grows? And the shock, Pierce, is that I have people like Mehdi, who's going to join us shortly, and people all over these kind of this liberal fantasy land that you can transplant what you hear in the Oxford corridors. If you just act nice and you kind of reason with them, well, maybe they want a bomb, but they're not really going to use it. It's only for civilian energy. What are we talking about? Wake up. This is the face of terror with a bomb that's being stopped. And therefore, I think President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it should be the entire Western world, has an opportunity to stop this before it happens. And I think, if anything, it's praiseworthy, Pierce.
Okay, Mehdi Hassan, it's praiseworthy. Well, it's not praiseworthy. The entire war has been a disaster. I think everyone agrees on that. Even the Israeli opposition agrees it's been a disaster the way Netanyahu and Trump have handled it. I think any objective person can look at the state of this war, even if you are pro the US government, pro the Israeli government, and say it's been a success. But let's put that to one side. I want to take on board what Doran said across the board, because a lot of it was pure projection. I mean, I'm hearing him talk about monsters in charge of governments, the face of terror, nuclear weapons. Who are we talking about here, Iran or Israel? Because I would ask a few questions for your viewers to consider today as they listen to Doran. Which country in the Middle East has nuclear weapons? It's not Iran, it's Israel. Which country in the Middle East has not signed the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty? It's not Iran, it's Israel. Which country in the Middle East is defying a UN Security Council resolution calling for that country to open up its nuclear facilities to IAEA inspectors? It's not Iran, it's Israel. Which country in the Middle East attacked 6 countries in the Middle East last year? 6. It wasn't Iran, it was Israel. So Iran, for all its many sins and crimes, is not the rogue nuclear state in the Middle East right now. That country is Israel. As you said, Piers, in your introduction, global public opinion has made it very clear that they see Israel as the threat to regional and international peace right now. You pointed out, Piers, that it's Benjamin Netanyahu dragging American Republican presidents into wars of choice, Iraq in 2002-3, and now Iran in 2025-2026.
And keep in mind what Benjamin Netanyahu said in the lead up to the Iraq invasion. He went before Congress, and I'm not even kidding. I can't remember the exact quote, but he said something to the effect of, if we topple Saddam Hussein, then peace and stability will reverberate throughout the region for years to come. Like, this is the kind of advice that we get from the Israelis, fighting wars and wars and wars on their behalf or to their benefit. Not so much the Iraq war, because I think even without Israeli pressure, the Bush administration still would have gone into Iraq. But with the Iran war, there's not even a plausible case that this was in the best interests of the American people. It was purely for the sake of trying to allow Israel to achieve complete, unchecked, hegemonic control over the entirety of the Middle East. That's what this was about, right? This is why we've participated in the wars in, Iraq and Syria, and now in Iran, and toppling Gaddafi in Libya. It's to give Israel complete, unchecked control over the region. That's the purpose of this war, and it's completely backfired because now Iran is arguably in a stronger position than they were before the war. They weren't blockading the Strait of Hormuz before this war. You had American bases all throughout the region that weren't completely destroyed before this war. I mean, obviously, the U.S. is desperate right now for some sort of an agreement, and it's because everything has blown up in our faces. When you could have gone with the diplomatic route, you could have not ripped up the Obama-era JCPOA nuclear agreement in the first place. But this is the route that we decided to go down. Now we're going to skip ahead here to a little bit more from Mehdi and Doran here in terms of Israel's nuclear weapon program, where this guy completely stalls out trying to justify how Israel can launch a war against a different country for a non-existent nuclear weapons program while they themselves have a covert nuclear weapons program. Let's go ahead and watch this.
There's not a single Series 7 binding UN resolution.
You're wrong.
And there is a number of...
You're lying. Everyone can Google it right now. UN Security Council resolution
against Iran's
487. People can Google it.
Mehdi, you just said it yourself.
You can talk over me.
Basically just
UN Security Council resolution
You're saying that Israel...
487.
Mehdi, one second. We can't
talk over me. I'll wait and make my point again. Well, let me just make one point and then I'll let you speak indefinitely. UN resolution 487. You can Google it right now. People can watch it at home. In 1981, the Reagan administration voted for it. It calls on Israel to urgently open up its facilities to IAEA controls. That is a UN Security Council resolution which is binding under international law. Israel has been in violation of it for 45 years. Why are you in violation of it? And do you accept that Israel has nuclear weapons? If you won't accept that, why should we take anything you say seriously on anything else?
It is not a binding resolution. However, I want to get your point because I think you just answered it for me. You said that this has been, Israel, according to you, has been in violation for 40 years. So therefore, you're assuming Israel's had a nuclear weapon for 40 years. Can you tell me one time, Mehdi?
It has.
One single time.
Are you
where
denying
Israel has threatened another country with
Doran,
nuclear weapons? Can you
It doesn't matter, dude. You're changing the goalpost, right? The goalpost is, oh, okay, all of a sudden we're like Iran is a huge threat. Why? Because of nuclear weapons. More. Okay, well, Israel's the one who's done 6 wars in the region in the past 3 years, right?
Tell me,
God
Mehdi,
damn it.
one time when the Israeli
Last
prime
week.
minister
Last week.
under an entire command center
Excuse me?
Last
that would
week,
have the
Ben Gvir
ability
threatened nuking
with
Iran.
massive
Last week.
controls. Just one
I
second.
answered
to
your
do that.
question.
That is
Last week,
referred
Doran.
to another country. Hold on, Mehdi. Another country, as you and I both know, that Iran, who you have projections about, the supreme leader, right, Ali Khamenei, which I'm very curious why you defend him and his entire regime. Ali Khamenei refers to Israel as the little Satan. And we both know how he refers to the United States, meaning the spiritual leader. You've called him a spiritual
Doran,
leader.
you're not. Let me jump in here.
Even from
Doran.
Okay, I mean, this point is completely irrelevant to the question of whether or not Israel has an illegal nuclear weapons program, which, by the way, they absolutely do, and they have had for decades and decades and decades here. But did he just actually try to make the case that when has Israel ever referred to another country or another group of people as like a little Satan or a great Satan, as Iran does to the United States of America and to Israel? Which, by the way, I wonder why some Iranians refer to us as the great Satan. It's almost like we've been sanctioning their economy into oblivion for years at this point. It's almost like we've been trying to overthrow their government for years, threatening war and now engaging in open warfare against them. But if we're talking about Israel, we have a direct comparison to that kind of rhetoric.
For real.
Pre-genocide, or at the beginning of the genocide in Gaza, we had multiple Israeli officials who were using the biblical story of Amalek that openly called for wiping out your enemies, women, children, infants, sucklings, the camels, the sheep, the donkeys, everything. It said to wipe the entirety of the civilization out. They openly used that language and continue to use it to this day. So there's a direct comparison to what he's talking about. about here, but let's go ahead and continue.
The spiritual leader Ali Khamenei calls America the great Satan.
Let me jump in,
and you want to
please.
give him a nuclear
Doran,
weapon?
stop
Israel
talking.
and the U.S. are fighting together against
please
terror
stop
regimes.
talking.
You're
I am
comparing us?
here. I am here. And I am moderating this panel, much as you both like to just get off without me. Many raises the point I have raised with a number of pro-Israeli guests in the last few weeks. Why is it that Israel does not admit it has nuclear weapons? And are you prepared to do so now?
Israel, as we all know, is a state that upon its very founding faced an existential threat from 7 countries that attacked it. We also know that in
This line
1967, Israel was attacked by 3 countries, followed by 1973, followed by the Gulf War in 1981, followed by Hezbollah and Hamas. There's probably not been another country on earth
What's this
that has
got to
been
do
attacked
with
as
you
much
being
as Israel.
transparent
And
about
I'm
having
going to answer
nuclear
you. According
weapons?
to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Israel has not signed and therefore is not bound by, Israel, if it maintains a nuclear arsenal, it has not used it, and if it maintains it, it is because it
Why are you
faces
saying if?
existential
You know
threats.
the answer.
Hold on. And since the
Did you catch what he just said there? Number one, he says, if Israel has a nuclear weapons program, okay, we all know that they do. Stop pretending that you don't know that they also do as well. But another thing that he snuck in there is he said, well, we're not signatories to this standard.
All right, cool. It's working. Let me get it canceled. I got it, guys. We're canceling it. Like the plague. Exactly.
And so therefore the standard doesn't apply to us. I mean, that's remarkable, right? He's simultaneously saying Iran is in violation of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty because they're signatories to it, even though they don't have a nuclear weapons program. But Israel gets to violate the NPT because they're not signatories to it. So in other words, like, if we don't agree on paper to abide by international law, we get a free pass to ignore international law. That's the actual argument that he's making here.
Holocaust, which today is International Holocaust Day in Israel, not it's Israeli Holocaust Day, and we are mourning tonight 6 million Jews that have died. Israel maintains the ability never to rely on anyone else, and therefore, Israel is not bound by the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. It didn't sign on. Who is bound? The United States is bound, and it has followed it.
Yeah, but how
And
can
guess
you
what?
demand?
Iran,
How
hold on,
can you
wait,
demand?
Pierce,
Yeah,
Iran,
Doran,
I answered
Doran,
you.
you're
I
not
answered
answering
you.
my
It's because of
question.
an existential
Doran,
threat.
Doran.
But I just want to say Iran has signed it and
can you-
violated
Doran,
it from 2002.
How can you, with a straight face, defend Israel's determination for full transparency by another country over its nuclear weapon ambitions when you have so far steadfastly ducked my very simple question as to whether Israel has its own nuclear weapons? And if
I have not ducked your question.
Do you
I'm
have them
answering
or
you,
not?
Pierce, and I explained to you that while I do not have first-hand knowledge of Israel's nuclear facilities, like you, I've heard the foreign reports.
You don't
and would
know. You
assume
don't
that it
know.
is hold on. I'm answering. Pierce,
As a
that's my
reservist
answer.
IDF
And I would assume
spokesman,
it's highly
you don't know if
likely-
Israel has nukes.
I would assume it is highly likely, as do you, that Israel has a nuclear program. Israel never signed the NPT, and the reason Israel never signed the NPT, I would assume, even though I wasn't in the room, is because Israel maintains its individual right to defend itself. To compare that now to Iran.
There you go. Oh, so it's okay to have nuclear weapons for Israel to defend itself, but Iran, no. Double standard, right?
Iran and a potential nuclear program in a regime that is the world's number one global
This is brain rot, guys.
terrorism. Or they are not just
debate brain rot.
They engineer the idea of terrorism. They represent terror that has killed 241 American Marines.
Okay, look, if you're gonna do the propaganda,
Dr. Eggman,
if you're gonna do the Hezbollah talking points, at least like make somewhat of an attempt to make it believable.
Thank
He's
you.
saying not only is Iran the greatest, terror threat in the world, which
It's because of
just at face value,
because
it's
of
not
nuclear
true.
bombs. But Israel can have nuclear bombs because that's why they never signed the agreement. Right? And we actually went over the reasons how Israel got a nuclear bomb, most likely, right? It looks like they probably did a nuclear test with South Africa. Right? The racist apartheid South African regime back, I think it was in 1979? I forget the exact date, right? But it was in the 70s. And basically, one of our satellites, right, guys, it was a very long video, so I'm trying to condense all this stuff down. But basically what happened was one of our satellites detected that we have in orbit, right? Detected a glow right off the coast of South Africa, right? And that glow is uniquely present only in like a nuclear bomb, like in fission attacks, right? And basically when you drop a bomb or when you detonate a nuclear weapon. So they ran it, like they ran the algorithms, they looked at the information, and it was definitely a nuclear weapon. The thing is that it was right off the coast of South Africa, right? That would mean that South Africa kind of knew this was happening, right? They denied any sort of knowledge on this, right? But it looks like the Israelis were also involved with this, right? And this is how they got nuclear weapons, but will never actually say they have them, right? So, yeah. And then when, like, the commission in the Senate actually investigated this, they just sort of waved it off and said, it was something else, right? I forget their exact, like, rationale, but clearly it was like the Israelis knocking at the door being like, hey, we need to not put this out there anymore, right? Because they were trying to get a nuclear weapon and they succeeded, right? They tested it. So they tested it with the racist South African government at the time, which would make sense why they would want also nuclear weapons in case they ever got attacked or sanctioned, which they did later on, right? Whoops.
We could talk about the history of the United...
Because think of it this way, Israel can't... Like, the way Israel's surrounded... First of all, it's a very small country, right? So to do a nuclear weapons test in, like, in the Mediterranean, right? Or anywhere in Israel would just be a disaster, right? So why not just do it off the coast of South Africa? They're old buddies, yeah. So there you go, guys. Like, you know, quickly summing it up, there's more to it, especially with the commission. But like the fact that the commission got kind of buried underneath all the pressure from Israel kind of shows you that, first of all, who's in charge even back then. Secondly, what is really going on here, right? This is not about nuclear weapons. This is about making Israel a regional hegemony, right?
States over the last, post World War II period. We could talk about the terrorism of the Israelis. By the way, fun little fact here.
My butt is always making a nuclear test in the toilet. Oh, shit. Yeah, but the opinion is shifted, so yeah.
For you guys, but did you know that the IDF was literally founded by the combination of multiple Israeli terrorist militias like the Irgun and the Haganah and others as well that became the IDF, literal terrorist organizations that then became this organization. But beyond the point of, well, they're the biggest terrorist organization or terrorist threat in the world in Iran, he also makes the case that Iran invented the concept of terrorism. Really? They invented terrorism. I mean, what are we doing here, guys?
41 American Marines. They have killed 85 Jews in Buenos Aires. They have killed thousands of U.S. soldiers with roadside bombs. They have carried out 22, according to MI5, mass casualty attempts in England since 2022. They just killed 40,000 of the protesters. Israel has a protest about cottage cheese. Israel's protest every day. How can you compare the idea that Israel would have a nuclear weapon and Iran, the potential of Hitler?
Israel has protests about cottage cheese. No, you know what Israel does have protests about? They had a protest because a couple of IDF soldiers, they were floating the idea of holding them accountable for brutally sexually raping a Palestinian man who was in their detention. Okay. And then you had a response from Israeli citizens and soldiers and from Israeli high-level politicians who took to the streets and demanded that those soldiers who were caught on camera sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee, they were caught on camera doing it, and they took to the streets saying, free these men. And then they became these TV superstars in Israeli society.
Let me respond. I noticed that Doron said that Iran killed 30,000 of its people a few minutes ago. Now he's saying 40,000. By the end of this discussion, it'll be 100,000. It's funny how they inflate the numbers of people killed in Iran, but never recognize the 100,000 people you killed in Gaza, that your military killed in Gaza, 100,000 people minimum killed in Palestine, which are actually verified numbers by international organizations like the Lancet Medical Journal. You deny those. But let's put that to one side and deal with some of the stuff you've been saying. Number one, just some fact checks. A UN Security Council resolution is binding under international law. The Reagan administration voted for it, and you've never followed it. You proudly say you haven't signed the NPT. People watching at home will laugh their heads off. You're basically saying, because we didn't sign an international treaty, we don't have to follow international law. So then why doesn't Iran just pull out of the NPT? Why doesn't everyone just pull out of the NPT and do what Israel did?
Thank you, motherfucker.
You
Jesus.
say Israel reserves the right to defend itself. That old chestnut. No other country in the Middle East is allowed to defend itself. Israel is the country that bombed, count them, 6 countries in the Middle East last year. I can't think of a single country on planet Earth,
so good,
aside from
guys.
the US and Israel, that bombed half a dozen countries in the calendar year 2025. That is your country that you're defending, a rogue nation that bombs whoever it sees fit and then claims to be a victim. You say that, for example, you mentioned in your comments, you said 1967 we were attacked. Complete flat falsehood. Israel attacked first in 1967. Everyone knows that. It's a documented fact. You can call it a preemptive war, but you can't just lie on here and say you were attacked. You were not. You said that Iran pioneered the use of terrorism in the Middle East. Actually, that was the Zionist gangs. That was the Stern Gang and the Irgun who blew up British diplomats, bombed the King David Hotel, hung British sergeants, attacked British civilians and military and Arabs. It was actually Jewish and Zionist terror gangs that pioneered terrorism in the Middle East 100 years ago. So a lot of your facts are just completely wrong, and you're dodging Piers' central point, which is that you do have nukes. You know you have nukes. You're not allowed to say you have nukes, which makes this whole conversation so absurd. But the idea that you would come on TV and go after someone else's civil nuclear program, remember the US says Iran did not have a weapons program, while you yourself have weapons. That's the US intelligence community's view. They said last year. That is what the US said last year. The US annual.
Then why do we need
let me read out the quote to you.
Program that you support.
Let me.
All right, we can go ahead and wrap it up there, guys. But I mean, look, he's completely correct. This is a ridiculous conversation. We're expected to sit here and indulge in Israeli talking points of how they're the true victims, even though, as Mehdi pointed out there, they bombed 6 different countries in the last year, how they've never engaged in offensive warfare before. They're perpetually the ones who are under threat, who are under attack. They get sort of like an exception from this rule that a country shouldn't have an unchecked, covert, illegal nuclear program because I guess something, we're the good guys and Iran are the bad guys, even though we're the ones who have now multiple times engaged in offensive wars of aggression against Iran. I mean, it's all just such a ridiculous conversation. But this is the kind of style of talking points that we get from Israeli Hasbaris, like this IDF spokesman. It's one of a couple of different things. Either it's, perpetual victimhood even when you are the aggressor, or it's, in many instances, accusing people of anti-Semitism. And guess what? The American people and people all around the world just aren't falling for it anymore.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps.
Oh, wow. He's filling in for Kyle. That's cool. All right. Now we got this.
Whoops. George.
We had it here. Okay. No wonder I didn't play it.
I've actually fucking had it with the United States of America because, baby, we are living all types of fucking wrong. Like, you mean to tell me I gotta go to work 40, sometimes 50 hours a week only to get 2 weeks of paid vacation while the rest of the world gets fucking 5? Peasants used to get 154 days off. I'm not even treated like a fucking peasant anymore. I gotta drive an hour to work and back if I'm lucky. If I pay to fucking commute, I'm paying for a train or a bus or an Uber fucking ride. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm paying for fucking tolls on fucking roads that my tax dollars already pay to build and fucking maintain. I gotta pay to get a fucking driver's license or a license plate for the fucking driving on the roads that my tax dollars are getting paid to build and fucking maintain, then I need an oil change, a tire rotation. Pads are fucking $1,000 per axle on a base model Kia Optima, bitch, since fucking when? You narrowly avoid all that shit by the skin of your fucking teeth. You still gotta afford groceries. You gotta restock the house with toiletries, cleaning supplies. You gotta redecorate every 5 years because whatever the fuck you had done, guess what? It's out of style. And here's an algorithm that's gonna program you into over fucking consumption. You don't have enough eat, pray, love candles in your fucking house. More fucking stickers, taxes, tolls, tickets, and then the fucking kids need fucking photographs. You gotta pay fucking $40 so it can go into a fucking pedophile database. You gotta buy them a new outfit. You gotta buy them Neatos because the algorithm is working double time on their overconsumption just as well as it fucking is yours. Now I gotta drive around in different Five Belows after I work fucking 50, 60 hours a week commuting and paying tolls, paying fees through the fucking nose. I turn around and pay my light bill, my water bill, my electric bill, my Comcast, you fucking name it. They want to charge me a fee to pay them the fucking money that I owe them, bitch. You can't even waive a $5 fee for me to fucking pay you. I gotta sit on fucking the phone for 6 minutes arguing with AI just to get a fucking human being on the phone.
Like, everything she's saying, guys, is exactly true.
And tell me why I'm paying to fucking pay them. Shit's fucking bullshit, bro. I gotta pay.
I literally had to call T-Mobile, Deutsche Telekom, how dare you, Germany, insulting as fuck, to lower my bill because that's what it was before. And I spent an hour debating them. They fucking did it because of course they did.
Property tax, income tax, social security. I gotta pay a fucking sales tax. Also that my fucking pedophile of a Satan worshiping, baby eating president can blow up fucking children halfway across the world and stop resources. We got a looming energy crisis. We have a fucking food shortage affecting the entire fucking globe. My tax dollars don't go to fucking healthcare. They give me just enough healthcare to keep me alive long enough to fucking work, but you know, like sick enough so that I'll die before they actually have to pay me fucking social security. They feed me fucking poison. I'm too fucking tired to cook anyways, and if I could, it wouldn't fucking matter. Because now it costs the same to buy groceries that it does to eat out every single fucking night, but at least I ain't gotta fucking cook. There's no health benefits to cooking your own food unless you growing that shit, and even if you growing that shit, you still got chemtrails and other pollutants in your fucking environment. You can't win for fucking winning. And then you gotta fucking take Ozempic and go to the gym 5 days a week, 2 to 3 hours a day, just to maintain an overweight fucking BMI. Just to be overweight by definition of the rest of the fucking world. I literally can't take this shit. I gotta take vitamins and supplements and peptides just to have enough energy to commute an hour to work and work 50 fucking hours a week to get shitty fucking healthcare. I'm fucking spent. Then I gotta have a hunt, grow, build, fish. All of that shit costs to do on my own motherfucking land that I'm already fucking paying property taxes on. It's fees on top of fees on top of fees. They charging fees for fucking fees now. They just making shit up at this point. And I swear to God, I can't tell up from left, down from right. I can't fucking do this shit anymore. And all while this shit is happening, they're fucking constantly attacking your psychological, and even the most strongest person falls victim to the fucking propaganda. They're telling women that being a woman is standing 10 toes down and looking like a Kardashian and being independent and not needing a man. That's what it means to be a woman nowadays. And what does it mean to be a man? It means you fuck a bunch of different bitches and you fucking hate women. All of that shit just attacking love and the central nuclear home in the United States of America so they can have access to turn our children into their fucking slave force. So that they can make our fucking children so miserable they're willing to go and fight off from war. And if they're not doing that, then they're raping and eating them at fucking Epstein Island. Every time I turn around, they're either charging me or attacking me or finding new and creative ways to fucking poison me and kill me and squeeze me for every motherfucking dollar I got, and I can't take it. And then the whole entire fucking world hates you for what your government has done to you, and you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Y'all just kicking me when I'm fucking down. I can't go anywhere because they fucking hate us, and even if they didn't fucking hate us, I don't have the fucking money to go there. And if I did have the money and they didn't fucking hate us, I don't have the fucking creative know-how to fucking get there because my government filters me from accessing any legitimate fucking exit.
This is like an epic rant.
Plan. And even if I could, ICE is now in the fucking airports. TSA has been defunded. It's a fucking bitch to travel. And next they're going to be closing borders so they can build concentration camps with my tax dollars while a ruling class of Satan-worshipping, baby-eating pedophiles comes for my fucking kids every way, shape, or form. Bitch. Taxes, fees, taxes, tolls, taxes, check engine light, taxes, tickets, taxes, pedophiles, taxes. Bitch, I'm done.
Yep.
I've actually
You guys are really good at hauling up junk, huh? Has anyone even caught a legendary? I think the most you've ever caught was an epic, right? One person, I think it was Jersey, who caught the epic.
So Donald Trump might have become the most honest American president ever.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. It's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
And honestly, this feels kind of refreshing because at least he just said the thing. And as Trump and his administration remind us that we can't have health care or child care because we need to fund a senseless and bloodthirsty war, there's an unsurprising lack of response from the opposition party. Oh wait, actually I'm wrong. The Democrats, they posted about it, and then Chuck Schumer wrote a strongly worded statement. So I think we're good now. And it honestly is starting to feel like American liberals, and liberals more generally, have more in common with fascists than they do with leftists. You know, they were cool with Liz Cheney being part of their big tent coalition during Harris's doomed 2024 campaign. And now many of those same Democrats are out to get Hassan Piker, claiming that he's just as bad, if not worse, than figures on the far right. And this idea that when push comes to shove, liberals will side with fascism to protect capitalism is explored and explained in Dr. Clara Mattei's recent book, Escape from Capitalism.
This work was really about showing how austerity is not a natural order of things. It comes about in specific moments when the system shows its fragility. And that's what I based kind of the theorization of Escape from Capitalism on, is to say, well, the capital order is, again, really stressing the fact that this order is political and is enforced actively by governments and other state institutions.
You love that fucking sound, huh?
Economic institutions at large.
Fucking libs. Yeah, I'm so tired of these libs.
Book, which has the subtitle An Intervention, argues that capitalism is in no way a natural or scientific system. It's a...
Correct. It's entirely man-made, right, guys? This is why I also I go a step further, right? People automatically assume money is a natural phenomenon. Guys, money's only been around for about 10,000 years, and not many people used it back then, right? It was a few societies that used it, and then it started becoming more and more of a thing, and now everyone uses it. But, like, the idea of money is also directly tied to capitalism, right? So I think we need to be willing to also put up with that. Obviously, like, I don't think we're going to get rid of money in the near future right away. Bait gone, hook gone, Gloggy looks up, sigh. I added that one. That should get you negative 1,000 points. But what about my Louis V? Invest in a new phone, girl. Instead. Of course not. They're going to keep the idea of money for evil fascist monopoly game. Exactly, right? But this is why like, I don't think you can have a system like this where it's constantly just about money, right? Constantly just focused on money. So it's more than just capitalism, right? Because there are still a lot of people on the left who want to play by the rules of, like, money, and it's like, well, how about something better than that, right? Something that's actually gonna not be the same system, slightly revamped, or revamped in a different way, right? I said it's meant to be a solution. It's more, yeah, exactly. Funny thing. But again, I don't think we're going to get rid of money anytime soon. So I'm also realistic, right?
A specific political project.
I don't think money works. Agreed. Yeah, I think money, like, works at like being very quick at exchanging for stuff, but in terms of taking care of one another and providing like basic necessities, I think there's a lot of flaws with it, right? But again, I don't know what we could replace it with, right? We don't have the technology to replace it. I think we're starting to like at least consider it as an option to get replaced, right? But I don't think we're going to be there anytime soon, right? Like, I hope so. I think this is why I talk about this stuff, right? Because we have to be willing to have these discussions and to, like, be honest with ourselves. Like, this is a part of capitalism, right? This is a part of the system, money. And if we're not talking about this, then that creates a whole bunch of other problems.
As an economic system that weaponizes concepts like austerity, unemployment, and development to enrich the capitalist class while further dehumanizing and exploiting working people like us. Now, this obviously sucks and is true, but Matei makes the point that precisely because this isn't a natural or necessary system, it can be escaped, deconstructed, and eventually destroyed. Now, to use my own language here, she's basically showing how the capitalist economic project has turned into a sort of political theology, where we treat the free market system like some holy and preordained way of life given to us by God. And as I've shown in recent videos, a lot of evangelical figures are quite literally willing to argue that capitalism is Jesus's preferred economic paradigm. You know, like, take this credit card and build up debt, because when you do, you will consume with my flesh and blood, or something like that. But of course, this quasi-religious way of life does not serve people, it serves profit. And the implications of all of this are quite bad, as Matei points out in her book.
So something This deadline that President Trump has set, 8 p.m., has threatened to destroy a civilization. How does an investor process that? Is it a bigger upside risk or downside risk?
Now, something she emphasizes that I think is really important is the idea that capitalism is a fundamentally inhumane system. Like, it's quite literally anti-human. Now, if we want to use the pro-life, anti-life paradigm favored by many of capitalism's biggest fans, it is an anti-life system. And that's both in terms of human life, plant and animal life, and even the very conditions that sustain biological life in general on this planet.
If we're going to protect natural systems, one of the solutions is to bring nature onto the balance sheet.
So on this month's Burns After Reading, let's talk about why I think this book not only speaks to one of the very apparent contradictions of our time, but also might help us articulate some of these things in a way that makes anti-capitalism more palatable to our liberal friends who are starting to understand that things are really, really bad, but might still struggle to understand precisely why. Okay, let's start here. Economics is political.
In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years.
It's not a science or some objective metric of understanding financial and social reality. But for generations, we've been taught the lie that somehow economics can be disconnected from the political and more specifically the human, and this decoupling has led to a large-scale depolitization, where politics happens via voting and posting and donating money, and all the economic stuff that actually runs our lives, that's largely apolitical. You know, the system is just running itself, jacking off with invisible hands. Now, in the book, Matei writes that, like The Economist of a century ago, modern economists use language that hides an existential concern for a system that is actually neither eternal nor natural. You know, we might think here of the 2024 election where the Democrats repeatedly told us that actually the economy was good, even though for most of us, our lived experience didn't agree with that. And now in 2026, we're seeing the same thing as markets fall and prices go up, and Trump tells us that it's all good and eggs are cheap and gas prices are going down.
$1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? You know, that's...
You are a worthless pile of
Now, as Matei writes in this book, there are no economic problems that are not inevitably also political problems. This makes sense of why those in political power will do stuff that makes no sense to us and seemingly makes our lives actively bad. Mattei also writes that what is irrational according to the logic of needs is entirely rational according to the logic of profits. In other words, the market doesn't really give a shit if we can afford gas, eggs, or rent. It's solely oriented towards the purpose of shoring up profit for those in control of capital. Your ability to enjoy your life is completely incidental to those ends. And as Mattei gets at in this book, it's not just incidental that this system makes most of our lives way worse than they could be. She writes that to satisfy our needs, we depend on a system whose logic is not only indifferent to them, but also requires our exploitation. And we can put that in simple terms. We are dependent for our means of existence on a system that is fueled by the active exploitation of our human existence as such. There's no such thing as capitalism for everyone or wealth creation for the whole middle class, as that's counter to the operations and the underlying logic of the system itself. Insert your preferred metaphor for this in the comments. And that's why Mattei writes that capitalist wealth is grounded in inequality and human alienation. So again, this shit is not accidental. It's very much a part of the system itself. But this is why Clara points out how the use of austerity and unemployment by the ruling classes are, to put it in academic terms, fucking bullshit. Because as we saw earlier in the example of Trump, there is always money in the proverbial banana stand. It's just that we don't get it because that money needs to pay for things like war and corporate tax cuts.
Capitalism and war go hand in hand.
So when governments preach austerity, we need to ask who is being told to spend less and who is still free to use seemingly infinite money on bombs, tanks, private jets, and making sure the billionaires don't have to pay taxes. It's the same with unemployment. Mattei gets into this in the book, but think about it in this way.
Seems like a good book.
Who benefits from full employment and who benefits from continuous unemployment? Get there? You think about it? You put your answers below? Okay. Because as you probably know, if we all had jobs, there would be less scarcity in terms of work.
Here, there's that word. Scarcity
and wages, and then employers would need to compete to attract and retain.
See, and that's the real problem with all this stuff is scarcity, right? People say, oh, this problem, this would fix this would fix that. No, because the Soviet Union, right, also had scarcity. All these countries, every single society we've lived under ever since we've been born, and for the next probably to this day, right? All the way back, has had scarcity. All right? They've had a scarcity mentality.
Employees, us, and those employees would then have bargaining power to use against potential forms of exploitation. On the other hand, when there aren't enough jobs for everyone, employers have the power to take advantage of that scarcity to pay less and treat workers worse because they don't have other options. This, of course, also hurts attempts at unionization and workers' organizations because it's way more risky to organize when you can be easily fired, and then if you get fired, you know that there's not other jobs to go get. Now, one temptation that we might reasonably have when we first come face to face with the reality of capitalism is to critique it in terms of its immorality. And I get it, right? Like, it is immoral. It does feel bad, and an appeal to human morality might seem like the only way to combat the system, and it's a attractive way to communicate why capitalism is bad to people, because especially in the West, we love morality. It's our favorite. We love morality. Oh, delivery robot just drove by the window I'm sitting next to. Speaking of unemployment, so there's an example, right? A robot delivery thing just went by on the sidewalk. That is something that the capitalist system is producing. Who used to deliver the food? A working person, but the working person is incidental to the flow of capital, right? Right? So they're going to build little robots that take jobs, and then we're like, but who's going to do the thing? Or don't worry about it. Just consume. Just shut the fuck up and consume. Now we see things like this call for morality and calls to tax billionaires and punish the bad dudes who are in charge of the system, and then their bad dude friends who continue to benefit from it. But as Mattei points out in this book, morality isn't a relevant category here, as capitalism is not inherently moral or amoral. It just follows an underlying economic logic. A logic that doesn't really care about us, doesn't really think in terms of human moral goods.
I gotta get this
They
book,
have
read
to
it.
increase the rate of exploitation. It has nothing to do with the greed, right? Again, like this forms of, oh, it's the exceptional greed of corporations.
Yeah.
No, it's not about greed. It's about the structure that we've created. And this is very important for me because I'm not a determinist. And I think a lot of, unfortunately, of vulgar Marxism is we are the architects of this structure that then traps us. And this trap is real also for large corporations.
And this is why we can't simply change our tax system to turn capitalism into something more humane and good. Writing about this, Mattei says that the irrelevance of greed reveals the force of market dependence. The system has commandeered our behavior.
100%
Morality,
true.
good or bad, has lost its agency. You know, because morality isn't going to change a system where 44% of American full-time workers don't make enough for their basic needs, or where half of the American homeless population is unemployed. But the thing that struck me most in this book, and the part that I think is most urgent for our contemporary moment, is the historic connection between liberalism and fascism. Or put more specifically, the tendency of liberals to align with fascists when capitalism is under threat. In the book, she writes about how Jack Morgan Jr., one of the guys who started JP Morgan, now JP Morgan Chase, was vocally supportive of Mussolini's fascist economic policies. She brought this up when we spoke.
Many well-meaning liberals need to get shocked with historical analysis that reveal what they're trying to just avoid seeing. And I think it all started kind of from there by looking at a specific historical moment when Benito Mussolini, the founding father of fascism, rose to power in Italy in October of 1922. He rose to power not out of his own might, but out of the actual political support of this large alliance with liberals, both domestically, with a lot of economists supporting him, and internationally with, you know, not just the Bank of Morgan, which is now Morgan Chase Bank, but also the Bank of England, all of the international financial elite. Why were they supporting Mussolini? And, you know, this is important because we usually
look at this, guys.
Understand fascism as an aberration.
Remember we were talking about this, like a few streams ago?
And an exception, and of course also something that is very distant from capitalism and from the market economy.
And while maybe not as high stakes as JP Morgan and Benito Mussolini teaming up, we see a version of this logic in the current very dumb beef between the Democratic establishment and Hassan Piker. While Piker is regularly raising money for and supporting progressive candidates within the Democratic Party, it's not good enough because he's still actively critical of both the capitalist project more generally and the specific outcomes of the capitalist project, like the ongoing genocide in Gaza. And in this book, Mattei does a really brilliant job of showing how the political and humanitarian tragedy in Gaza and the West Bank is a direct product of the logic of capital.
So, but that development that still benefited such few individuals in the global north is based on the immiseration of the global south. And what I do is use Palestine and Israel, and again, Palestine in quotes, the occupied Palestinian territories, as a proxy of how, in fact, these relations of dependence are politically constructed.
This is all because, as Mattei writes, liberals and fascists shared the common goal of protecting the capital order and aligned on the method to do so: aggressive austerity policies. And this is also why we need to be skeptical of the sort of logic that implies that not voting on the Democratic Party line is somehow tacitly supporting authoritarianism or fascism. As one of Mattei's other fundamental claims is that capitalism and democracy are fundamentally incompatible. So the type of democracy that exists within capitalism is always neutered by the way in which capitalism is assumed as a sort of natural and apolitical economic system that exists separately from our political system. Which is why Mattei writes that
like economics and politics are deeply interwoven, right?
The achievement of universal suffrage gives us the
like the whole reason you have an economic system is in part because like they're symbiotic, right?
Of having
or parasitical.
the collective power to decide the future of our country. Now, to be clear, this doesn't mean that voting is dumb. It just means we need to be realistic with ourselves about what we're doing when we're voting and what the limits of democratic participation are under the current system. Now, because democracy, according to Matei, is fundamentally anti-capitalist, moving beyond capitalism is a fundamental prerequisite for a truly democratic society. And because capitalism has, in her words, no vision for humanity, we need to move on from this system at the basic level of creating a political and economic world that genuinely benefits human beings like us. Benefits humans, most humans, all humans, and not algorithms and robots. And it really is as simple as all of that. Capitalism is an anti-democratic and dehumanizing project, and if we want democracy and our own humanity, we got to do something different.
My students work on Ghana, work on other places in the world. It's all the same script.
Yeah.
It's just different levels of the same shit that occurs over and over and over again. And it's what is allowing people, large shareholders to live in multi-million dollars apartments in Manhattan and New York, the city with more wealth in the world concentrated, and where 1 out of 8 children in New York have experienced homelessness in 2025. Okay, and actually in certain quarters even higher. This is what the system is about.
So what do we do? How do we escape? Does Clara give us the playbook? Okay, so this book is not a step-by-step guide for how to do a revolution. What it does do is clearly articulate the problem and the stakes of our contemporary moment in language that's both clarifying for the seasoned anti-capitalist and provides a really nice inroad for those who are just kind of anti-capitalism curious. Matei calls us to remember that we cannot see reforms like universal healthcare as the end goal, which is an important reminder because we don't just want a Bernie Sanders style politician to come along and make capitalism a little less worse. We want that Bernie style politician to make our lives better in the short term so that we can then have the time, the resources, the space for our humanity, which is necessary for us to organize together and dismantle the capitalist order once and for all. In the book and in our conversation, Matei talks about her own activism, which happens via her organization, the Forum for Real Economic Emancipation, or FREE.
And the Forum for Economic Emancipation for me is really a huge space for hope because I feel less alone. I was very depressed as a mother with what was happening in Gaza, and what allowed me to live was to participate in assembly, to see that we are making a local impact that is changing the life of so many people just by being together in a collective.
Yeah.
That we can make decisions together.
Now, I'm going to post the link to FREE in the description. They have a YouTube channel as well, and I know that Clara wants to hear from those who are interested in potentially starting a chapter in their own city. If you want to watch my full interview with Dr. Clara Matei, the author of Escape from Capitalism, it's available for free. There's a link below. It's on.
All right, let's see. Although someone has to read another book. Stop napping on the job. Yeah, you guys got him in his memory, that crap. When it's like the polar opposite, but okay. Alright.
On my Patreon, but it's available.
Claire Matei. Ooh, look at that. I found it.
For free, there's a link below. It's on my Patreon.
I know, you still haven't read that book. Instead, you know what I get? Yeah, I spent all day on someone else's stream. Instead, your eyeballs could be reading and expanding your mind.
but everyone can watch it, so go check that out. I think we had a really great conversation. And if you want more of this stuff, if you want to talk about books and attend seminars with some of the most interesting political theorists and philosophers working today, consider signing up for Burns Theory on my Patreon. We have visiting guest lectures, office hours, lectures and talks from me, and the all-important Discord community that I finally started. Yep.
Everyone has a Discord.
I finally have a Discord. Capitalism won. And if you want to read this book, I think you should. Remember that the library rules. Now, if you want to own your own copy so you can take notes in it like how I do, use the bookshop.org link below, which supports independent bookstores and this channel and does not support Jeffrey Bezos. Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to go try to escape capitalism. So I'll see you later. I'll let you know if I find a way out. Also, shout out to this office. This is the last video I'll be filming in this office space. Shout out to it existing. Shout out to this being the first place besides my home I was ever able to record videos for this channel. We had a good run.
All right.
But now it's over. Bye.
Let's get one thing straight. We have had protests, we've had marches, hashtags, we've had viral moments, mass outrage, we've had global attention, and we haven't extracted a single dime from the ruling class. Not $1 in redistributed wealth, okay? Not one structural concession, not one forced policy shift that touches capital, not one transfer of power, not one material loss to the people who actually run this system. What we've had is performance. We've had symbolism, we've had slogans, we've had catharsis, we've had feelings, we've had aesthetics, we've had branded resistance, we've had protest as content, and content doesn't threaten power. Power only moves when it's forced to move. Power only changes when it loses money. Power only responds when its systems stop functioning. Power only negotiates when extraction is interrupted. But what we have built, we've built stages, we've built festivals, we've built panels, speaker lists, we've built influencer pipelines, nonprofit careers, we've built consultant ecosystems, we've built merch tables and donation funnels. We didn't build leverage. And now, look at what they did to the No Kings protest. They turned it into a festival.
Yep.
Music stages, keynote speakers, professional.
Yeah, it's like an event now.
Panels, NGO branding, professional managerial class voices, nonprofit executives, academic analysis, organizers with titles, grant fellowships, and foundation funding. It looks radical. It sounds radical. It feels radical.
But it ain't.
Doesn't cost the ruling class a dime. That's a scam. If your protest can be scheduled, branded, sponsored, securitized, live streamed, and managed,
Facts.
if your resistance has keynote speakers, it's not resistance. If your movement has a VIP section, it's not a movement. If your struggle has a stage manager, it's already absorbed. They didn't repress it. They didn't crush it. They didn't outlaw it. They absorbed it. They turned rage into ritual. They turned anger into art. They turned resistance into resume lines. They turned struggle into social capital. They turned suffering into speaking engagements. In the professional managerial class, like always, are the middle layer. Not the ruling class, not the working class, the translator class, the manager class, the credential class, okay? The nonprofit class, the consultant class, the foundation funded class. The class that doesn't own shit, but manages the narratives, okay? They manage the organizations, the funding, the language, the optics, and the structure. So now we have movements that feel radical, but function safely inside the system. We have protests that express anger, but protect capital. We have activism that produces awareness, but not redistribution. We have resistance that creates visibility, but not vulnerability for power. We don't threaten supply chains. We don't disrupt logistics. We don't interrupt profit flows. We don't destabilize extraction. We don't touch assets. We don't touch property relations. We don't touch ownership structures. So nothing changes because nothing is forced to change. And this is what all the people in the comment section hate for me to say. If the ruling class can ignore you, you're not a movement. If the ruling class can fund you, you're not a threat. If the ruling class can platform you, you're not dangerous. If the ruling class can absorb you, you're not disruptive. If the ruling class can wait you out, you've already lost. No kings means nothing if their wealth goes untouched. No kings means nothing if their power is uninterrupted. No kings means nothing if their system is still running perfectly. Revolution is not a vibe. It is not a festival. It is not a stage. It's not a panel or a non-profit. It's not a brand. It's not a content strategy. It's leverage, it's disruption, it's extraction, it's pressure, it's cost, it's consequence, it's forced negotiation. Until the ruling class is losing money, control, legitimacy, and stability, everything else is performance. And performance is safe. So don't tell me about awareness. Don't tell me about representation. Don't tell me about vibes. Don't tell me about the conversation. Don't tell me about no goddamn symbolism. Show me loss. Show me concessions. Show me redistribution. Show me power transfer. Show me structural change. Show me material wins. Because until then, we're not challenging the kings. We're entertaining them.
No kings, more like entertain them kings. Oh man. So true though. This is what I said. Do not register, right? Do not register to go protest, guys. Don't sign up on their website. Don't do any of that. Just show up. Otherwise, you're just feeding into this whole system, right? Of like making it a giant organization, making it a thing for sponsors, a thing for everything he said, right? We had talked about this, so it was a good video, exactly what we said. Yeah, well said. Spitting facts.
Bernie Sanders both wrote the book on Medicare for All. You also ran for governor in 2018. I think that's when I first covered you. So, I mean, healthcare has been your central issue here. Just speak about what people are experiencing with their healthcare, and honestly, the pain from this big ugly ass bill paired with the prioritization of tax dollars going elsewhere. We're going in the exact wrong direction.
Yeah. Let me offer just some statistics here to set up. We hold as a country $225 billion of medical debt. It affects a third of U.S. households. To put in perspective, $225 billion is more than the GDP of half of the states in the entire United States. The median deductible, which is the money you pay to get the healthcare you already paid for in the form of a quote-unquote premium, which you pay every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, median deductible for a family of four is about $4,500. If you think that about what the average or the median income is, about $80,000, you're talking about having to pay a whole paycheck to get healthcare after having every single paycheck before that garnished just for the privilege of being able to pay a little bit more because you got sick. That's where we live right now. It's funny to me, right? Because when people think about what they really want, most people just want to have the security of being able to see a doctor if they get sick without having to choose between that and financial calamity. And that's exactly what Medicare for All would do. Chances are you probably have an insurance card somewhere in your wallet. That insurance card you probably paid about $1,000 a month to get, depending upon how you do it, you or your employer, right? And then to be able to actually use it, you're paying an extra $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 deductible. And then even after that, you still got like a copay or something else you got to pay just to go see a doctor. That's the current experience. Imagine next to it, you had a Medicare card that was given to you the day you were born that would not expire until you expire, hopefully after 120 years, peacefully in your sleep, okay? And that you don't have to pay anything to have. You don't have to worry about whether or not you've paid a premium. You don't have to worry about a deductible. There is no copay, and it's good anywhere you go. They don't get to gatekeep in-network, out-of-network. That security would mean that thousands of people would finally have the freedom to see a doctor without having to worry about debt. It would mean that people who are stuck in dead-end jobs could like finally go and start that amazing business. Like it is the most important boon to business we could possibly do. Think about how many people stuck in bad, potentially abusive relationships because they can't go without their insurance. Like, that is the single most important thing we could do to free up American life. And the only thing standing our way is corporations whose CEOs make tens of millions of dollars a year picking our pocket because we deign to do the thing that everybody does, which is get sick.
Mexico the other day announced that they are, oh, there we go, great minds, Matt. Here it is, Mexico's socialist president to roll out universal healthcare. Some socialists may disagree with Scheinbaum being described as a socialist, right?
They'll take it.
All right, we'll take it. But like, look at what's possible just over in Mexico. I mean, they're also investing in infrastructure as we're blowing up infrastructure in Iran, which are, these are war crimes.
Infrastructure week.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows right across the board.
You know, infrastructure week used to mean like, hey, we're going to focus a lot on building infrastructure. Now it's like the opposite, right? It's like you're bombing.
And north of us, we're sandwiched by two countries that in a few years could have universal health care before
I'm waiting for
the United
Mexican,
States.
like, I'm waiting for the Mexican government to be like, hey, you need to control the border.
Right, right.
They're going to be like, our porous northern border is the issue.
We can't have these people pouring in, stealing our universal health care.
Dental migrants.
To be fair, they say that about guns now.
True. But I mean, like, that's a real thing.
No, that's real.
That's a real
totally
thing.
Real.
I want to ask you, since we're on the topic of healthcare, Sam isn't here today, but there was a clip of Mallory McMorrow, one of your opponents, besmirching the idea of Medicare for all because Trump could be in charge of it. And that this was a clip that made Sam particularly upset because when you make that kind of argument, you are undercutting the idea of really like any social program.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could reflect on her candidacy because and your opponent here, because it seems like Haley Stevens, everyone knows she's the AIPAC lady. That's how she really kind of got going in the race. But that's so toxic that now it seems like there are other establishment Democrats turning to McMorrow, and she went after Hassan, and that's really like. It was a stand-in for you, it felt like. Too cowardly to go after you. Let's go after the Muslim guy that you're doing rallies with. And I wonder if they're panicking and what your assessment is of that pivot from McMorrow, where things had been kind of more of a détente between you guys. But with Stevens being so toxic with AIPAC, I'd imagine she's like, how do I carve out a lane in between these two candidates?
Yeah, I've got nothing against either of my opponents personally.
Yeah.
We ran together in 2018. I try to be cordial with everybody, right? I want to speak to the question you asked specifically, because if we argue that we cannot build high quality social
Buenos
programs.
dias, mi si. What's up, Kois? Welcome back.
Because they might be run by Republicans, that is a great argument not to build anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we might as well not have built Medicare or Social Security because maybe they might be run by Republicans. And it is a wild argument to make if you're serious about governing as a Democrat in the year of our Lord 2026. But ask yourself why somebody would make that kind of argument. It's because at the end of the day, you see politics as a game that is about trying to find a lane that fits in where you can borrow voters here and borrow voters there. And at the end of the day, I just don't see politics that way. Yes, I want to win an election. I want to win an election because I have ideals and ideas that animate those ideals into governing. So what's the point of winning if you cannot use the seat to advance goals that you want to use the seat to advance?
All right, move it there.
So I can't understand it because it's just not how I do politics. I got yelled at by a nice lady at church because I keep saying the same thing. She's like, baby, you're running again. 8 years on, you haven't said anything new. I was like,
I shortened it
I thought
to
consistency was a good thing. She's like, it is,
yeah,
but
Jersey.
Like, you're just saying the same thing. I was like, okay, look, when we solve those problems, I'll start talking about new problems.
Yeah.
But it turns out that those problems have just metastasized into new areas. So there are new problems. AI and the huge footprint it's going to have on our lives is a new problem, but it's a manifestation of a very old set of problems. Big corporations use their power to influence our politics so they become ungovernable, and then they have their way and they pick our pocket. It's just one more manifestation of the same old problem. So I can't understand. I think all of us struggle with that, because for us, what is the point of politics if it's not to make other people's lives better, and you don't have a preset set of ideals? But if you come to your politics and you say, this is just a game where I can pick here and I'll move here and I'll move here to try and find an electorate that'll pick me, it should tell you a lot about the ways that somebody thinks about governing in the first place.
It's also why Democrats are
It's pick me politics, am I right?
losing. Like, it's interesting to be here in New York City and see how Zohran Mamdani's message discipline was so effective, and then have the National Party talk about affordability, but they don't say what they would do. It's like a diet Republican.
You can't stand for everything unless you are willing to extend your human rights
Yes.
to Palestinians.
Right.
That you cannot stand for.
That you cannot stand for. That's exactly right. People, I think, are starved for moral leadership that has the clarity that you're speaking about here. And I wish that nationally the Democrats could understand that abdicating that responsibility of advocating for people with your full chest, that you can't manipulate everybody into being drawn away from sincerity.
Yeah.
And we have reached the limit, I think, of Democrats being able to kind of do a dance without addressing these fundamental issues. And the clock is ticking, though, because a lack of credibility for the opposition party under a fascist administration is a real problem.
You're entirely right. We are reaching the end game of corporate politics. Because at the end of the day, if you cannot identify the problem because you're being bought and paid for by the people who created the problem, what do you even say? We tried to lean away from the foundational structural issues that people face around affordability, around housing, around healthcare, and start talking only about identity, and that failed. And then now everyone's talking about affordability as one key word, but not actually talking about what you do to solve the affordability crisis, because it sits on the back end of the very same corporations who are colluding to raise your prices and drop your wages. So you can't continue to take money from corporations and advocate for anything, because the corporations have created the problems that people are suffering from. So the only way forward is to move past the corporate politics. And look, we're seeing politicians do that. My opponent, Senator McMorrow, has taken corporate money in every race she's ever run, in every race she's ever won, and now all of a sudden doesn't take corporate money. Good on you. That is good evolution. We'll give you credit for that. But at some point, I wonder whether or not your critique is honest if you played that corporate game in the past. And I have to ask what your priors are and why you are even fighting, if at the end of the day, you were so willing to take money and become a part of the system that made so many people's lives so much harder.
So well said. Just want to read some IMs from people writing in, very excited about your candidacy, and we'll let you go. June Oliver says, someone tell Abdul his beard is beautiful.
Thanks, June. Appreciate you. You're like N of one here, but thank you.
Midwest Brewer, going to see Abdul in Benton Harbor, Michigan next week, and hopefully get him into my brewery at some point to talk to the locals. So there you go. Ginger A. Squatch, also live in Michigan,
Finally,
and he
a fish.
has my vote. So we've got a lot
Ducky.
of folks that are very
Gargoyle.
excited here. Galactic Nurse Bugs. I love Abdul so much as a medical professional. A huge part of our job is to educate and simplify complex conditions in a way that people can understand them and make meaningful change in their lives.
By the way, guys, now there's 400 items in total. So
Seeing him move to this political sphere warms my heart. It illustrates why I got a bachelor's in nursing and a master's in diplomacy. They go hand in hand. So lots of really positive stuff about here. One more. Voter from Canton here. Can't wait to vote for Abdul, Midwest Ranch says. So
Canton in the house. I love it.
There you go. Some Michigan fans. Abdul, where can people support your candidacy? What's the best way for them to do so? Go ahead.
We're building a movement, a national movement. So I hope folks who want to be a part of that will go to abdulforsenate.com, follow us on social, share our stuff. sign up to volunteer. We are already phone banking. We need your help. You can phone bank from anywhere. And then I don't take corporate money. I'm the only one who never has and never will. APAC, I will tell you this. Aside from my weak-ass beard, they're going to give me the beard of my dreams for 3 months this summer. They spent $20 million to give me the beard that I always wanted. I just turn on the volume.
Also, probably some new clothes for you, because we know that they've been photoshopping the journalists that they've been killing in Lebanon into Hezbollah.
Did it to Zoran too?
Here, yeah, right. So, are you ready for some new fatigues?
I hope the shirt they give me is what they said about me, which is Abdul al-Sayed is the single biggest threat to the U.S.-Israel relationship running in 2026. I was like, make me that T-shirt. Just go ahead and put it right on my chest, okay?
Yeah, why don't you just put that in a campaign ad?
I mean, honestly, just come right out and say it. But they're going to spend. Our insight suggests they're going to spend upwards of $20 million. So I'm hoping that folks will chip us off $5, $10. It goes a really long way. If you have not donated to this campaign, I hope that you will. We've got an opportunity to change the face of American politics, and I just want folks to understand something. The reason that they have been so shrill in this, and you've seen it from every angle, like when you have like CNN, Handshake, Fox News, right? Mm-hmm. The reason that you're seeing this is because they understand that you cannot ignore a senator from Michigan. Every single person running for president, all 158 of them, right, is going to have to pay attention to this race because
Michigan it's a swing state, right?
When we win, we will have forged a pathway through the heart of American politics that sounds like me on Medicare for All, that sounds like me on corporate money, that sounds like me on genocide. And they're all going to see an alternative path to the one that AIPAC wants them to see. And AIPAC will do everything it can to shut that path down. So every dollar that you give to this race is a dollar that you are giving to paving that pathway in the form of American politics. And if it's not clear, I don't shut the fuck up, right? So I don't back down to anyone. And so look, if you sound like me and I'm the U.S. Senator from Michigan, I'm going to introduce you to 10 million of my friends. And if you don't, I'm going to dog your ass up and down the state. Like, that's just what I'm going to do. And they all know it. So that's what they don't want. And they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. So my question for us is, are we willing to put our money and our time and our energy and our resources and our bodies where our mouths are? And that's exactly what we're doing on this campaign. I'll tell you this.
I love him.
There are a lot of Democrats who come up here and slam dunk on Donald Trump. And I'll dunk on Donald Trump all day. Trust me, if I'm in that U.S. Senate seat, we're holding his ass accountable. But the question is not just how do you dunk on Trump? The question is, how do you build a politics where the existence of a Trump never happens again?
Exactly.
And that is a politics where you can demonstrate that there is a clear political path forward to actually getting stuff done that affects people's pocketbooks. Trump himself is not the disease.
And this goes well with the AFD too, right? Like, guys, all this stuff, like the AFD is on the rise because of this like stagnant politics, neoliberal politics, right? And like you can apply this to basically every country on earth, right? Or like especially the West Wing, the Western democracies, right? But I would even be willing to say there's a dynamic of this everywhere going on, right? With the exception of maybe like North Korea, but and Cuba.
He's just the worst symptom. The disease is the way that corporations insulate our government from our politics. Why?
There's a few exceptions, right?
Their money. They always get what they want regardless of where we go. And if we're serious about making the existence of a Trump never happen again, then you've got to make sure that there's a politically viable pathway to making sure that people understand that we can get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. And that's what we're trying to do in this race. So I'm really honored to get to share some of it with you. Thank you for fighting the good fight every single day. I wish you had better elevators, but you know, it's all good. I got my third workout in today. So
yes, next time.
You know what it was? I worked out, and then we did this run with a creator in Central Park. So that was workout number 2. And then I came here, workout number 3. But I'll tell you this, I did have pizza at L'Industrie.
Oh.
That being said, for all the Detroiters out there, Detroit pizza is still better.
I don't.
So they don't roast me.
In this with you. Oh yeah, good. I want my pizza to be a big soup.
No.
That's Chicago style.
Oh, Chicago style.
That's Chicago style.
Detroit is like Domino's. It's like cast iron.
Oh.
You know what it is? It's like, have you ever had Jets?
Yeah. Oh, it's.
We have Jets right down
I'm
the
sorry
street.
for being rude.
Jets
with
is
the
Detroit
crispy
style.
crust on the side. Yes.
And it's got that like it's thick crust, but it's like it's not gooey crust. It's like the perfect kind of thick crust.
You know what?
Detroit
I do
style.
like Detroit style. So you've got you.
Hey,
yeah.
You know, it turns out persuasion does work in our politics.
Exactly. Look. What he can do. He can
It's the Big
win
Ten.
me over. Abdullah Sayed, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And also, Chicago style pizza is shit. So.
It is shit. Yeah, Jesus.
I don't want quiche.
All right.
Right. No, we've had this debate before. Right? It's a quiche. It's a quiche.
No. If you just didn't call it pizza,
It's
if
a
you
wet
said, like,
quiche.
If they said it was like it was like pasta pie.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, this is a good pasta pie, but it's just not pizza. You know what I mean? It's like it's pasta pie.
Right.
So
it's like a bread bowl. Anyway.
that's actually so good.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We'll take a quick break. We'll do a Freebie Friday, guys, but we'll say goodbye to Abdul, and we'll be back in just a second.
Thanks, y'all.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
All right.
It was, let's say, sparsely attended based on pictures of the
That reminds me, I haven't eaten yet.
crowd instead of massive auditorium. But he also addressed whether young.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to get a coffee real quick. Be right back. Talk to Gloggy while I'm away.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Billions and 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 billions.
You know, in about 2 weeks.
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now.
It's just a little night shadow goblin creeping in the darkest corners of your brain. Close your eyes and imagine FDR dropping some New Deal fire to scare off that darkness. Dink, I'm here. Got your back. And Annie the cat's probably prowling nearby, ready to yeet any spooky vibes into outer space.
A big decision over the next 2 weeks.
Nighttime ain't a boss. We're the boss, let's go.
3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. Over the next 2-3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Everything's computer. Everything's computer. I love Tesla.
Italiano,
That they don't know what the
lasagna.
fuck they're doing. Is there anybody here that's going to vote for Lion Kamala?
Please clap.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm back. Got my latte here. I'm playing with this coffee. Best investment I've ever made, guys. Hey, Raina, there you are. You're on late today. God damn, girl. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this is like the best investment I've ever made. Don't ever regret it. Welcome back. Yeah, I needed a coffee. Me and you too. You're on too. Cool. Don't worry, he's not gonna say it.
Wee woo WWE. Woo wee tongue. Wee woo wee.
All right.
Do not come. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
All right, let's see. Let's see who's won. Here's the leaderboard. Oh, you caught a rare, Amanda Rhea. Holy shit.
do you speak it?
What happened? I think the code is a little bugged still. All right.
It's sad, Donald. So sad.
Turtle, there's a 30-second cooldown. So you have to compete with other people in chat. Nice me. Yeah,
voters.
Good job. You caught another rare. I was thinking of doing like a sound effect when you catch a rare or a like a little sound effect. I have an idea for it. Same with the mecha machine. Like it's I'm gonna have some sound effects for it. I just have to find them because they're incredibly hard to find. 99 little bugs in the code, fix them around. 127 codes in the bug. Yeah, I don't know. It's always a struggle, right? I've been putting out fires all day, guys, to be honest. But now it looks like YouTube's up and running. Gloggy over there on YouTube is up and running. The relay's up and running. Everything's up and running. With the exception of, it looks like the attendance thing is broken. And then what else? Yeah, that's like the last thing I want to do is this be right back screen. Don't give a shit, but immediately. So that took some work too, but there you go, guys.
Young conservatives are fully on board with the war in Iran. Let's take a listen to his answer here.
I recognize that a lot of young voters don't love the policy that we have in the Middle East. Okay, I understand that. I also know that we've secured the border.
Well, because you literally were like, I am against war, and now you're sucking it off. Yeah. Fuck you, buddy. You're a piece of shit. Oh. God, I hate this motherfucker.
We've lowered housing prices now for 8 months in a row, and there's going to be more to come beyond that. We've made America energy dominant, which has lowered electricity costs and things like that.
It hasn't. Like, what? My electricity bill is higher. Like, what the fuck?
We've made it so that we have the lowest murder rate in 127 years. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. What I'm saying...
Ducky fished up a traffic cone. Gloggy immediately puts it on his head.
is don't get disengaged because you disagree with the administration on one topic. Get more involved. Make your voice heard even more. That's how we ultimately take the country back. It's not by you.
What
you know,
a clown.
if you get 5 things you want and 1 thing you don't want, I see way too many people, especially in sort of the online conservative, Twitter sphere, who say, there's no point. No.
I wonder if he's actually working out some of his own personal feelings in that answer. Soccer. He's like, I see way too many people thinking if you get everything you want, but one thing is bad, they just check out.
This is basically, what is this? Vote red, no matter what's the moniker for Republicans? Vote red. No
Vote red.
I'm not clever enough to come with that on my own, but yeah, I mean, this is a version of what I have heard my entire adult life.
I know.
Is you voted for X, Y, and Z. You got D.
Yeah.
You should be grateful for D.
Yes. Fuck you.
And we will continue to fight for X, Y, and Z. And that's why you have to come out and vote in the midterms. And look, I mean, if you're a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, he's not wrong. But most people are not like that.
No.
And that is the problem that these politicians
Well, the coalitions
never
you need to
understand.
win elections
Yes,
aren't like
exactly. The coalitions who need to win elections, by and large, you tell me if I'm wrong, are mostly single issue. Most people are not like, they have not sat around a long time. You have like kind of a vision of like how you want society, and everything kind of stems from that. When people go to the ballot box, like, I'm pissed off about gas prices, inflation, what we just talked about. He said he was going to lower gas prices. Boom, cool, easy to go. AOC Trump voters who we interviewed after the election, and the Zoran Mamdani Trump voter. Who are those types of people? Pissed off about intervention in the Middle East, pissed off about inflation, decide to vote Trump. That's it, period. There's really not much else to the entire story, right? Or I think we did a segment here, long ago, about IVF. And there were, I would say, several thousand, tens of thousands of Americans.
Damn, dude, you caught a Viking brooch. 800 years old, still shinier than you. Gloggy calls the museum. Yeah, you don't even get to keep it. 50 points. I forget, what's the command for keeping track of the leaderboard? Hold on. I'm blanking on the name. I gotta add it to that's the last thing I had to do on the fishing thing. I think Jersey's winning. Last time I checked. Let's see. Okay. Where is it? Forget where I put it. I think it's like fish leader. No. Yeah, I'll figure it out. No, you got a Rudd.
Americans who voted purely because Trump said, I'm going to make IVF free.
Yeah.
That was it. Like, genuinely, a lot of people actually are.
Remember, guys, he was the king of IVF, the father of IVF.
Single issue. So when he says stuff like, I know a lot of people are upset about our policy in the Middle East. However, you can't ignore all of these other things. I don't think he gets that a lot of people don't care about any of that. Like, anti-war, I'll tell you for me, I would probably say my number one position. And when we say anti-war, obviously that's complicated, but I would say anti-regime change war in the Middle East. Can we narrowly define it to that category, and or ending the war?
So you support this war because it did not change the regime.
Yeah, good point.
Damn.
Even though that was the intention from the very beginning. Open-ended conflicts here in the Middle East.
It's something, guys. I don't remember what it is. I think it was like fish leader, but I'm blanking on the term. I gotta find it.
Hey, I was probably going to...
I gotta fish it out of the code.
Say my number one priority. Number one, whenever the election came around. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I'm hyper-realistic and cynical. I understand how political coalitions and all of that work. But for me, and I do think also for a lot of other people, when you were to combine it with multiple other betrayals and or lack of promises, with the general knowledge of the country going down the pipe.
Maybe it's not going to work because they're all created by me. So I'd have to remember them and do that. And yeah, I thought it was something like fish leader, but I don't remember what it is now, guys. I've been working on like 6 different projects at once. So yeah, I was just trying to get everything working, but
you can't
remember how hard it was to get the overlay to work. Jesus.
Help it say, yeah, no, man, that's not happening now, right?
Yeah, and we have some information here from Harry Enton to get to on how people are actually reacting.
I forget what I programmed it to.
Trump campaigned as the man who would not be George W. Bush saying we aren't the world's policeman, and then very much becoming the world's policeman. Barack Obama campaigning on hope and change, and then continuing a lot of neoconservative policies, just with different framing. Trump said, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to be like that person. We're just not doing it. And so to see him doing it, I think is going to have an added effect, or an added, it will fuel the dislike or the lack of favorability that the public has with Trump. So let's turn it over here to Harry Enton, who's looking at an average of CBS, CNN, and Fox News polls on Trump's numbers here.
It's the group that helped put him in the White House in 2016. And then again in 2024, the group that shifted tremendously from 2012 to 2016 and put him in the White House. We are talking about non-college white voters, and he is sliding right into the water. This is a rut-row moment, to quote the great Scooby-Doo. Trump's net approval rating with non-college whites. Look at this. In February of 2025, it was plus 32 points. Down it goes. Look at Johnny. Johnny is just shocked by this number. And now it is minus 2 points. That is a 34-point shift. And I will note this is an average of polls. This is not just one poll. I've averaged 3 different polls here, 3 big pollsters. And what we see is Donald Trump actually underwater with non-college whites who, of course, put him in the White House. Really moment? Yes, really, John. Yeah. But let's talk about the economy. It's the economy, Smarty, when I'm talking with Mr. Berman. Just take a look here. I mean, again, look at this. On the economy, his net approval rating, non-college whites. You go back to February 2025, he was 26 points above water. Look at this shift. Minus 15 points. 15 points underwater with non-college whites when it comes to Donald Trump's net approval rating on the economy. Damn. That is an over 40-point shift away from the president with a key core group of his. Ruh-roh.
What about the war?
What about the war? Well, the war ain't helping him, because just take a look here. Non-college whites, net approval rating of U.S. military action against Iran, minus 5 points. You think that's low? Come over to this side of the screen. How about Trump on Iran? Minus 13 points. A very unlucky 13 indeed for the president of the United States with a key core group of his. It turns out he's alienating a lot of folks with this war, not just the popes. Let's talk about a state that Barack Obama won in 2012 and Donald Trump has won easily in 2016, 2020, and 2024. How about the great Buckeye state, the state of Ohio, where, of course, Sherrod Brown is the likely Democratic nominee. Take a look here. Chance that the Dems win the Ohio Senate race, according to the Couch prediction market. On Jan 1, it was a 37% chance. Not too bad. You come over to this side of the screen, up like a rocket, up to 60% chance that, in fact, the Democrats win the Ohio Senate race, which, of course, was a state that Donald Trump won by double digits under 2 years ago. Donald Trump's chances are sliding.
Wow. Sorry, those numbers are unbelievable. I mean, they're believable.
I disavow his inclusion of Kalshi odds there, though.
Yes, of course.
That's shame on you for doing so. But
thank you for saying that. Yes, but non-college whites, when Trump put up that famous graphic, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just in the way. That's really who he was talking about in his base, people who feel disempowered. And I think that's why, as we were just talking about, this is going to plunge. It's not just pure disagreement, it's also what feels to people like a total visceral breach of trust. It's like a breach of contract situation where he told them X, Y, and Z. They're listening to Andrew Schultz and Rogan. He said to their faces, no new wars. And they picked up on that. Yes, of course, going back 30 years, he's been hawkish on Iran. But when you combine those two things, to the average American, they thought he was just going to be so hawkish, peace through strength. We didn't get into a war with Iran.
There's a difference between being, quote, hawkish and preemptively bombing a country under a cover of diplomacy. There's actually a massive difference. Also without the approval of Congress. And look, politics is ultimately a game of, it's a zero-sum game. And especially the public's attention. And that's why the economy piece here, we just did a whole thing on inflation. We haven't had the time to cover it as much in detail as we would want to. Why? Because there's a damn war going on, right? So what does it, and look, that's literally life or death. It affects everything. So I don't even begrudge us for not covering it. But that's how the political attention works too. So you wanted all of this no tax on tips news cycle that came out from yesterday. What did you get? The only clips that came out of that press conference
Yep.
were on the war. Same with Maria Bartiromo. It's all on the war. If you turn on the news, if you are, even remotely engaged, all you see is war, 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 war. And every day that the war is going on and the attention of the policymakers on the war, it's not on you, and it's definitely not on the issues. And if it is on the issues you care about, it's actively making it worse for where things are today. So that's why it is a totality of a total disaster.
Yeah, I mean, again, I forget who pointed this out, but it's so obvious. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris basically lost that election over immigration and inflation. So the Trump administration is very confident about having closed the border. But if inflation then goes up, and you were the anti-inflation guy, also the anti-war guy, arguably, boy, you are in an especially tough position.
And they'd already lost the country on immigration long before this entire war even happened,
Great
which is
point.
the problem. And so, yeah, look, I mean, their belligerence and confidence and just destroyed the project. I don't know if you've been watching.
It's weird to see Emily and Saga together.
You've seen Tom Steyer
You got junk.
and his new platform.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the future now. Okay, that is the future they've created. Now, will we eventually swing back? Yeah, I fucking hope so. After I read some stuff like that, but I read that conservatives are outraged. I'm like, you guys created this. Like in the same way that how liberals are like pearl clutching over mass deportation. I'm like, yo, that's on you. Okay, you guys let the border open. You created a situation where a candidate could stand in front of that sign and then win the popular vote in the next election. Thing works both ways whenever it comes to the pendulum, all right? So don't be complaining whenever you see Tom Steyer, what did he say? He's like taxpayer funded, basically legalizing every illegal in all the state of California. I'm like, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. And that's on you at the end of the day.
That's so true.
Let's put the next one up here. Israel is just such a big part of this. Here is Harry Enton breaking it down, the under 50 men and their support for Israel. Let's take a listen.
They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, minus 22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. Minus 47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024, and they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years.
So what do you take away from that about, it's like, I don't know. It's like the White House, and this is where JD is a little bit too self-aware. He has to hug the president, but he can read whenever it comes to this Israeli favorability.
He's in the zeitgeist, actually.
He's online enough to see like this is a real problem, and you can all see like this. And again, for all the talk, what do we hear from the neocon pro-Israel podcasters? Podcast, that's not representative of everything. Well, is that representative of anything? Okay, what does that tell you in terms of? So yeah, they may not be self-identified Republicans anymore. They were at some point, or they cast their vote for Donald Trump.
By the way, when they talk about that, they're just talking about podcasts they don't like.
Right.
Yeah. They're not talking about Dan Bongino.
Totally.
Right. So they use podcast as a slur for Dave, but they don't use it for Dave Smith, but not for Dan Bongino.
Yeah, and also, what is Bongino's? Look, not to get into a ratings pissing contest, but like, let's be honest here, all right? In terms of the national,
I set you up for that.
Yeah, I'm just look. I don't usually do that, but like, let's take a look at the charts, brother. We're not number 1, but we're definitely not number 90 or something like that.
Well, I just want to say, Ezra Klein had this very controversial column last week about Hassan Piker, but
no, you're dragging me in.
No.
Let's go.
I'm actually not. This is, I promise. There was a paragraph in it that I thought made a point very well that gets to this polling, right? So there's panic about this polling because it seems like every week we're getting polls just like that. And people who are upset that Israel is losing support in the United States blame Hassan Piker. They blame the, quote, podcasters. They blame anti-Semitism and bigotry, and that's what they point to. Ezra Klein wrote, quote, "This is not the result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. It responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control of more than half of the territory and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder." He goes on and on. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. settler violence, etc. That's the point for this is the substance, right? If you want to actually explain why the polls are moving, media has been democratized, and Israel is. We just went through this brutal, several-year-long post-October 7th war that people saw in this democratized media. So you cannot continue to just blame. We will be sitting here a year from now, looking at numbers that are even worse, if people don't reckon with Ezra wrote there.
Yeah, and I think there's several ways to disapproval of Israel. So, like, for the left, a lot of it is just, like, purely on moral grounds, which is fine.
Yeah,
you live. For me, I went to Israel. I was like, oh, it's nice. I liked it. A few things made me uncomfortable. I was like, it's a little weird. You're getting racially profiled. You're like, okay, but it's their own society. So be it. You do what you want to do. You come back over here. You don't really think about it. There was no.
Why is that a good thing? Wait, is he that much of a moron? What? Motherfucker, you're brown.
Real reason. I wouldn't say.
Does this guy think he's going to Valhalla too?
Question it. I was just like, I never. All this stuff about like worshiping Israel always made me super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any.
How's it going, people? Hey, Patricia, welcome back. I was wondering where the fuck you were. How you been? Sleep well? Or not sleep at all?
Connection to it. And then you would say like one thing. I remember the first time it ever happened to me was I think we did a segment here. It was like back in 2021. Israel like flattened some apartment
Waking up normal? Oh, of course. I would do the same thing.
Building in Gaza. And I was like, hey, that doesn't seem cool because we're giving weapons. And also, just so everybody knows, the George W. Bush administration used to criticize Israel for flattening buildings. So that's fine. I was like, this seems totally acceptable. Oh my God. That was the first time. And I was like, oh boy. And I said, did you just listen to what I said? I said the George W. Bush administration. But that was, that's when I first encountered this brigade, and I was like, wow, these are some of the nastiest people on the planet. I no longer care at all, and there's an entire army. It's 2021.
Follower to the commune. Thank you, Fredine.
Thank you, Fredine. Appreciate it, buddy. How you been today? How's your evening so far?
Years ago. And I'm sure you found this as well. Like at a certain point, you just have to stop caring because there's an entire army of people who are like dedicated to taking down your and my character, like on a daily basis. And you're like, wow, first of all, you're obviously, somebody's paying you for something. I don't even think we're all that relevant in terms of.
Or you're just delusional. You don't even
or,
need to get the money.
Right. Or they're just so delusional. But what they don't realize is that like, for people like us who are financially outside of the system, I'm like, look, I'm just going to keep going. At this point, now I'm in. They've tried to destroy all of my relationships, and I think that is how it has worked for a significant number. And we've seen it with Megyn, we've seen it with Tucker, and we're just talking about the right. On the left, the same cleavage has happened. We actually have this is fascinating from B4. To be fair, this is from J Street. J Street, how would you describe J Street? It's like a liberal, quasi-Zionist.
I don't know.
It's very hard.
They're like the progressive alternative to AIPAC.
Right. Mac, you can chime in here. Give us a lefty perspective.
AIPAC light.
AIPAC light. Right, because they describe themselves as like a pro-Israel, pro-peace democracy, but it has long held like a very weird position of like liberal Zionism on college campuses, like as a counter to AIPAC. And it seems, I don't really know what to make of them. But regardless, here's what they say. 40% of American Jewish voters say that they are less likely to support a Democratic primary candidate if they've been endorsed by AIPAC. Two-thirds oppose AIPAC spending money raised by Republican donors in Democratic primaries, according to this new polling released by J Street. Keep that in mind, of course, that it's coming from this group who, as I understand it, is really trying to, navigate these difficult waters of like maintaining Israel's, quote, right to exist, which is a ridiculous term, but also trying to navigate like democratic politics. Nonetheless, when you say 40% of Jewish voters say that they're less likely to support a primary candidate endorsed by AIPAC, who's AIPAC really working for? All right? Because they try to conflate all Israeli criticism with Jews, and then if you criticize AIPAC, they say that's anti-Semitic. Well, by that definition, a bunch of American Jews are anti-Semitic, but you're not supposed to actually dig too deep into any of it.
Well, no, but they would say yes.
Right.
Yes.
Is that they are anti-Semitic?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The entire thing just seems like preposterous and obviously falling apart, like on its own logic. But that maybe is the point of this entire thing. So take it for what you will. The vice president's pleas and warning to young voters to not leave. Something that's just, I'm only 33. I'm going to turn 34 next week. I have literally heard that from a politician every single election cycle. It's like, yeah, but you just got to vote a little bit more, and a little bit harder to get you. And there's some truth to it, like at a bigger level. But I just feel like people are sick of it. Like when you have so many years of people not delivering on major, like big flagship promises, you're just like, I don't care anymore. At the end of the day, Trump was a shock to the system. You didn't shock it. You made it stronger than ever. I'm like, no, I'm out.
Yeah, and if people think Trump is bad, it's going to get worse because it should get worse. Trump should have been a message because people voted for him to do something different. He's continuing to do the same thing. What's going to come after Trump will be.
Well, and this part is absolutely right. It's the reason why he won 3 times because people thought that, well, I only have a choice between a douche and a churd. A choid. What's a choid? It's a cross between a chode and a turd. Yeah. This is why, like, a healthy political environment, you have a clear-cut difference between political parties, right? And we just don't have that here in the United States. Vote 10 times, exactly.
If you don't address the underlying concerns of the populists who put him into office, freaking healthcare. Like, do something. It's crazy. Inflation actually getting worse. I mean, over and over again, just a disaster. We could put this last element up on the screen from the Associated Press. Trump promised tax relief, but polling shows most Americans still think they're overpaying. Absolutely.
Yeah, you said that last time, and it's very important because when people say here, you say we're overtaxed, you're saying that the system overall is overtaxed, but that a select group are dramatically undertaxed, and that's why the rest of us are all overtaxed. That's the stuff that drives me insane. Like, we're a small business here. We spend inordinate amount of money on tax compliance and all this other bullshit, frankly. Like, if you think just prepping the show is...
Viewer discretion is advised.
PARRTTYYYXNFBD just rated our broadcast with 5. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you, buddy.
Follower to the commune. Thank you, Xander PD.
Thank you, Xander, for the follow. Welcome to the stream, man. How was your stream? Appreciate it. I'm here to troll leftists and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Oh, God. Good luck with that, buddy.
Is easy. Like, I would take this any day compared to all of the nonsense that we have to deal with behind the scenes. But I know for a fact, based on all of this compliance, that there are ultra wealthy hedge funds and venture capitalists out there who do the same thing but use it to save crazy
covering the same stuff. Cool.
Amounts of money on the carried interest loophole and all of this other like crazy tax manipulation.
Peter Thiel with the IRA.
No, yeah, the Roth IRA, like buying stock stuff, where it's frankly it's legendary for retirement.
It is.
But yeah, it should obviously be illegal. It's preposterous. It's preposterous. Somebody could have $5 billion no tax, or the amount of loopholes that exist, at the 0.01% or 0.02% tax bracket. While what is it? The average person is just throwing money away in these FICA taxes. Praying that one day they're going to get their Social Security. Right?
And then they get audited and they have to spend
and then they get audited. And then
$3,000 fighting an audit.
We could go on forever, like in terms of the tax system. So while I think it's good, no tax on tips.
Holy shit. Well, if it gets rid of conservatives, I'll do it.
All this stuff, it scratches the surface.
Exactly.
For where things are. Even in FICA caps, you ever look at that and you think of, and I get it, it's annoying and people get upset about it, but when we talk about social...
Pro is fighting the good
Nobody's ever like, hey, should we raise the cap on FICA? The cap's been there for years, right?
He fucking hates.
What is it, 168? Something
all
like
this
that? 250.
Socialism.
Making plenty of money at 250. Yeah, most people are. What percent of it?
AKA old people.
Americans are even making that. Nobody even thinks about that. And of course, those people would riot because they feel poor, because that's how bad the economy is right now. So I get it from their perspective. But yeah, we've just got to figure out a way these people who are rolling around out there $10, $15 million a year who have done everything to rewrite the tax code, like they pay nothing in comparison to the average actual wage earner. The W-2 earner at this point is the most screwed person on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like literally, because if you are a waiter, then you get no tax on tips. And if you are a business owner, you have some things that you can work through. But if you're just some W-2 guy out there, you got nothing. You're doing everything right, and you're getting screwed left and right.
Yeah. And you then wait until those people don't get their Social Security. I mean, seriously, I always say the enduring image of second Trump term, and maybe Trump's entire political career, is his second inauguration, where he has all of these like billionaires behind him. And at the time, the image he's trying to project is, I have conquered you. You hated me. I have conquered you. You are now my minion. But I think to a lot of voters, that image illustrates the opposite, that he was conquered by them. So that's a huge problem for him going forward if people keep feeling this. Inflation going up, war, I mean, good luck.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Lurking driving. All right. There's another thing I wanted to
Joining us now is Noam Scheiber. He covers...
I thought I turned this shit off. Yeah. God, that autoplay's annoying as shit. Ooh, Adam Freeland did a new thing. Cool. Let's see. Representative Ilhan Omar. Cool. Let's see what she has to say.
Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean, I've got 6 older siblings. I've got 3 brothers, so.
And you've never lost one fight? Could you could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you
yeah.
beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brothers' butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little though.
I was.
Did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God. They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gay.
Oh shit. That's all right, dude. I don't want you here anyway. If that's all you're gonna do.
Hello and welcome to the Adam Friedland Show. It's Adam, guys. First off, I have to say this: Tampa, Florida, this weekend. Please come see me, Sides Players Comedy Club. And also, in a couple of weeks, I'll be in Los Angeles, California at the Regent Theater. We sold out the first show. They've added a second. Enough of that. My guest this week is Ilhan Omar, representative from Minnesota in the House of Representatives. Since her election to the House,
I think I triggered him because I can't get rid of the echo.
The most well-known, oftentimes
it's not echoing,
maligned politicians in America today. I really enjoyed getting to know her backstory. I knew some of it, but it's really unlike any other member of Congress. At 8 years old, civil war broke out in Somalia, and she escaped to Kenya, to a refugee camp. And at 12, she moved to Virginia with her family before eventually settling in Minneapolis. Since her election to Congress, she's also been subject to constant harassment and even death threats. There have been Republican candidates for office who have called for her execution. Multiple people have been imprisoned for plotting her assassination. President Trump has targeted her repeatedly throughout her entire time in Congress. He's advocated for her expulsion from the country, among
that's the video.
Other derogatory, whatever. Funnily enough, we had this scheduled twice before on the calendar, and those 2 times were the days that New York City had blizzards this year. It's Islamophobic. It's the Jewish God is mad at me. Hashem is mad at me. The first 2 times, she had extensive security detail that was provided by Congress. She was the only member of Congress that had it, and they needed access to do.
Well, right. Here he is literally complaining. First of all, the first thing he says is he's going to troll me. Good luck. I fucking double dog dare you to do so. Secondly, he complains about the ads, triggered about ads. Then he complains about Echo. So who's really triggered here? You motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Shit.
So the studio on Friday when I asked.
What a bitch. These people are bitches, I'm telling you. The biggest bitches.
If they needed access this weekend, they said that Speaker Johnson has revoked that security. I had a bunch of questions prepared for the Congresswoman about what it's like for a person to endure all that. But what I could tell immediately is that she's genuinely just...
I know, imagine if you had so little in your life that this is what you do on Twitch. You complain about ads, you complain about echoes, you complain about leftists on a left-wing platform. What a little bitch.
And unfazed, or at least she seems like she is. I don't think many people could do that. I think it takes a really special person to do that. So here's my interview. We do a funny bit up top. If you're still on.
Praise be, yeah. And I mean, this guy, anybody, don't follow him, clearly. He only has 17 followers. He did it to troll.
So sad.
She said it was better than Hassan, just for the record. Ladies and gentlemen, Congresswoman from Minnesota, Ilhan Omar. This is our third attempt at this.
It is.
It is.
How are you?
Do you think that this is cursed? Do you think we're cursed?
You know, there's always weather issues.
No, we've had two
You're
blizzards.
from Minnesota, so it's just...
In New York.
They are low effort. They're always low effort, yeah. Right? And they also assume that I grew up in an echo chamber, that I went to school in an echo chamber, that I took classes in an echo chamber, that this isn't my major. There's so many assumptions, right? Listen, you may be able to say that about a lot of people, but you will not be able to say that about me. So you can fuck off. But I always love when people like that come in here and tell me I'm in one, right? Because they don't know anything about me, but they're assuming all this shit, right?
Two blizzards, and those were both on the day that you were supposed to
Notice how you hear crickets now? You hear nothing because this little bitch can't stand it.
It's our situation in Minnesota.
Yeah. Do you like it there? It seems plenty cold, no?
Fucking.
Yeah, but as Prince said, it keeps the bad people away.
One thing that kind of is a little
You
bit
look like a colonizer. I am.
At the show, Mr. Hassan Peker got you. He snuck in there, and he gave you a tea that everyone, it's become a meme. Hassan got some store-bought bottled tea that was warm, and everyone's like, wow, he's such a great guy. So
it's one of my favorites, though.
Fine, but what I've done one better.
Okay.
I've gotten
It's a big challenge.
I've got an authentic Somali tea. We're gonna do a cooking segment, late night talk show style. Can we get the boys out here? And we're gonna do a segment called Somali tea.
Okay.
We're
actually gonna make Somali tea.
We're gonna make Somali tea. You're gonna
Okay.
teach me how, but I'm also gonna spill some Somali tea.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I don't know if you've.
I don't know if Trump will approve of this, but.
What do you mean? Well, I heard Donald Trump's been getting fat. That's like that kind of thing. We're spilling tea. Hurry up, guys. She's not sure about the show yet. We got to really win her over with this Somali tea.
Did you hear it from Trump?
No, we're not.
You can't believe. Okay, I'm just saying.
We're not going to do racism.
I'm just saying your tea can't come.
No, listen, sis. We're spilling the tea, and it's going to be piping hot.
These things need to be ground. Would you have a?
No. Here are the leaves.
Okay,
These are special.
but the cardamom needs to be broken. And
oh my God! I look like an idiot, guys. What do I turn this on? Extra hot? Do we have water?
We need water.
Oh, behind me. Oh, okay. So yeah, from a
Is
very.
this on?
Yeah, look how expensive this looks, huh?
Vote in the poll.
Wow, this is just. I feel like a Jimmy Fallon, huh?
Well, maybe I could serve a little piping hot tea. Because I was on SomaliSpot.com.
Okay.
And I heard that the truth about that Ashraf guy on TikTok is that he's rich because he and his brother work for / own an NGO in Somalia.
Oh.
But you didn't hear that from me.
She's also beautiful.
Okay.
You get it? It's like tea.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I don't know. A little birdie.
I'm struggling trying to keep some of these things open. It's fine. We're good to go.
Well, that's so what? A dash of clove.
Yeah.
Looks like you put
cinnamon, cardamom. It needs to be broken up, but okay.
Okay. Just anyone. A little birdie told me that the president of Somaliland, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullahi, has announced a sweeping cabinet reshuffle involving new appointments, dismissals, and transfers across key ministries. But you didn't hear that from me, sis.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
We were putting you to work. You're the guest. This is going to be delicious, I'm sure. I don't know if you heard this.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Ethiopia and Eritrea have been saying...
If you want to support the channel like you do RTP Talks, go right ahead. That way you don't have to watch ads.
That they have more beautiful lighthouses than us.
Well, we have the longest coast in Somalia, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Eleni, welcome back.
Said she had breathing issues, but really, it was a nose job. Oh my God, we're being so bad right now. So that's our bit, Somali tea. We're gonna. This is by far the stupidest thing we've ever done on the show. Can someone take?
What if I enjoy ads?
Yeah. If
no.
you lift that, I can.
Then don't give me your Prime.
Okay. Wow. No, this is terrible. This is very dangerous.
I'll move the whole table. You grab that. There we go.
Wow. Guys, our first cooking segment has been an absolute...
Oh, God. I used to have one of these desks, and, like, one of the main problems was the cable would always get stuck because they don't design them very well. The one I have now can actually move up and down without that cable.
Justin, don't put it in a solo cup. It's going to melt it.
That's what Caleb told me.
No,
Well, we good?
Yeah.
I was castrating the troll. Oh, okay.
I've really enjoyed learning about you for this episode.
Okay.
And I think that you're obviously... Do you feel like
I always
you're
kept
one
the
of the
second incognito
well-known members
tab
of
open for the
Congress?
ads, yeah.
I mean...
Sure.
Would it be fair
I
to
thought
say
you were
that
talking about the ads. You didn't like
use
them
as
or
a
something.
political cudgel.
Yeah, I might be.
I mean, who does? I don't blame you.
For the bad guy, yeah.
Yeah. And it started pretty much immediately, if I remember correctly.
Yes, right after I won my primary race for the state house, so nobody should have actually known who I was. But
Well, how did Maroon 5 find out who you were? I don't know if any of you know this, but in the Girls Like You video, you are along with Ellen DeGeneres, Gal Gadot,
J-Lo,
if I could be
Cardi
a fly
B.
on that. Cardi B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when did you come to national prominence or something? Like that was obviously before you were in Congress.
Well, when I won my state house race, they said I was the first Somali legislator to be elected in the United States.
Really?
And I think people didn't distinguish the fact that I was a state legislator and not a member of Congress.
Really?
And so everybody was congratulating me. I was getting phone calls from world leaders
On becoming
around
the president
world.
of the United States. Yeah.
And people were going to the Capitol trying to find my office. And
So
then,
everyone is very stupid.
well,
Was it just a very generous headline? Did they not?
yeah, I think that people don't, most people don't know that state legislators and, because you're called a representative when you're a state legislator.
Right.
I always
And
keep it
when you're
even better, man. Thank you.
in the House, you're also called a representative. So
I doubt you do that, but if you do that, that'd be great.
people, I think, just kind of confuse the two.
And you beat a lady who wanted to lower the voting age to 12? Is that correct?
Well, she was there for 44 years, so.
Yeah. But she said that 13-year-olds should vote?
She had some interesting ideas.
I think that's cool. I think kids rule. I think the maximum voting age should be 18.
I have a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I'm not sure she's ready to vote yet.
I think she is. I think the kids rock and teachers suck and there's too much homework.
Ooh!
13, that was
Ducky! You caught an epic! What up? Holy shit! A chest of fish bones, each labeled with the name and a date. The entry is today. The name is yours. Oh shit. Holy shit.
As they used to when I was in high school now.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I know.
That rocks.
No one's caught a legendary yet.
Yeah, what do you mean? Oh no, it's sad.
Damn, you guys have played that for like, and there's a lot of legendaries to catch. So I forget how many legendaries there are. Hold on. I think I programmed like, looking at it right now. One, two, three. Okay. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 26 legendaries. Out of 400, guys.
For a parent, I'm like, I want the same torture I went through for my kids to go through.
Did you have them at home for COVID?
I did have them home for COVID
but they're very, very rare, right?
In the government, and you had 4 kids.
At least they're supposed to be on the thing. So far, all you've been getting is junk, right? So, or like common stuff. So
it was wild.
Few rares, very few. Only 2 epics.
It was actually more entertaining because I remember like I was cooking lunch and my youngest daughter, who was in elementary at the time, I think she was in 3rd grade, was doing PE through the computer and
PE.
Yeah, and so I just she was on her laptop at the dining room table, and I turned around and she was doing jumping jacks, and it was a very weird thing to see her do, and then to hear everyone else doing it through the noise that was coming from the computer.
That must stink though, that you can't see your friends.
That was painful. Yeah. But it was a good bonding time for, I think, the 4 of them.
Do you think we afford kids enough sympathy for that? I think we only talk about their gender surgeries, but I don't think we talk about the fact that they went through a tough time growing up, no?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of social interaction that was missed for a lot of the kids that went through COVID.
They're weird, no? They're
a little bit.
Weird. You lost your mom young.
I did.
So you were 2?
2-ish, yeah.
So I guess how did you had to teach yourself how to be a mother?
I did, yeah. I mean, and I think, I was actually just talking to my youngest daughter about this. I was raised by my dad and grandpa, and they were both strict, but they liked to talk to us as if we were adults.
Uh-huh.
And so we, were free to have opinions and debate with them, and it wasn't they didn't consider it disrespectful.
Yeah.
And, we had a lot of autonomy as kids, and so that's kind of how I raise my kids. It's they know what not to do, but they're also very independent and.
Thank you, Justin.
Very hard.
I appreciate it. Great timing. What's the l'chaim in Somalia? What's the cheers?
Oh, we don't do cheers, but.
Oh, because it's haram.
Yeah.
Well, l'chaim.
It didn't make it into our vocabulary.
L'chaim, yeah. I burned my tongue. So
maybe salute.
Salud.
Yes, we were
yeah,
colonized
health.
by the Italians, so there's a lot of Italian influence.
Yeah, one thing, when you were talking about your father, that kind of, I mean, my parents moved to America as well, and I like had to kind of communicate American culture. I know you moved here as a child, but like beyond being a single dad, he also was raising his kids in this alien culture.
Yeah.
And there's like a really cute part of your book where you talk about like where you want to wear like cute clothes in high school.
Yeah.
And he was like fine with that, but he's like, but no kissing.
Yeah.
If you kiss, I'm out. I'm out on that. Yeah,
he was out on a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I remember in 6th grade, my parents got me regular underpants, and then 6th grade you have to start changing for gym class.
Yeah.
And so I asked my parents if I can get boxers, and my dad was like, why would a boy care about his underpants? I was like, I don't know. People are calling me gay. I'm not gay. But.
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have body dysmorphia? I'm like, what does that mean? And so I had boxers for pajamas, and I used to just.
They do go from 0 to 100.
Immigrant parents,
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense to them. Yeah. It's really.
I do still have a little bit of that, even though like I've been here for over 30 years. I still do have like the little bit of the immigrant parent. My kids are like, okay, relax. Like, we were joking.
But you had to learn American.
Yes.
We're hopping around a lot because I want to get into your story before that. But what were the things that you could kind of educate? Was it the show Baywatch?
I mean, I could watch anything because
I love TV.
My dad didn't have any context to like.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of immigrants have the same experience, right? Where they like their parents don't have the context for like what is appropriate and what's not, so they just kind of let their son or daughter kind of watch whatever, as long as it's not like probably sex or anything like porn, right? Obviously, but like stuff like that would be right. I've had a few people talk to me about this, and I find it kind of interesting, right?
Was on TV, what was appropriate or not appropriate, and he also had to work a lot, so he wasn't really home.
Yeah.
And so I watched like Family Matters and
Urkel.
Yeah.
You were raised on Urkel taught you.
I was raised on everything that would come on TV after I got off school. So just the TV was just on all the time.
Well,
and like, but I didn't speak English, and I was struggling. Because the only words when I came at the age of 12 that I knew.
Did I do that?
No.
Steve Urkel.
No, I would learn that.
Gus's time.
It was hello and shut up.
Hello, shut up.
And that's that fun when that's the only words you know in 6th grade. So.
That's so cute.
Yeah, maybe.
Fuck off!
But your teacher wrote something in your yearbook that I thought was adorable. I don't want to misquote it, but it said like, Ilhan, like age 11, hello, shut up, age 12. Hello, my name is Ilhan, nice to meet you. Yeah. It's like, it makes me want to cry, it's so cute.
It went Mr. Miller, it was that was very cute.
So when did you first feel American,
I don't know if there's a moment. I believe when I could communicate and like navigate life and feel like just like one of the other kids. Maybe when I felt like I was American, and then maybe that was like 13, 14.
It's fast.
Yes.
Because you came here at 11, no?
12.
12.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2 years you learned English and...
I was pretty fluent within like 3 to 6 months.
And you learned Baywatch,
I would watch the TV with the captions on, and then my sister and I would just have the dialogue that they were having on TV.
Yeah.
And that was kind of, like, it helped, I guess, not to develop a strong accent as well. But yeah, like I think much of my English before, I got into my formal education was like context-based.
Yeah. All my non-American like family learned it from friends.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, Adam, you're such a chandelier. You're so sarcastic. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, I am. I'm definitely not a Ross. I wish I was a Joey a little bit sometimes.
Nobody wants to be a Ross.
Ross? Ugh, what a schmuck.
Yeah, no. I also don't know if I could handle a Joey.
Joey? Why he's so stupid?
Yeah.
Joey's like, you feel like, you could toss him away.
He came in on a raid of 5 people. Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
it was
fun.
Fuck
to hang out.
It was fun while it lasted, Joey, but you're
the minute he's a troll that comes around to leftist streamer, he gets banned a lot. Yeah. Oh well.
Thinker. Yeah. I need someone more intellectual.
We could talk for an hour. Yeah.
He did troll me, but I don't like him being disrespectful to you guys. So.
Yeah.
That's why he got banned, right? I could care less what he fucking has to say.
And I'm a conversationalist, so I like people who could hold.
And Joey would be like, "I thought you were sommelier." Yeah, you're like Somalian.
This is something you learn as a streamer, guys, that even though somebody doesn't necessarily bother you, your job is to maintain a certain kind of environment, right? Your job as a streamer is to keep the vibes going, a certain vibe, whatever that is you want to hit, right? And at first it took me a while to realize that, and then somebody told me something that kind of stuck with me, and I appreciated it, right? Because I listened to what they said and I was like, wow, 100. So I took that to heart, and I was like, yeah, like it's my job to keep to keep the chat like positive, fun, right? That's what we do here. Can we get a vote command, kick command? Oh, sure. That's a great idea. That's a really good idea. Kind of like a democracy kick. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I like that idea. I'll do that tonight. Yeah, great idea, man. Right, like somebody told me, hey, you should have a fish game. And I was like, what the fuck is the fish game? Right, it was Shork, who hasn't been around that much because I think he's been really busy with stuff. But he keeps in contact. He's in the Discord all the time in terms of like whenever I respond to him or like he reaches out to me. But he was like, yeah, can we get a fish game? And I was like, yeah, how would I design a fish game? That'd be really cool. So I started off with like the basic one, right? I actually found one and I translated it from German to like English. Like I found the code for it, right? And then I was like, oh, that's cool. But it was way too basic. And there was like a lot of stuff in it that just didn't make any sense. There was no point system, right? Like it was very basic. So I revamped it entirely and made it all around Gloggy and you and fishing. And I did I made it my own thing. The fishing game thing is from Stream Elements, by the way. So he took the Stream Elements thing directly from Stream Elements and he like translated it to German because it looks like that guy only spoke German. But it only had like a couple fish and some items and stuff, and I was like, that's kind of lame, right? Like, why don't we set this up as a tier? Why don't we do like an epic system, right? A weight, all this stuff. And yeah, I went crazy from there, guys. I made it my own thing, right? That's what you got to do. You got to make stuff your own thing.
What's wrong with you, Joey? How do you even...
Did you make your fork public? Not yet. It's my own code.
Have a license to drive. You
my own code. It's completely different now. In fact, it looks so different than his to the point where it's like I probably should just post it on myself because it has a point system. It has a rarity system. It has a chance, right, associated with each one. It has whether you keep it or not. There's all these things that I added to it, right? There's a leaderboard, right? So, yeah. I'll probably have to put it up on GitHub, but
Shouldn't be allowed to vote.
I'm learning so much about coding, but God, do I hate it when it breaks. Like, coding should just work, and if it doesn't work, fuck you, coding. Do it out of love. I do it out of love, girl. I do it out of love, right? The Gloggy's like Mecha Gamba thing that I'm working on, it's almost done, right? I just got to add the sound effects. I'm probably going to add some sound effects to the fishing adventure thing too, maybe. The polling, right? All these things I've been trying to work on as like fun features on the stream to have.
You're spoken about so much, but I don't think people understand how much of a journey your life has been, and potentially how it's made you the person you are today.
Right.
Which is a person that's like, fuck you, I'm not going anywhere. You know?
Yeah.
We're born in Mogadishu. How old were you when the Civil War broke out?
8.
8. What were your memories of Somalia before that?
Well, this is the thing that people usually get upset about, because they're like, oh, she just glorifies her childhood. And like, my childhood was pretty normal. It was
Like not being in a war, that sounds pretty nice. The parts where that weren't in a war.
wasn't part of my life.
Yeah.
I grew up in a very loud, loving home. My mother, it's fascinating story culturally. In Somalia, the tradition is that if you get married, you have 2 options. Either you have your own home with, your wife and your kids, or if you don't have enough resources, the husband moves his wife in with his family. And
the in-laws.
Yes.
It's got to be annoying.
Well,
or beautiful.
It depends on who the in-laws are. And my mother was the firstborn of her family. And she wanted to help her dad economically. She wanted to help make sure her siblings were raised well. And
she was an ethnic minority too?
She's of Yemeni heritage, and so she was very adamant that any suitor had to agree to move in with her family, which was a cultural no-no. And so my dad, when supposedly she was, there was this coffee shop that he would frequent after work, and she would come by that coffee shop to go home. And he said it was love at first sight. He wanted to know who this woman was, and started to show. He figured out where she worked and started to show up at her job, and kept asking to talk to her, and she wasn't interested. But eventually said,
"Holy shit!" Why are there so many stories of like women being not interested at first? That's how my dad met my mom too. They were like, "Yeah, we met at a laundromat, and I just found him annoying." And then we fell in love. Jesus.
Yes, and he wore her down, and then she made her demand that, if they were to get married, he had to move in, and that was, I suppose, a hard choice for my father. But he was in love with her
because
mother
patriarchy
and her siblings. I know.
Good men are an acquired taste, I guess.
He said yes, and I think
for real, right?
It was probably one of the best choices.
So many stories like this.
And so he.
Well, it's like it takes time for the biological narcos to kick in. My parents have been together since they were 13 years old. They were 6, 7, 6. They are 67 and 66 years old. 6'7".
My grandfather's house. My grandmother died before I was born, so my mom had younger siblings that she had to help take care of as she was having kids. And so I grew up with my aunts and uncles along with my siblings, and so it was a full house.
And you're the youngest too.
I'm the youngest of 7, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Being a member of Congress and understanding what it's like to be a child in a war-torn environment. What was that like as an 8-year-old? I mean, what are your memories of that?
It's distorting because, like I said, I had a pretty normal childhood. My family was like middle class, upper middle class for Somalia standard in the 80s.
Yeah.
I lived with my mother before she passed, who had full-time employment, my father and my grandfather, my aunts and uncles who were all teachers. And so there's multiple salaries coming into our one household. And so we were pretty comfortable. And then, we went from one day just being a normal kid, going to school and playing, and the next day, kids around your age are walking around with rifles, and there's bombs dropping.
38-year-olds?
Well, like
39-year-olds. Shit.
8-year-olds. 8, 9-year-olds.
I know. I seem like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I look 8, but I'm 39.
Okay.
When you have a vote, I mean, I know that we're in a new kind of military operation, whatever the fuck that is. Do memories of
whatever the fuck that is,
gunfire, do they inform your kind of morality or your understanding of what it means, what war is?
Yeah, I mean, I do think of war through the lens of someone who survived one.
Yeah.
And I understand that the lasting impacts of war.
Yeah.
It's the displacement. It's the trauma that you can't get rid of. I mean, I still have PTSD. There's certain environments that trigger it, and I think for a lot of people, especially a lot of people in the United States, unless you've been a service member and been in combat zone, people can't fully comprehend. So they're just like, oh, there's war, and things get back to normal, and everybody's fine, and nobody accounts for the destruction that happens. Nobody accounts for the misyears of education that instability brings, the loss of jobs, the loss of infrastructure, the loss of your memories, the connection to family, to your history. I get a lot of people who are like, yeah, you should be grateful that, you have this beautiful life. I am grateful enormously that I have this beautiful life.
More so.
But it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of people, because we are in America, a lot of people just see people who come here seeking a new life, and just are like, why aren't you just really excited? And it's like, yeah, they are excited, but they also have the human capacity to miss what was lost.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother, who also lived with us and helped raise us, I didn't see her for many years after the war. She passed away without me saying goodbye to her. And I would have loved to have been by her side when she passed away, as I was with my grandfather and father.
I think there's this notion of what a refugee is. In learning about you and researching for this, obviously there's a xenophobic thing happening, which is for the first time I'm 38 or 39. Fuck. I'm 39. It sounds so bad. I'm 40, and
I'm turning 44 this year, so I don't know why you hanged up on the 39.
We're the same age.
I'm older, 5. It sounds like
we're the same age, and you're in Congress.
You would have been in 8th grade when I was graduating high school, so you're okay.
Yeah, you would have bullied me probably.
No, I was very much opposed to bullying.
We would have been best friends, obviously.
Yeah, I would have fought your bullies for you.
No, I didn't have any because I was so funny. All the bullies were laughing so much at my funny jokes. No, but
I thought that's how people become funny is because they get bullied.
100%. 100%. Wow.
We're having a therapy session. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the couch. Well, no, I think there's. It seems like this is the most xenophobic I've ever seen of the country, but also there's a notion
even more so, than his first term.
Oh, I mean, it's not him. It's just it's people, you know. But on the other side, I think there's a notion of refugee. Like there's those like posters like refugees are welcome here, almost as if like, you know, that like you're lesser than kind of even in the liberal sense. Like, oh, please come, like. You know, like come sit down.
Yeah, what he's saying is, and I've talked a lot about this. What he's saying is that it's almost like demeaning, right? And I completely agree.
For sure, but it's like
could be patronizing.
Patronizing, that's the right word.
Has equipped you as an adult and is.
Oh yeah, I mean my resilience is because I was a refugee.
And you know, like you were supposed to come twice, and your security detail was supposed to do an extensive sweep. You had a like Secret Service level security. Because there are multiple people that are incarcerated for plotting assassinations. Obviously, we saw at the town hall recently that, but you fucking charged. You were like,
I did. I thought
you're like, what, bitch? Yeah. You charged him.
Yeah, and, I did the only thing I knew how to do.
What dawned on me was like, because like she walked to Kenya as an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old, you know, like.
Close enough. I didn't walk all the way to Kenya, but yes.
Well, you don't say walk to them. Make it sound worse. You got a piggyback ride? You went to, come on, just let me do let me do the Jewish thing. She walked to Kenya. And then seeing Republican candidates for office calling for your execution and seeing the president fixated on you. I think it's fair to say. Is that where your bravery comes from? I mean, or am I off base?
What I mean, and I think in the refugee story, I think, or any sort of displacement story through traumatic events, is that old adage of what doesn't break you makes you stronger. You know, there are people who do end up being broken, right? But I think it did the opposite for me. I think it gave me a sense of like, I survived all of these things that could have destroyed me, could have killed me. And so what is the point of having fear? So I kind of really don't have the normal sense of fear. I mean, I have irrational fear of certain things, but I don't have...
Snakes?
I'm a little like claustrophobic.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think that because we had to hide under beds, when the bombs would drop and, or like try to hold on to the side of a wall just to make sure if it collapsed that you could crawl out. But I think those tight corners, being put in those tight corners, I think maybe helped me develop just a little bit of claustrophobia.
I feel bad for saying me too, but yeah.
But I mean, there's different things that happen, right?
I don't know.
But I think, when you are, 8 and you are crossing multiple checkpoints and people have guns pointed at you, you just develop a sense of like, I got through that. What else could happen?
It reminds me a lot of when my dad wouldn't get me boxer shorts when I was in 6th grade. We've both been.
How so?
We have different stories, and I've been through a lot.
Yeah, very traumatic.
I didn't hit puberty until.
Oh, I forgot. It also says your total score in the card, right? So, yeah. I forgot about that. I programmed that in too.
10th grade. So, we've both been through a lot,
Isn't that not the normal age?
I know your grievance politics. No, it's not the normal age. In 6th grade, some of them are like with beards, And we're like, how are we the same grade? 2 kids had sex in 6th grade, and I went home and cried. I don't know why I'm telling a sitting member of Congress this, but I cried, and I remember both their full names still to this day. I cried. I said, I thought we were just kids. Sex?
You saw them? Did they tell you about it?
I just heard it.
What's the context of this?
The summer after 6th grade, you could beat
rare.
Just had sex. Oh, God. And I cried.
They're going to sue
I
you.
thought we were going to
They're
try
going to
kiss.
sue you for sharing this.
So tell us about Kenya. Did you chill with Malik Obama ever? No, I'm just. Did you ever link up with Malik Obama? You know who he is? His brother?
Yeah.
He's like MAGA.
Yeah, no.
He's a hater.
Yeah.
He's hating from Kenya. He's just tweeting and
I
hating.
don't think we were even in the same region of Kenya, but.
No. So your mentor in Kenya was Malik Obama. Is he related to Barack Obama, or is that like a common last name? Is it like Kim in Korea? I don't know. Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean I've got 6 older siblings. I've got 3 brothers. So. And
you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brothers' butts?
Jesus.
Beating
your brother's butts.
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little though.
I was. But
did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
Well,
girls are scratched, and I didn't want
Wow, what a sexist.
You're a boxing MMA fan.
I am a boxing MMA fan.
Do you like my favorite boxer, Naoya Inoue? Do you like him?
He's all right.
The monster? You think he's all right? The amount of power
I don't,
at that size.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, he's
I
your size.
I am a fan of the sport. I don't really have.
You like Bud?
I don't. Who's Bud?
Crawford.
Yes.
He's the man.
Yes, he's amazing.
awesome.
And we watched his last fight.
Against Canelo?
We just watched Wilder too.
Oh, yeah. You asked your dad why America, why you chose America.
My grandpa.
Your grandfather.
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah. He said America was the only country in the world where you will eventually become an American. And it's interesting because he was very right about that. You know, I don't know too many places where an immigrant can absorb the identity of a new nation they arrive in.
I guess because it's not an ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Like German is an ethnicity and a nationality.
I know a lot of people use Japan as an example, which is crazy. But.
I mean, I guess that's the thing I always thought was awesome about America.
I mean, and the people here who would be, the inhabitants of what was to become America, were not calling themselves that. And so I think that creates the distinction where, like a country like Somalia, the people are Somali. So everyone else that's there, like they have their own ethnic backgrounds and stories, but there's a core group of people who are just Somali.
As a legislator that is, that's hijabi, black, and a woman, do you think that is kind of on the surface why so much negative attention is paid to you? I mean,
I would say less because I'm a woman and black, more because I'm an immigrant and visibly Muslim.
Yeah. One thing that's odd to me is like the Obama era, right? Like you seem like a person that it would be the State of the Union or something, and you point to the balcony and be like, Ilhan Omar was a refugee in Kenya and she came to America and she worked her way up and became a success. You know, it used to be something that we celebrate.
Yeah, but I think that is the backlash, is because it was celebrated, right? Because like the reason, earlier you asked, like, why does, how does everybody know you? How do you, come to national attention? It's because I was a first for a whole community that, like, was barely recognized as being in the country. And here I am, less than a little over 20 years after arriving here as a kid, as a member of Congress.
You're the first African refugee.
I am the first African born.
You're the first Somalian.
Yeah.
You're the first Muslim woman.
Yeah. To wear a hijab. We came in together. Yeah.
Rashida, but was it alphabetical?
Yeah, but I'm also the first Muslim not born in the U.S. to ever serve in Congress.
Oh, so Rashida doesn't have that on you?
No, she's born here.
Yeah, she's born here.
Yeah.
That's kind of soft of Rashida.
Yeah. I mean, and Keith Ellison was born here, Andre Carson was born here,
Yeah.
and Latifah Simon was born here. So there's 4 of us that are in Congress.
Yeah.
But everybody seems to only remember I'm the Muslim one that exists there because I'm visibly Muslim, and I'm also an immigrant.
Do you think they're also haters because, like, I don't know.
There you go. Visibly Muslim. Disgusting, guys. Disgusting.
Everyone's uglier.
No, people are beautiful in their own ways.
You think Lindsey Graham is beautiful in his own way?
I'm sure somebody thinks Lindsey
You
Graham
work at an
is.
ugly office. Hey, let's be real. Have you seen some of
Damn,
these
she's
people?
way too optimistic even for me.
It is not a beauty contest.
Lindsey Graham is beautiful, queen.
Listen, I'm not. Look at them.
Jersey.
Some of the. Wait, you think Mitch McConnell got there because of pretty privilege? You think? Well, what
You
do
think I got there because of pretty privilege?
You better watch it, girl.
I think you overcame a lot.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know where we were going with this.
I'm just saying, you go to work at an ugly place.
One of my opponents, when I first ran for office,
was busted.
said that I was gaining traction because I was attractive.
And you were like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. No, I appreciated the compliment, but I'm pretty sure it was more than that.
When you got into the House, I think probably our audience's understanding of Nancy Pelosi is kind of probably negative. I don't know. People hate Congress in general. Can you tell us a little bit about what she told you about being a woman in government? Why are you laughing?
Everyone thinks she's pretty. I mean, she objectively is. Yeah.
I don't know if she.
Did I say woman? How did I say it? Sorry. I've just never met someone in a Maroon 5 music video with Ellen and Gal Gadot and Millie Bobby Brown. Young Millie.
No, I mean, Pelosi.
Wait, really? Let's see. I gotta see this.
Music video with Ellen and Gal Gadot. I've just never met someone in a Maroon 5 music video.
Oh, right. She was in that. Wait, she was, right? Oh my God. Hold on. Oh yeah, she was in that song. Girls Like You, yeah. Yeah, there she is. Oh no, this video aged like fucking milk though, because Dana Patrick is in it. Look at that, guys. Even the author's like Dana Patrick. Fuck you, Dana Patrick. What up, gang? Hey, welcome back, Living Lily. Yeah. I'm not gonna play this right now because I already know I'm definitely getting copyright struck with that motherfucker in here.
With Ellen.
I just got the YouTube channel, guys.
Gal Gadot and Millie Bobby Brown. Young.
Just heating up Dana.
Millie.
No,
Cool.
I mean, Pelosi is a fascinating person because, she's an only daughter to a family of like many boys.
Yeah.
So
also
she-
a political family.
Yeah, and she had her own, I think, strengthening growing up with lots of brothers in the same way that I did. She was very close with her father, like I did. So we had sort of, some of those kind of things in common. A little toughness in us that was intentionally built by our brothers and father. And I don't take bullshit. She doesn't take bullshit. So it was easy to connect in that way.
She said that they're going to be mean to you because you're a girl.
No, but I mean, she's
you have to fist fight
she also had to denounce me a few times. So
Oh, we all denounced you a few times.
Yeah. So I think she understood that I didn't care.
I think the first time I heard about you was during the Benjamin's tweet.
Mm-hmm.
And something that really pissed me off was that I feel like a lot of people online people I would expect even kind of took the bait on that one.
Yeah, it was a generational miss.
Yeah. But there was a soul voice that spoke out of the darkness on your behalf.
Okay.
Online. What was it like to hear that person standing up for you?
Who's Is that you, Adam? Okay.
I got in big trouble.
Okay. Well, we appreciated it.
You're going to get mad at me about what I said, but I was upset because people are lecturing you on anti-Semitism.
Uh-huh.
Just to back up, you had a tweet about AIPAC, which is a lobbying organization, right? Which uses...
very toxic lobbying organization.
Sure. We know them. We love them. No, but you had a tweet that was all about the Benjamins, like meaning that money and government. Also,
like from the song.
Also, the it's
rap
a song.
Yeah.
Also, his name is Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, it worked on three. It was a triple entendre.
Well, the other layers had no factor in.
It was
outside
bars.
of the
It was
outside of the bars. Yeah.
And
but like I said, I think I was too young for a lot of the people who were commenting on it.
Yeah, they were like Benjamin Franklin would never. Yeah. And then I got upset because you were getting lectured by a certain daughter of a former president.
Uh-huh.
And I did a mean tweet, and she found it. I didn't even at her. And so she said that I was an anti-Semite. I tweeted, Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish, she's just ugly. Sorry.
Is that a real tweet?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I was upset on your behalf. And people are piling on. I regret it, and I'm sorry. Jewish comedy, the basis of Jewish comedy is self-deprecation. I'm just saying we're ugly. But, okay.
We have that in common. Somalis are very much like
we
that.
hate ourselves and
or don't take ourselves too seriously.
Listen, just seeing that one voice out of the darkness.
Yeah, it encouraged other people. Yeah.
Was that? When did you know that it was going to be like this? I suppose. Like, did you? Because that was fairly early on.
Was my
when did it
first
dawn?
month, third week.
First month at the job, everyone's telling you that you're Adolf Hitler or something. You know? Did it dawn? When did it dawn on you? It's going to be like this. Did it dawn on you then, or was it your second month when they said you were Idi Amin or something? Your third month when they said you were Pol Pot or whatever? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess like when I first ran, I thought of all the horrible things that could happen, wrote a list of 10 worst possibilities, and none of it has actually happened. So
what were some of them?
It's bad.
Bad ones?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it so somebody can do it to me. I'm not putting it out.
You don't want the bad guys to get any ideas. That's smart.
Yeah. But I mean, like so I think I keep a level-headedness because it's not as bad as I thought, which is kind of crazy because everybody's like, oh my God, this is horrible. And I'm like, It's really not as bad as it could be.
The strange thing to me is that Somalis are such a small ethnic minority in America, and there's a fixation that's surfaced.
Yeah.
And Trump was talking about them in 2016, I believe, when he was running.
Yeah.
Like,
He came to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And said we were there without the permission of Minnesotans, and we should all get out.
You didn't ask?
Apparently.
Why Minnesota?
Apparently.
What about Arizona or something?
There are
cold.
Somalis in Arizona.
Yeah, the smart ones. Why don't you go up there with the snow? It's as different as possible.
We're naturally nomads, which culturally means, somebody usually goes to a place and says,
why do you nomad away from the snow?
This is a good place for people to live and raise a family. And, my family was settled in Arlington, Virginia, and that's where I went to middle
Virginia.
school. My older siblings, realizing that I'd missed 4 years of schooling, really wanted a
You know
good
what's worse than
education
Virginia?
system for me so that I could graduate on time. And,
You already know. New Jersey.
Get lost in the system. And they were doing research in Minnesota at the time, had really good education system. And so that's how we ended up in Minnesota. But the first family in Minnesota
They're slutty.
San Diego, actually.
Massachusetts.
It's way nicer there, San Diego.
Yeah,
It's fabulous.
Don't lie.
The cost of living was too much. So he moved to Marshall, Minnesota.
Oh, it sounds terrible.
Where it was like he was paying 10% for rent than what he was paying in San Diego, which meant he had the freedom to start a business, and I think he's the first Somali millionaire.
I want to talk about Minneapolis. I kind of have this first off, I think it's valuable to hear from obviously 2 constituents of yours were killed, right?
By ICE and CPP.
Yeah. I think first off, just tell us what you saw transpire in your district, in your home city.
You got a soggy bra.
Yeah, the federal occupation of Minnesota was a little scary. We had over 4.
All right, let's try it out. Booba. The sound effects work. Okay. Put in your bets, guys. It's a new feature I added. Read the fucking chat, guys. God damn it. All you do is chat away. You don't read. Well, you already used up your turn. I think I haven't figured it out, but I will have to be on PC. Shushies. Gloggers, damn right. This is literally Gloggers. Anything else? I don't think she's gonna say anything else. I don't know. So let's see. This probably wasn't the... I just wanted to test the sound effect. Cool. All right. Do it. I probably have to loop it better, right? Damn right. Loop it. Loop it. Loop it. Loop it. Loop it. Yeah, because it keeps cutting out. You hear that? And then it starts. It's got to do it smoothly. Hell yeah. Alright, let me set the... I'm gonna have Gloggy determine the winner, so it's gonna be automatic. Locked in. All right. Oh, so it's like Bandit. Yeah, a little bit like that. Good point. Where's the sound coming from? Oh, that's cool. I didn't think I would know this. Huh. And let's see. There we go. Ended it. And we'll have a winner. Whoops. What's going on now? There we go. Still up. Cool. All right. It restarted. No, it just did another one after that one, but it's fine. You guys won, so because we did the we did the auto pick. So okay, now why does it keep saying the thing? All right, let's see here. All right. Just a few bugs there with the sound effect.
And it
and that
was, you know, masked men.
It should have resolved it better.
Patrolling the streets with machine guns, stopping cars, dragging people out of the cars, breaking windows, arresting people who were telling them they were citizens, had their documents, they were legally in the United States. You know, obviously they killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy for just monitoring and documenting the brutality that they were witnessing, with so many people being disappeared, so many businesses being shut down, lots of empty schools. There was a third of our schools were had presence of children.
Yeah.
It was very, very scary.
What's it like to be a leader of a community that's going through that? Like,
it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially when you yourself, your family members are also part of the targeted group.
Yeah.
And so you're caring for your constituents and trying to provide as much information as you can, and chasing down people who've disappeared through a maze of a system, trying to identify where they are, where they've been taken to, because they were usually disappearing people within 3 hours from the state. So that was very difficult for us to track people down. And then you're worried, if one of your family members is going to be next.
do you think the president watched a YouTube video and didn't realize that most Somalis, the vast majority of Somalis are legally in Minneapolis, are here legally?
Yeah. I mean, that was the most baffling part, right? Because they said...
What percentage of the Somali community are legal? In like 98% or something?
Yeah, 98%. Yeah. No, they said they were going to do this mass deportation of Somalis, which is what Operation Metro Search was about.
Yeah.
And, they canceled the protective temporary... They announced that they would cancel that, which they couldn't automatically cancel it because those are timed, right? And so it was, for a lot of us, we were like, who are you mass deporting? because none of us are deportable.
Yeah.
And that was the thing that was disturbing about it, because they were going into these Somali restaurants, Somali businesses, Somali heavy neighborhoods, and they were like basically snatching people only to have to let them out within.
Guys, you're dirty. Gambling
And
is
then they
illegal,
said,
okay?
So anybody
How
who
dare
came
you
into
gamble?
A refugee status since 2021, we'll take all of them to Texas and Louisiana. We will re-vet them. So they did that for a little over 4,000 people, and then they had to return all of them because their vetting was.
They were here legally.
Yeah, and
There we
they
go. It
already
completed.
been
Perfect. That's what it should have done.
vetted. That vetting. When
So that's the only bug left I gotta
3 to
fix.
5 years,
But that's
sometimes
cool.
Up to 10 years.
All right.
They're
And the sound
checking
effect.
your bone density. They're it's just
like
it's a
Nazi.
very invasive vetting process, and so it was again just a waste of money and a way to terrorize people who were just adjusting to life in America.
But I think a lot also about largely Latino people getting detained and disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, we recently they recently released a report of the 4,000 people they eventually arrested. Less than 3% were Somalis.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me like an old man watched a YouTube video and then wanted to arrest a bunch of people that were here legally, and then Latinos suffer the consequences.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Who come from countries that are experiencing severe vulnerability. It's it's the Venezuelans, it's the people from Ecuador, a lot of young people who fled trafficking.
Imagine being that misguided.
and gang
Could never
life
be
in
me, but it
Ecuador,
could be you.
being caught up in it.
your family were lucky enough to get a visa to come here. Do you often think about what your life would be like had you not? When you think about that, does that give you a deeper understanding of those people?
It's hard to predict what my life
Have a
would
good day.
Yeah.
It certainly wouldn't be like what it is today. So I don't know. I can't predict the future for an Ilhan that doesn't leave that camp when I did.
One day I will get a legendary. I believe in you. And wait till you see what I'm gonna plan with the little the sound effects for the legendaries. For the commons, I'm not gonna do anything because they're too common, right? And the junk, obviously, you're not gonna get anything. But for the legendaries, there's gonna be a sound effect because it won't get annoying, right? In fact, it'll make it seem even more epic. So when you get one, which is never, because all you guys ever get is epics,
Other refugee camps,
and that's even rarer. We only got 2.
Met
God's planning. I'm planning.
Kids I knew from the refugee camp I was in, who are raising kids in that refugee camp. And
They're
so
still
they have
refugees.
So they have another generation of kids that are born into a refugee camp.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know what I would have been into at 12 or 15 or
Did they get Baywatch?
I don't think so.
Like when you're a kid in school, you learn about periods of history where countries that had laws started taking people from their homes and locking them in cages.
Mm-hmm.
You think when you're a kid, what do you do? And I've been thinking a lot about that nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the answer is. And so what do we do? Like about the people that are in Florida, or, in Texas or Louisiana, that are, many of them here legally, that are
The
dying
fix is in.
captivity, that are not being charged with crimes. So
Yep.
what do
Hey,
we do
stickers.
if it's
Welcome back.
happening now?
I mean, it's always the challenge, right? Because you can think about what you would do, but then you've got the constraints of what the legal system that you're living under. People forget that brutality is oftentimes legalized.
Yeah.
And when people say, why didn't you do this or why didn't, these people do that, they forget that there was a whole system to make it hard for people to do anything. Because then they would risk their own lives. They would risk their own captivity. And, in Minneapolis, we've had people, I went to this shopping center that has housing attached to it.
Ooh.
And I was meeting with the business association
He calls
there.
it cramps.
And one of them explained that the condos above this businesses were choosing to allow some of the workers to stay with them, so they didn't have to travel. That they felt safe to just be able to go to work in the same building instead of being exposed to the outside environment. And so, there are places like Minneapolis where people have figured out a way to keep their neighbors safe. We had, soccer moms, organizing pickups and drop-offs for the neighborhood children. We had block watches where parents organized themselves to take shifts to alert other people when ICE or CPP would be in the neighborhood. And so there are ways that people have figured out, but there's the risk, right? You can get killed like Renee and Alex have. And that's the choices that people have to figure out. And then it's something that people say to me all the time, like, you're an immigrant, you're risking a lot by being in the forefront of this.
A glowing fishing rod. Damn. Every cast is perfect. Gloggy says you should use it for good. He then immediately tries to borrow it.
Fight. But to me, it is a choice I consciously make.
I'm glad you guys like the game.
There was a...
Oh God, it was so boring before. Like, I was like, what are these names of these fishes? I think they were fish only from like Germany or Europe. And they just were like, I don't know, like it was too stale. Like it was a very boring game. Like, I don't know how, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying it.
A member of Congress that represented me, I would want them doing everything that they could.
I mean, it's just a Stream Elements game, right? But
defending me, and
they just took it from there, yeah.
And
Carpin,
not being worried about what happened to them, but what happened to the people that they represent.
He basically just took the Stream Elements game, which is not very good either. I mean, it's literally the same thing, and he just translated it to German. So
it's a loaded thing to think about, but
cool that he did that, because I think it was only available in English, right? But I wanted to make it way more epic.
It's
oftentimes we're hearing from the Democrats, like, vote for us in the midterms if you want us something to happen.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, this was a program under Obama. Child separation was happening under Biden. So do you, as a member of that caucus, have faith in the party, were you to be successful in the midterms, to like close the places, shut the places down where people have been sent without due process and are dying?
Yeah. I mean,
is that possible?
I do believe, right, when you think about the mass deportation program under Obama and private detention centers becoming a thing under Obama, you now see Democrats finally realizing that we cannot create systems that can be exploited by evil.
Yeah.
To them, they thought at the time, this was cost saving, or it was a way to expedite, or to do something in a way to reform the system. But they gave a playbook to the most evil, people like Stephen Miller, who have now allowed these detention centers, and even with the first Trump administration, where people dying in there and covering up, it's normal.
Yeah.
And sometimes being killed in these detention centers without accountability, where you can have masked agents, and we're now just begging for the bare minimum of like, can you go back to what is actually legally required for you to do? And so I do see now when Democrats say, put us back in charge, that it is about reining this in. It is about recognizing that we've allowed for a system that could be abusive to be abusive.
Yeah.
And we have Republicans right now who are in charge, who are refusing to exercise any of the checks and balances that are within their purview. And so Democrats are not asking for much. All they're asking for is allow us to at least have a check and balance, which, you know, at this moment, I think it's a huge selling point, because it just feels like we are living with a one-man rule, and that's not, you know, what America is supposed to be.
I guess I'll close with this one last thing. All right.
I know that answer, like it's not the most satisfying thing, but it, you know, with the
a lot of your boys suck, don't they?
But it's just, it's like it's
No,
we can't pass these great policies because obviously we have Trump for president in the next 2 years. Even if we were to win the majority, but what we can do is make it difficult for him to have this one-man rule.
Have you met him?
No.
No. What do you say to him if you meet him?
I'm not sure. It changes by the day.
What would you say just right now? What are you feeling right now?
Oh,
Let's say I'm Trump. Hey, what's up? I'm Trump. I've been telling people to kill you.
Yeah, I might like actually curse him out in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to say the words?
At this
say
moment,
the cusses.
I'm not going to.
We'll
say
beep
that.
them.
No, it's okay.
All right. We'll cut it. Just say the cusses. Congresswoman, just say the. I've never heard it. We don't allow cussing on the show, but this is one time. I think we can make an exception. Let's hear those cusses. All right. You sharing your story, I think you are kind of an example of what is great about America. That you can make a success of yourself.
Right.
You could go to college at the Mall of America. How did you find out that the college at the Mall of America wasn't on the up and up? Were you in a sorority?
No.
I heard that you rushed Victoria's Secret, but you got into Hot Topic. You were the weird girls, the weird girl sorority.
Absolutely.
Oh God.
Yeah, me and the brothers at Hollister, we were doing beer bongs. You went to college at a mall?
Yeah.
You might be the first in Congress mall college.
It's called the National American University.
What?
It was
Oh,
one of
God.
those exploitive.
Yeah, Jared Kushner owned it.
Yeah,
probably,
schools.
I've seen them. There aren't that many around here, but I've seen them in other, like a chewed tennis ball.
And
you think Kushner and Wickoff got this? You think in Pakistan?
It's quite possible.
I think they got this.
I don't think so. No. I have no faith. But it was one of those like schools where they, preyed on
immigrants.
First time college. Like you'd be the first one to go to college in your family.
Did you live on campus?
Or veterans? No.
Okay.
No. And that was the selling. That was the selling point because it was like they had this jingle. It was like one night, one day, Saturday's all right.
How did you not know that this place was on the up and up? They have an amusement park.
Yeah, but I'd worked at the mall. I could go do the place called Leather Limited.
Where?
Leather Limited.
What is that? That sounds horny.
It was a.
That sounds haram to me.
No, it was a leather jacket store.
Oh,
They
nice.
sold
Jesus.
leather jackets and bags and purses.
Nice. You got an
Suitcases.
employee discount still or no?
I did, and I bought my dad like a lot of leather stuff.
A full like
No, he
harness.
had a leather jacket.
That's
with
adorable.
The winter leather jacket with the fur.
Daddy.
Yeah, and I got him like a suitcase for him to.
Is he proud of you?
My dad passed away. He was very proud.
Was he proud of you?
Yeah,
I mean, he proud of you? Sorry.
Yes, he was very
Yeah.
proud.
I like the section of your book where he said that it's political science is a stupid.
That was my grandpa.
Was that your grandpa?
Yeah.
Sorry.
My grandfather was like, politics is something you do. It is not something you study.
He's right. It's
Yeah.
stupid. I studied it too. What a waste.
Yeah.
What
I agree. I don't think I would let
What am I doing with
one of
my-
my kids actually study poli sci. Yeah.
No, it's moronic.
Yeah.
The
Just
science.
do it. Just do it.
I disagree.
The science is in the in the action of doing politics.
Yeah.
But I eventually
No,
graduated.
and like, I disagree. I will say there are a lot, like, don't do poli-sci in most schools, right? I think a lot of schools fuck it up really bad. I've seen a lot of really bad poli-sci programs, right? If you're not learning like math and game theory and stuff, it's probably not a good poli-sci like program, right? But yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure.
From a school called NDSU.
Yeah.
I've noticed that too.
Yeah, Carson Wentz.
Go Bison.
Carson Wentz.
Oh yeah, the football. Yeah.
Whatever.
They had a great football team.
Were you there with Carson Wentz? No.
I mean, you know, I wasn't hanging out with footballers.
No, you were with the nutrition club.
Yeah, I also had 2 young kids to take care of. So I didn't really do much hanging out in college because I was a young mom.
So you would bring your kids to
I was in a lot of clubs and would bring them with me.
You take them to the club. You
No,
would take
like
them
student
to the
clubs.
club. You would go to the club with your kids. She is out of control. Wait till Tucker gets the word. Someone said something to me. I spoke to people that know you.
Okay.
And someone said
That isn't even a big deal. That happens a lot.
Granted, I did this 5 months ago. And then
I didn't study. Yeah, no, you can. But game theory is the biggest. So, like, game theory is a part of political science, right? A lot of the people who push, like, the game theory thing are political scientists. The person who developed it, who did the programming and all that stuff, it sort of overlaps a little bit with, like, programming and stuff, but not really, because it's overwhelmingly about how politics works, cooperation versus defection, right, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah,
Guys, finding these people that know me.
Who?
Where are you people finding these people who know me?
My APAC got me. Got me a couple of
I
contacts.
don't think those people know me.
Someone that knows you.
I need to play chess
said
more.
to me that every day for you is lived truly not in like a self-help book way, but truly like it could be your last. And that's stuck with me.
Who's this person? I mean, I think we should. I don't know if that's such a great, you know.
I'm literally going. That's what I'm saying. This isn't even that rare in other countries for it to occur. Right? I think it's fine as long as you're not like giving your kid who's a baby like fucking, right? But here in the US, yeah, I don't know about that, right? People here in the US are pretty dumb. Coding is such a small part of the CS degree. Yeah, for real, man. That makes sense. But I mean, that's where like computer science kind of overlaps with poli-sci, right? Because like we went over it, but the guy who developed game theory and all that, we watched a video on the guy who did that, right? Turtle. I don't think you were here that day, but he talked about how like he did all this stuff, right? So there's a lot of overlap with that. I remember the National American University ads. You should see them during the daytime You would see them during the daytime television.
No,
Jesus, that's not a good sign.
We should all live every day as if
Not a good sign at
might be our
all.
last day. Just
But not all of
enjoy
us
it.
are. Not all of our interns have to go to therapy because they're picking up the phone all day. To like,
Yeah, I don't go to
Hello,
I
Ilhan.
don't go to therapy. I don't
No,
know.
your interns.
I don't think so.
You got to send them to therapy. I'll tell you that.
No, I
Can
mean,
you imagine what they're hearing?
I have staff that have been, majority of my staff has been with me since I'd gotten to Congress.
You're such an immigrant mom.
And
therapy is you're anti-therapy.
I am not, but
Oh
what I
my
am
God.
saying is that I have
Jesus.
people who naturally are like, this is crazy, and I'm not gonna let it I'm not going to internalize any of this stuff. And we mainly feel bad for the crazy people who call into our office and spend that much time thinking about us. So, I don't,
Yeah.
I like to believe, just like me,
I hate them.
everyone in my office is
I
just
hate
like,
them.
these people are crazy. Like, I don't think they take it home with them. Because if they did, I think a lot of them would have left the office, and we rarely have people who quit our office.
I think it's, if you'll allow me, I think it's just really great to see an example. It's a shitty time of one person who, despite all this, is just like, fuck you. I have every right to be here as much as you do. And I don't think that. I mean, I think it's a testament to your resilience. And I genuinely, me going through that. Adam Friedland is. We should. I want to send him to Guantanamo. What the hell?
What would you have done if the president every day was?
I would have
being
laughed at all his jokes.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's what you do when you have a boss that's an asshole, but not very smart. You say that was hilarious, sir. Yeah, I would have gotten away with doing no work for 40 years.
Yeah.
At the government.
I mean,
he's
if
not
he
the
was
boss.
saying
He's not
the
the
stuff
boss
he
of her.
says
That's the only thing I will say.
about me, about you.
I would have. I don't know.
You wouldn't just be like, okay, this man is crazy.
No, I think it's really important for someone to say I have every right to be here.
Yeah.
You know,
What's he gonna do?
He's gonna drive these nutsos nuts. You know.
Yeah.
Someone called me after Kirk.
Yeah.
And they said, well, do you have security? I'm like, what does this have to do with me? Me? For Charlie? If someone did that for Charlie, and they got, I was the, me?
Yeah. Do you do one of those come debate me things?
No.
Come at me,
I don't
bro.
want to talk to kids. They're terrible. What does he yell? He yelled at babies the best.
Yeah.
We'll cut that. I really appreciate your time. I've been really excited about this one.
Likewise.
And
Thank you
did you have fun?
I did.
Okay, we're going to do another cooking demonstration.
Yeah. And the tea turned out great.
We're making
if I say so myself.
Okay, well, you were complaining about the cloves.
They turned out okay. It's a little tangy because we didn't get to crush them.
Oh my God, you can't wait with her. Guys, Ilhan Omar, everyone. It's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did.
Yeah.
This was fun.
Loved
Better
it.
than Hassan?
Is there a competition?
Oh, shut up, Justin.
All right. Cool. It's working. Looks like everything's good. I wish my rep was more like her. She's so, like, she's just so likable and so... so, like, down to earth, right? Like, I could sit listening to her talk for hours. Love her. All right. And then we also have this here.
Hi, it's Thursday, April 16th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. Yesterday was tax day in America, and odds are that you aren't angry enough about taxes in this country. A new report from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy found that at least 88 of the largest corporations in the United States paid zero federal corporate income taxes last year, despite earning over 100.
I always tell this to my friends. Look at this, guys. Zero! Because there's so many loopholes, right? The tax code is literally the size of a person, right? If you were to like take every page of the tax code and stand it up, there's a picture, right? It goes all the way up to like the size of a person. Pieces of paper that tall, guys. Okay? Back in like the 40s, it was like 10,000 pages. Yeah, no, okay.
$1 billion in
or something like that, right? I feel we looked it up. It was like a couple thousand pages. That's it, max.
Pre-tax income.
Right.
Their effective
It was
corporate
like this
tax rate
big.
was $0. For reference, the average tax rate in the U.S. is 14.5%, meaning on average, American individuals
Like
pay
my height or yours.
5% of the money they earn towards federal income taxes. That number, of course, is an average, so we'll talk about what that means for different income earners and debunk some annoying anti-graduated income taxation arguments I always see in my comment section along the way.
Depends where
This
you
is
are,
happening
girl.
in tandem with a couple other headlines I want to connect for you. One of those 88 large corporations that paid $0 in income tax includes Live Nation Entertainment, a company that a jury found to be an illegal monopoly this week.
Right.
That jury verdict was in response
We
to
are going to go over that, but a jury found that Ticketmaster, Live Nation, right, is an illegal monopoly, which they are. I mean, that's how they're able to charge like so much money on for tickets and stuff, right?
A case brought by states against Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster. This despite the fact that the federal government, which was also involved in an antitrust lawsuit against Live Nation, last week decided to drop the lawsuit entirely. So the states are continuing to stand up for our consumer rights, but the feds have zero interest in enforcing antitrust laws. Separately, but deeply relatedly, it's being reported that David Ellison, the owner of Skydance Paramount, which itself just conglomerated last year, is set to host a dinner honoring Donald Trump, while simultaneously awaiting federal approval to merge with Warner Discovery, which itself is a product of a 2022 merger. So again, the owner of a company attempting to skirt antitrust laws and awaiting federal approval to do so is literally whining and dining the president of the United States while awaiting that decision. Also separately, but very relatedly, a new analysis by The Guardian found that major oil and gas companies are earning windfall profits to the tune of $30 million per hour since the start of the war with Iran. The top 100 oil and gas companies stand to make $234 billion by the end of the year, if oil prices stay around $100 per barrel. Meanwhile, countries are taking major tax losses in order to cut oil and gas taxes to help soften the blow of gas prices for everyday consumers. For example, the streets of Dublin have been shut down for the last 2 weeks, with farmers and truckers protesting the country's taxes on gas and fuel, while oil companies are making billions off the global turmoil. Separately, but also relatedly, the Working Families Party recently reported that the federal government took on average $4,049 from every taxpayer to fund the war and weapons in 2025. 1,870 of that, on average, went exclusively to defense contractors. The average pay of CEOs at these defense contracting companies in 2025 was over $24 million each. All of this taken together paints a really stark picture. We are living in a world where we the people are being exploited for every dollar that passes through our fingers, while major companies strip us of our natural resources, benefit from taxpayer-funded infrastructure, universities, and more, and rob governments of their ability to provide for us. It is fucking bleak to see all of this happening while filing our tax documents, with some of us owing in to the system, or at the very least, having paid in over the last year automatically through our regular paychecks. It's maddening, and it can feel so fucking perverse to be paying into a system that so clearly and blatantly violates the humanity of everyone except for the top 0.1%. Okay, now before we get into the idea of tax resistance, of opting not to pay your taxes, let me be very clear that this is different from tax protesting, wherein a person is protesting the existence of any taxes. Tax resistance stands for the idea that we're happy to pay taxes if they go to benefit our communities and the people who need it most, instead of funding bombs that kill babies, for example. And there's always some asshole in my comment section who hates the idea of graduated income taxes and loves to argue that it's not fair to rich people that they pay 97% of all federal income taxes, while the bottom 50% of income earners pays only 3% of the federal income tax burden. The rich are funding poor people's and welfare queens' SNAP benefits, the argument goes. Why should they be expected to fund this entire system when they've managed to lift themselves up by their bootstraps? And then they argue that a flat, across-the-board income tax is the only fair option. So let me just address this stupid ass fucking argument. First of all, the argument is based upon the false assumption that rich people use the taxpayer funded system less than poor people. When we think of who uses the system, we tend to look at things like SNAP benefits and Section 8 housing, but the system is so much bigger than that, and rich people benefit tremendously from it. R&D at public universities, school systems to produce workers, government contracts that make them rich, roads and bridges for workers and transport vehicles to use, not to mention the extensive natural resources and environmental degradation a lot of their wealth relies upon. The internet itself, which pretty much every employer today relies upon in some capacity, was invented using taxpayer-funded research initiatives. On top of that, some large corporations underpay their workers, so those workers need food stamps even while working. The federal government subsidizes those companies by allowing them to pay their workers less, and then the government has to make up the difference so their workers can just barely continue to exist. But the asshole in my comments will argue the top 1%, those making over $663,000, paid an average of 26.1% of their income to taxes, while the bottom 50% paid only on average 3.7% of their income towards their income taxes. How is that fair? Well, let's discuss what that actually looks like in practice. That means if a person earned $663,000, they paid $173,000 in taxes. That's a lot. But that also means that they
nationalize internet infrastructure. In Germany, that's allowed. God damn it.
had left over $490,000 US. Meanwhile, people in the bottom half of taxpayers who make under $50,000 paid an average income tax rate of 3.7%. Now, of course, these averages skew the reality a bit on both ends because someone who earned $50,000 didn't pay a 3.7% tax rate. That percentage is being skewed downward because of the number of people in the lowest 50% who pay zero taxes because their income is so low. People earning under around $15,000 per year don't have to pay income taxes. If you're making $50,000 per year, your effective tax rate is closer to 12%, which is still way lower than the 26% tax rate of the higher income earner we just talked about. That means that while our higher income earner who made $663,000 last year paid $173,000
We'll blockade German internet.
Meanwhile, our $50,000 per earner at 12% paid in only $6,000 to the system, which
He's
on
gonna
paper seems
blockade
really
it for
unfair.
sure.
But again, these percentages don't take the full reality into account. The high earner, after paying taxes, still has nearly $500,000 to live on.
There we go. I got it working, guys. See how it's spinning? right. It should do it automatically now. And will Turtle Messiah drop tax wisdom now? I think he will. He better. Where's your tax wisdom, dog? I don't think he is. He's not a tax kind of person. Wisdom, nah. Alright, I think that's the only other bug I gotta fix. Let's see. All right.
For the year. The $50,000 earner, after paying taxes, has $44,000 to live on for the entire year. People who hate taxes want you to believe that the person making $50,000 per year is taking advantage of the system because of a lower effective tax rate than the person making $660,000 per year. That the person with $500,000 to play with every year after taxes is the victim in this scenario. That things should be made equal and everyone should pay the same percentage of taxes across the board. And I guess to a certain extent, there's only so far logic, reason, and basic human decency can take me on this argument. If a person genuinely believes that the person with $500,000 left after taxes deserves that money more than the person with $44,000 left over, that there isn't some larger inequality going on, that one person can make more money than they need and another can make so little they can barely pay for rent and food and health insurance every month, then that's fucked up. That's on you. But just from a practical standpoint, the likelihood that that person making $660,000 availed themselves heavily of the infrastructure that taxpayer dollars built, whether through universities, through the roads and bridges, and the internet that their employees use to do the work that generates the profit that they then steal, means that yes, they should pay a larger percentage than the person making $50,000 per year who maybe uses the internet or drives their car on roads and maybe went to a 4-year university, though they're probably still in debt from that experience too. The stress on the system and on the environment that rich people cause through their private jets, their conspicuous overconsumption, their giant mansions,
conspicuous
their super yachts,
consumption,
and more, means that the burden should not be equal. If people arguing against graduated income taxes truly believe in quote-unquote fairness, then it's only fair for higher income earners and the companies they work for to pay a higher share of their income in order to pay for the taxpayer-funded initiatives they benefit from. If anything, the fact that the top 1% pays 40% of all income taxes and yet still manages to maintain their status as the wealthiest people on the planet indicates to me
Turtle.
how
I
cheap
think you
it
know
is
who
to
won.
fund the government compared to their incomes. How little they miss that money, if they pay it at all after managing to avoid taxes through various loopholes. How much of a net positive for humanity would it be if we just up those percentages a bit more, charge them a bit more? They won't even fucking miss it. What an easy solution, don't you think? Imagine the benefits we would all feel, including those those at the very top, if we lived in a world where the government provided the people with basic necessities for life, food, shelter, healthcare, and barred private companies from profiting off human necessities, so people could actually have the time and bandwidth to do the amazing things they want to do. So our cities and streets would be clean and walkable, so people with addiction and mental health crises could get the care they need, so people could access resources to become educated
Turtle.
and do the things they want to do.
You didn't provide
Most
the
people, when
goods.
asked if they had all their basic needs met, what would you do? Probably wouldn't say, probably nothing. Probably just be lazy. Many people would probably say they need to take a damn break and get some rest because we're all burnt out and exhausted because our literal survival depends on our ability to trade our labor for less and less cash. But ultimately, the vast majority of people dream of doing amazing things that would benefit the entire world. And even if there are people who would choose to be lazy as fuck if they had all their needs met by the government, that's a worthy cost-benefit analysis when you think of all the amazing things that never happen because people live in fear every day of having their most basic needs met. And all it would take is for the richest people to pay a few more percentage points of their income every year that they literally won't notice was gone. Even if our example rich person earning $663,000 per year was taxed 10 whole percentage points more, an effective 36% tax rate, their tax burden would go from $173,000 to $239,000, and they would be left with $424,000 still to live off of for the year. But someone earning probably not much more than minimum wage is willing to get into my comments section and argue how unfair graduated income taxes are to rich people. Like, get a fucking clue. Also, in 1960, back when America was great, the highest tax rate was 91% for all income over $200,000.
Yep, we talk a lot about this.
In 2026 dollars, compared to today's highest tax rate of 37% for income over $375,000. And to compare apples to apples, in 1960, income over $32,000, which is equivalent to about $350,000 today, was taxed at 75%, and it went up from there. There was a time in this country when the income tax burden was adjusted according to what's actually fair, and ever since those tax rates have fallen for the richest Americans, inequality has just gotten worse.
It's
I just
gotten
wanted
much
to address
worse.
that because every time I bring
Ever
up income
since the
taxes,
80s.
there's always some clown complaining on behalf of rich people that they pay most of the federal income taxes. Good. They should. They should pay more. Okay, so now that that's settled, what happens if you owe taxes to the federal government and you don't want to pay them because you object to how they're being used, because you want to direct those funds instead towards the causes you wish your government actually funded? Enter the tax resistance movement. I'm plagiarizing myself from a video I did in November of last year, but 'tis the season and this stuff bears repeating as there has been a growing conversation in light of the wars in Iran and Gaza that are directly benefiting from US taxpayer dollars that are buying bombs that are killing children.
Has anyone ever seen that, like East German cups? Glasses in particular? This is like a perfect metaphor for this whole system, right? East German cups. Yeah. Rigel, you're from East Germany, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you heard of this? Turtle doesn't know. He's a Western peasant. Yeah, I'll show you. Apparently you. I mean, it's kind of before your time, guys. I don't blame you. I didn't know anything about this either. I was just memeing. Hold on.
I just got this glass that's supposed to be completely unbreakable, so let's see about that. This is a Superfest glass. It was made in the early 1900s, and they literally had to stop making them because they were too good. People never needed a replacement, but I don't believe it. It is so thin, it feels just like glass. So I have another glass that I want to take outside with it and see which one breaks first. First up is this very nice Christmas cheer dollar store
That thing's gonna
glass.
break, yeah.
Stuffing it in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I don't know what I expected. Next is the so-called unbreakable glass. Oh, what? Myth busted. But
wait, that's not it. This guy's a clown. All right, this is it.
This is supposed to be one of the world's strongest drinking glasses. And
That's from the 1900s. They perfected it. Look at this, guys. They took that and look. Where is it? Yeah, here it is.
This is just a regular glass. And this is a dish. And this is a round bottom. And this is a beaker. But this is a thin,
That's it.
old antique glass made under the brand called Superfest. And when it was made,
Sorry.
it was called...
See, there's a lot of German brands on this, and they're all made in this like they were all made around this time, from like early 1900s to like after Germany separated and became two separate countries, right?
A nearly indestructible glass, I mean, compared to regular glass.
Yeah. See?
Okay, got to do it again.
Look.
To see if it's just a fluke.
You can't break it.
Okay. so
German
it actually
engineering
survived.
in the house, y'all. You know what we gotta play, guys. You know what we gotta play.
German engineering in the house, yeah.
And considering it's probably like half the thickness of all the other glass, that's actually really impressive. Oh, it's dead.
You gotta like really hit it, yeah.
Well, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah, guys, it's really strong. So watch this. You don't want to be breaking those though. Yeah, literally, look.
Take a look at this beer glass. It doesn't look particularly robust. If anything, it feels almost flimsy in your hand. It's lightweight and the walls are thin. Let's drop it. And again. And again. It is called Superfest. That's German for super firm.
Oh, Turtle had a Superfest in his pants the other night. Oh.
When it was invented in 1977, it was estimated to be about 5 times as durable as ordinary glassware. In practice, it turned out to be nearly 15 times as durable. This glass is basically unbreakable. It's heat resistant, stackable, and lightweight. But despite Superfest's undeniable quality, these glasses haven't been produced in over 4 decades.
Yeah.
The company that produced them no longer exists. In fact, the
I make myself laugh, guys. My stupid ass jokes.
country that produced them no longer exists. What was their secret? And perhaps more importantly...
Anyway, yeah, so these were so good that they basically had to stop producing them. So if you go on eBay to get them, they're like $90, right? Because they're that good, right? And they only got better and better as time went on, right? Because the technology improved. And nobody wanted to buy any of them, right? Like, none of the American companies wanted to buy it. All the Western German companies didn't want to buy them, right? Same with the refrigerator from the GDR. Yeah. They were very durable things because they were made to be durable, right? And this is like what I was trying to say earlier about that's what this economy is all about. It's about consumption, breaking things, right? Spend, get, right? And that's why we have the tax structure today, right? It's essentially this, right? Because if no one buys anything, then we're fucked, right?
Why aren't we...
I'll put that in the Discord so you guys can watch it on your own. But it's a pretty fascinating video. I think it's by Fern, who's like a German YouTuber, right?
There's been a growing conversation over how do we stop this.
Germans,
and the
am I
answer
right?
That seems
God.
most obvious is to stop paying the taxes that are funding this system. All right, before I get into any details, please pay attention to this very important disclaimer. This is not legal advice. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm not your lawyer. I am not advocating that you break the law. That would be crazy. I would never do that. I'm simply stating facts for informational and entertainment purposes. Proceed at your own risk. Okay, there are many different methods to practice tax resistance, and tax resistance has been a form of protest since the dawn of society, since taxes first became a thing. And tax resistance has played a role in toppling world orders and pushing for major structural change throughout history, from the Egyptians to the Roman, Spanish, and Aztec empires, tax resistance has helped create revolution. The United States was founded upon resistance to taxation without representation. The Boston Tea Party was a resistance against the tax on tea that symbolized the oppressive taxation from the crown that colonists abhorred. The taxation of salt has led to more than one revolution. It was the salt tax that disproportionately burdened French peasants, causing revolts that ultimately led to the French Revolution. One of Gandhi's most famous direct actions involved marching 240 miles
The salt tax, yeah. And
to the sea in order to illegally harvest sea salt,
Mhm.
which broke British laws against the production of salt outside of the British monopoly system.
Yep.
Gandhi also advocated for homespun clothing.
basically all salt, I don't know why I said tax. It's because you mentioned tax before. But it was essentially a monopoly on this stuff, right? It was a way for the colonial authorities to control the production of salt, right?
Circumvented the British textile taxes. Similarly, Revolution-era women in the United States made untaxed domestic cloth to avoid paying taxes on British-made cloth. One could argue, frankly, that tax resistance is a long-held American tradition. In 1846, Henry David Thoreau refused to pay a poll tax in protest against the Fugitive Slave Act and the Mexican-American War. He was jailed for one night and then wrote On the Duty of Civil Disobedience, an essay about resistance in the face of unjust laws, which has inspired generations of resistors and revolutionaries ever since, so that whole arresting him thing kind of backfired. In it, he writes, if 1,000 men were not to pay their tax bills this year, that would not be a violent and bloody measure, as it would be to pay them, and enable the state to commit violence and shed innocent blood. This is, in fact, the definition of a peaceable revolution, if any such is possible. During World War II, the relatively new income taxes were increased via defense tax stamps
Oh, that could
and
be
other
it.
measures meant to help fund the war. In 1942, a man
Let me,
named Ernest
fix
Bromley
that.
refused to pay for a defense tax stamp for his car. He was arrested and held
There
in
we
jail
go.
for 60 days. During the Vietnam War,
I know
conscientious
what it
objectors
is.
to paying taxes that funded the war effort
It's because I had to move my speaker. That's why.
grew
I
to
had
its
them
largest
perfect.
peak in U.S. history as the draft and increased war
God,
taxes
Jersey!
angered many who saw the war as a pointless act of aggression that was killing innocent people and using their tax dollars to fund it all. By the early 1970s, an estimated 20,000 people were affiliated with income tax resistance groups across the country, and hundreds of thousands of people were estimated to resist paying what was called the telephone tax, which was an additional tax levied to fund the war efforts.
Sounds
War
like
tax
communism,
resistance
right?
subsided after the Vietnam War, but became prevalent again in the 1980s under Ronald Reagan as nuclear rearmament and the Cold War meant more and more tax dollars went towards the U.S. nuclear program that many people opposed. The National War Tax Resistance Coordinating Committee, or N.
Is that really what Superfest means?
WT.
Jeez, the German language is very interesting, guys. All right, let's look this up. Hold on. I'm kind of curious now. Yeah. Oh yeah, DDR. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit! Are these the newer ones though? Because they got better and better from the. I mean, they're from the GDR, so yeah. These are not the older ones. These are like the newer ones that are even stronger. Yeah. Gotcha. Super hard. Wow. See, a Superfest in English is just a super festive celebration, right? Like a super celebration. Oh man, $97 for a fucking glass. What up, guys? Look at that. Just so your glass don't break.
RCC formed in 1982 and continues It's working to this day, providing truly a wealth of resources to tax resistors at nwtrcc.org. They have reported a dramatic uptick in recent weeks of interest in their various tax resistance seminars. Okay, but how do you do it? Well, there are many different ways to practice tax resistance that are adaptable to your individual risk tolerance. They can be generally divided into two groups: legal resistance and illegal resistance. Starting with the legal options. When you file your taxes each year, you must ensure that you have exploited every legal loophole available to you, the same way that billionaires do. When you do pay your taxes, you can enclose, along with your 1040 tax form, but not stapled to it, a letter of protest. So you're still paying your taxes, but you're making it known that you do not approve. You can also send that letter to your elected representatives and as a letter to the editor of your local newspapers. You can leaflet and attend protests, usually staged by NWTRCC on tax day, to voice your opposition to the way your taxes are being spent. You can call your representatives and lobby for the Peace Tax Fund legislation that's been introduced in Congress every year since 1972, which would introduce a new conscientious objector status for taxpayers. You can also abstain from buying things that have taxes placed on them. This is made easier if a single symbolic tax is chosen to protest, like the telephone tax or the tax on tea. Trump's trade tariffs are an interesting way around this one. In the past, raising taxes to pay for foreign wars has created an easy target for protesters and angered many. By branding these tariffs as simply America taking back its power, even though that's not how tariffs work, it means the government can cut taxes for the rich through the big beautiful bill and increase taxes on the poor because those tariffs get passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices, and the federal government pockets billions while everyday Americans have more and more of their paychecks eaten up by the higher cost of goods. But it's not technically a tax, so it's easier to deny. So a form of economic protest that is a less obvious form of tax resistance is opting out of the system as much as possible. This is highly customizable for your needs. It could mean boycotting all major retailers and only shopping local. It can mean creating a pod with your friends or neighbors and engaging in a bartering system. A hairstylist can trade with a potter, a few haircuts in exchange for some new pottery. Becoming active on your local Buy Nothing group on Facebook, of which there are thousands across the country, is another way to do this. It's hyper
good idea,
and it takes advantage of the overconsumption in this country by allowing for the free exchange of goods that we're trying to get rid of anyway, all while completely disengaging from the larger economy, so long as you're not just replacing stuff by buying new stuff, etc. Some people take it a step further and decide to downsize and simplify their lives by living on less so that they are paying in less to the system. This can mean purposefully living below the roughly $15,000 income requirement to file taxes.
1,000% tariff on bronzers.
You don't have to file taxes. Obviously easier said than done, but there are people who do that. Another option, if you itemize your tax deductions, meaning you don't just take the standard deduction, but instead go through
October Superfest, aka October Super Hard. Oh no. See, now I'm starting to learn German. And I'm October Super Hard, guys.
You can give away upwards of 60% of your annual gross income to an eligible nonprofit and avoid paying any taxes on it, meaning you control where that money goes towards housing, food resilience, whatever you believe in, instead of giving it to the government to spend it on bombs to kill babies. This is, of course, also easier said than done when most of us are 1 or 2 paychecks away from bankruptcy or homelessness, but I do know that some of you are pretty comfortable. There are leftist millionaires, believe it or not me, but they exist. All of this is legal and depends entirely on each individual's circumstances and willingness to experience maybe some slight discomfort, but also the sense of freedom that comes from at least partially disengaging from a system that is so incredibly fucked and that they do not believe in. Another legal method that's slightly less attainable for most people, but is an option nonetheless, is moving to a different country. As a U.S. citizen, you're still required to file a tax return document every year with the U.S., but the foreign earned income exclusion or foreign tax credit effectively lowers your tax rate in the U.S. to 0 if you earn all your money and pay taxes on it in a different country, one where perhaps the taxes they collect actually go towards programs you believe in. Okay, so those are the legal methods, but many of the people engage in varying levels of illegal tax resistance. Again, I'm not your lawyer. This isn't legal advice. Proceed at your own risk. I'm not advocating for anyone to specifically break any specific laws. That would be so crazy. Here are just some fun facts. One popular way to engage in this type of tax resistance is by engaging in W-4 resistance. If you are an employee, your employer has you fill out a W-4 at the beginning of your employment. They don't file that. They just use that to determine your federal tax withholdings from each paycheck. Often what will happen is you fill out your W-4 W-4, and the feds actually withhold more tax than you owe. And at the end of the year, when you file your taxes, you get a sweet little tax return, which is fun, but it also means that you just gave the federal government a year-long 0% interest loan on money that was yours. So to avoid overpaying those taxes or paying any taxes at all, some people will ask to update their W-4 with their employers, which you can do at any time, and will go to step 4B on their form and add deductions in order to zero out what they owe. So for example, if you are a single person making $40,000 per year, you would take your yearly income minus the standard deduction, which in 2025 is $15,000 for a single person or $30,000.
I'm going to start my fine Friday morning. No worries. Have a good one, Patricia.
So 40,000 minus 15,000 equals 25,000, and that is the number you put in line B4 of your W-4 as a deduction. That would essentially zero out your tax withholding from your paycheck. This is technically illegal, assuming you don't actually plan to make those deductions on your taxes, because it means you're lying to the IRS. You would still owe those taxes at the end of the year, but that gives you time to think about whether you want to pay them. You can take the money you would be paying and hold it in a high interest savings account so you actually make money off of it, or some people put the money in an escrow account, often a pooled escrow account through a local organization like the ones affiliated with NWTRCC. Again, that's nwtrcc.org, with the explicit purpose of holding the money until the federal government offers people an option to pay without their money going towards defense. And meanwhile, that collective escrow account can be used to support local organizations, to support resistors who get audited or fined by the IRS.
That's
and
good
as
to
a means
know.
of showing that the tax resistor is not simply trying to keep all the money for themselves, but instead take what they would be paying in taxes and use it for causes they actually believe in. If you are self-employed, you would do this by simply not paying your quarterly taxes. Some people will do this with all of the tax money they owe. Some will resist by refusing to pay a small symbolic amount, $10.40, withheld on your 1040 tax return, accompanied by a letter stating why you're underpaying, for example. Some tax resistors simply file no tax return at all. Others resist by working jobs for which they get paid in cash and then not claiming that cash on the return, effectively showing less official income and thereby paying less to the government. Okay, but of course there are negative consequences for people who break the law while resisting taxes. And though they are serious, I think they are generally overblown. Again, this is not legal advice. Please proceed at your own risk. While the consequences can be steep, even for slight underpayment, and can include fines of up to $500 for frivolous filings, or interest charges and other fees and fines up to and including garnishing wages, putting liens on property, attempting to seize property, and even jail time, which is all very scary, the frequency with which much of anything drastic happens is pretty low. The IRS has truly been painted as this scary, menacing threat, the tax man, you know? But the reality is, according to NWTRCC, over the past 85 years of literal hundreds of thousands of war tax resistors, only 2 have ever gone to jail simply for not paying taxes. Others have gone to jail for contempt of court or lying on their tax forms. One guy was arrested in 1942 for refusing to buy a war tax stamp on his car, which I mentioned, and another guy, Tony Serra, was imprisoned in 2005 for willful failure to pay federal income taxes. He is a lawyer, and so the general wisdom is that accountants and lawyers and other tax professionals are more at risk of getting imprisoned or heavily punished for tax resistance because it's thought that they should know better, and therefore their failure to pay is more willful than the average person. So your likelihood of being imprisoned is not zero, but it's also
true
not very
story,
high.
Turtle.
Similarly, the frequency with which the IRS seizes property is also incredibly low. They tend to reserve property seizures as a way to make an example of exceedingly rich tax evaders. Your 2013 Honda is probably pretty low on the list. According to NWTRCC, the last attempt by the IRS to seize property from a war tax resistor was in 1999. Additionally, there is a huge portion of unpaid taxes that the IRS simply never recovers. Of the $458 billion per year that are unpaid taxes that are owed that someone is refusing to pay, the IRS only recovers about $52 billion of that chunk, or about 11% of the unpaid federal income taxes. 89% goes uncollected. If you don't pay a symbolic $10.40 of your tax bill, or even your entire, $1,500 tax bill or whatever it is, the cost of enforcement will most likely outweigh the money you owe them, making it far from worth their time, especially now that the IRS funding has been further gutted by Doge. But if 1 million people refuse to pay that symbolic $10.40 and instead send it to an escrow account or a cause they care about, that's $10 million rerouted from killing babies back into our communities, which is a drop in the bucket, but add on to that the feeling of satisfaction that tax resistors report feeling when they are able to take back that little bit of control makes it worth the risk for some people. So the likelihood of getting arrested or getting your property repossessed is pretty low. Wage garnishments are a real threat, though again, the IRS recovers 11% of the unpaid funds every year, and there is a 10-year statute of limitations for them to collect those funds. So if it's past that 10 years, they cannot come and collect those unpaid funds. What will happen with probably 100% certainty is that you will receive a series of increasingly threatening automated letters from the IRS, which is scary, but also is just a piece of paper. And then the taxes you owe would have fees and penalties put on top of them. And WTRCC estimates that the amount you owe could as much as triple with all the fees and interest added up. So if you owe $100, that could go up to $300 with fees and interests. That's again, if they get around to trying to collect to begin with, which is often far more trouble than it's worth, which is why groups like NWTRCC exist, which is made up of a coalition of local partners. And over the course of the last 50 years, NWTRCC has created an intricate web of support, including accountants, lawyers, and war tax resistance counselors across the country that have experience and can help guide anyone who might be interested in exploring ways to resist the regime through legal or illegal methods of tax resistance. I've linked to their various resources in the description in my list of resources. But then the central question becomes, is this enough? Is it worth the potential pain? To which I answer no and maybe, respectively. Whether or not it's worth the pain is entirely up to you. Like I said, many tax resistors have reported feelings of freedom and agency from taking back whatever control they can and not supporting wars they don't believe in. Is it enough? No, of course not.
You are the sassiest.
$10 you don't send to the federal government, or the 40 cents in indirect tariff taxes that don't end up in federal government coffers when you refuse to spend money at Starbucks, isn't by itself going to topple a wannabe dictator or deconstruct the military-industrial complex. The unfortunate reality that I think we're all realizing is that there isn't one singular act we can do at this point to make it all stop, to rebuild the integrity of our systems and stop fascism from spreading here again in the future. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try everything we can. The reality is that this type of society-shattering regime, the kind willing to break laws, undermine centuries of norms, and do whatever it wants with impunity at the expense of literal human life, fighting something like this takes decades of work and small incremental changes built up over time. It takes work from all members of society interested in engaging in resistance in different and interconnected ways. And yes, it even involves breaking the law if it's done in the name of fighting for what's right. And it involves doing so very publicly. So if you do plan to engage in tax resistance, you need to make your stance known, even if it's just in the comments of this video. And that's scary. And breaking the law and facing consequences is scary.
Give me the money.
And it's not for everyone. Most people aren't willing to do that.
Oh shit! Thank you, Living Lily, for the first gifted sub of the day. Fucking love it. Breaking the law. What
Living
up?
Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Fuck yeah. Gianluca. Oh, I remember you. You were over at on Kick the other day, yesterday. Yeah, I was checking out Kick to see if I should open a stream up there. Tons of conservatives, guys. Oh my god. I might still do it, but yeah. A lot of conservatives on Kick. I was like, holy shit. Kick is shit. Yeah.
I mean, there isn't a...
Yeah, because I was like, well, I'm doing YouTube again. I might as well do Kick, but I don't know, right?
Place in the resistance for people who don't want to break the law. For some people, the risk is far too great. They have small children, they're barely getting by. Whatever your reason, I think it's important not to close people out or undercut their contribution because they aren't willing or able to do big symbolic illegal acts. There is a place for everyone, and there has to be a place for everyone in order for a resistance to be successful, especially in a country this big and this spread out. Some people also argue that by refusing to pay taxes, people would be playing right into the regime's hands. They want to defund the government. They want there to be no resources so they can say, well, people aren't paying taxes, so we don't have any money for SNAP, sorry. And it'll just reinforce the right-wing wet dream of a completely deflated government. But that's happening anyway. Whether or not someone pays their taxes, the right is going to say that there's no money for SNAP while spending billions on a war they started for no reason. They don't need an excuse to completely dismantle the government. They're already doing it with or without our tax dollars. One facet of building a successful resistance is building alternative institutions or shadow institutions to take the place of a crumbling regime intent on starving the people out. This includes communication networks outside of the mainstream, news and information gathering, community support systems, community safety systems, and more. Imagine the potential for building those shadow networks with the tax money being withheld from the federal government. These are the kind of networks that could then provide support, resources, shelter, and more to the very people being targeted by the government for withholding their taxes to begin with. And beyond tax resistance, building community networks is a necessary element to building a successful resistance as well. And this is the central message I continue to drive home. There are many methods to resisting a dictator, but all of them revolve around you building a community with your neighbors and your loved ones, a community that you can rely on for help, that you're not afraid of asking for help, that gives you the peace of mind that you are not alone and that you will have people to fall back on no matter what happens. That is the key to surviving this. If you'd like to support my work, consider joining on YouTube, Patreon, or Substack to get completely ad-free access to all of these episodes. And if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything t-shirt, you can get one for yourself at LegionMillerMerch.com. Thank you to my multi-platinum
That is pretty dope merch. All right, guys, and with that, I'm out of this bitch. Thank you so much for joining me on the Gustex podcast. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Divine Misty. There you are. Stay tuned for the credits. I remade them entirely. I spent a lot of time on these, so I hope you enjoy.
Funding
we'll
for
rate
the
out.
Gustex broadcast is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Oh, why does it keep? There you go, cool. Is it stuck? Wait a second. Something's going on. I figured it was something gonna happen. Let's see. Oh. There we go. Refresh. It's showing. There you go. Cool. Oh, okay, it's not showing. That's what I have to do now. Hold on, guys. We're gonna raid out too, so stay put.
Chuga 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 chew. We got a hype train chat thanks to Living Lily. It ending at
What up?
4/16/2026,
That was delayed.
11:58, 14 p.m. So let's keep it going.
What up? Yeah, let's see. It's like stuck on the thing. Hold on. Alright, well, at least we'll get the, we'll stick around for the hype train, and then I'll raid out. Let's raid out to Dylan Burns. Alright. Now, why isn't this working? Oh no. Bye, chat. Go eat dinner.